Again, he's getting all kinds of protection all day. Slides over to buy time, flings it down the field, is caught for the touchdown. I say likely, and the Ravens are a 2-point try away from tying the game. Roll, flip it, got it. Oh, the ball was dropped. He had the 2-point conversion in his hands. Andrews did not hold on.
Oh, baby, and that capped off the Divisional Round playoff weekend in the NFL, and what a weekend it was. And you guys say the Masters is the best weekend in sports of the year. There's nothing beating what we just saw this past weekend between the Ravens and the Bills, the Eagles and the Rams, the Commanders and the Lions, and, of course, the Texans and the Chiefs. What a weekend of sports. And you heard right there, Jim Nantz, Mark Andrews dropping the 2-point conversion. Remember earlier in the fourth quarter, he fumbled the ball at midfield when Baltimore was going in for the lead. And it's simple, folks. Football, we have all these numbers of and analytics of CPOE and DVOA. Football's a simple sport. Take care of the ball, block, tackle, make your kicks, catch the ball. It's a simple game. It's a simple game. And you saw Baltimore yesterday, the mistakes did them in. Buffalo didn't do anything. They took care of the ball. Lamar fumbles. He throws a pick. Andrew fumbles. He drops a pass. And the Bills are in the AFC Championship game, taking on the Kansas City Chiefs. Chiefs advance to their 7th straight AFC Championship game, which is absurd to say. 7 straight AFC title game appearances. And on the other side, you get the Philadelphia Eagles hosting the upstart Washington Commanders and everybody's darling, Jaden Daniels. What up, Shasky?
Oh, poor Mark Andrews. I mean, this is the all-time franchise leader in touchdowns for the Ravens. Had a career high in touchdowns this year with 11. And he's going to be remembered, at least for the time being, as the guy that not only dropped the 2-point conversion, but the horrible fumble in the middle of the field. And I know Lamar's going to wear it for the interception, obviously, and then the scramble around on like the botched
snap.
Yeah, shotgun snap, and then he running around and he was explaining it in the post game about, hey, it's an RPO, linemen are downfield, I can't throw the ball, but I'm trying to make a play, but I shouldn't, and I just can't turn it over. And your point on turnovers, look, Kyron Williams fumbled.
Yep.
The Rams could be looking themselves right in the eye.
Huge fumble.
Obviously, Jared Goff, tons of turnovers.
Oh, my gosh.
I look at the Texans, and I go special teams. It's all of the little things, and they add up to the margins are so razor thin. And this brings me to my number one point. When your window presents itself in sports, you almost have to run through it and seize the opportunity. Otherwise, you look back with the woulda, coulda, shouldas. Yep. And I think about whether it's the Warriors winning that first championship, whether it's the Chiefs winning their first championship, the San Francisco Giants winning their first championship, New England seizing the moment. Look at all the dynasties, the teams that won multiple championships. If they don't get that first one, do they get the second and the third? And I go through the Detroit Lions, and I'm thinking this morning, they had the opportunity last year. And then they were awesome this year. Awesome. And we know all the injuries. And it's I don't think they're done. But, boy, it just gets harder and harder. And the monkey on the back gets bigger. And the boulder gets stronger. And, God, it's just harder to get from the bottom of the mountain all the way to the top.
No, it is. It's well said. And Jared Goff, look, when you think about him trying to knock the door down. Now, you have the Detroit Lions organization that's trying to knock through the door. And they had a great season. Last year, NFC Championship game appearance, you blow a 24-7 lead. You may never get over that. A 24-7 halftime lead, which makes me think twice about Aaron Glenn right now as a D coordinator trying to become a head coach. But then you go to the NFC Divisional Round. You're the number one seed in the league, in the NFC, and you're 15-2. But you're decimated. But I look at Jared Goff. Jared Goff, all right, you have this failure this year where you throw 3 interceptions, the pick 6. Yeah. You got flimsy with the football. He has a tendency to do that. If the pocket's not clean, we always talk about, if Purdy needs everybody around it to be perfect. No, Jared Goff is a quarterback example of needing things to be perfect. If things are not perfect, if the pocket is muddied with Jared Goff, you will get a turnover or two. It happens every single week with this guy. Now, he had a spectacular season, but we see it in big moments. He'll come up small. You lose the Super Bowl to the Patriots, 13-3. You lose in some playoff games as Jared Goff. He's got a bigger monkey than I think all these guys in Detroit because he's continuously trying to prove that the Reds made a mistake in trading him for Matthew Stafford. And right now, Matthew Stafford, even though we lost yesterday, he has a one Super Bowl ring that Goff couldn't deliver to McVay and the Rams. And now you go to Detroit with a fan base that is starved, that has never been to the Super Bowl, that was trying to host an NFC Championship and God knows when. And you fell short to Jaden Daniels and the Commanders, and now they stole your thunder. Everybody's talking about them being ascending and being an NFC power. And now the Lions have to regroup at your dream season. Yeah, it is tough. And that window does not stay open for very, very long.
No, it doesn't. And, the Jared Goff thing, the guy played so good this year. Anybody that watched him was like, wow, this is like the best version of Jared Goff we've ever seen. He throws that interception and gets rocked. Just completely rocked. Now, let's call it what it is. It's not like he looked great prior to getting rocked, but he looked even worse afterwards. And clearly the turnovers just completely did them. I'm convinced they weren't going to be able to stop Jaden Daniels simultaneously. Yeah. Not that Goff wasn't a big part of, they needed to score 50 in that game to
they were not stopping
Jaden. I mean, I think we're watching, I don't know. Like, I don't pretend like I watched the NFL since the 1940s, but it feels like one of the greatest rookie performances of all time in terms of what we're watching in the playoffs. I think of Andrew Luck and RG3, and I know there's been other guys. His command at the line, pre-snap, the calmness, the moxie, the poise, and then post-snap, he gets no jitters. Yeah, he misses a couple layups, like the short throws here and there, but his ability to not put the ball in harm's way and then rifle balls downfield, throw balls with touch downfield, to understand that whole RPO, like tuck it, keep it. He's awesome.
Well, there's a throw he made.
Jesus.
There's a throw he made. It was 24-21, second quarter. And the Commanders obviously have the momentum. Even on the Lions, it came back down to score. It's 24-21. And he throws a ball to De'Ami Brown from the left hash to the opposite side of the field. And I said, and that was the moment right there. I said, okay, we're dealing with something different here. When you make a throw like that.
It was unreal.
You go opposite hash and you let it fly, and it's a 40-yard play to De'Ami Brown, and it hits him right in the stomach over a double team like a rainbow. The pot of gold was De'Ami Brown, and he hits the pot of gold. Bullseye. And that play right there, I said, okay, not only do Bear fans have to wake up thinking, did we draft the wrong guy? Were we foolish to be all in on Caleb? Because he was unequivocally number one overall pick. Nobody had any question marks about it. And now I'm thinking to myself, oh, this guy is going to be a star in the nation's capital. He's going to sell all type of jerseys. Now you see why Brendan Ayuk was all over Jaden Daniels and wanted to play with him. Hey, kudos to Ayuk. He saw the vision. He saw the vision with this kid. We have the one. This guy is already catapulted. I have him in top 6 right now, quarterbacks. I want to see him get hit a little bit. I want to see the physicality and stuff like that. I don't want to go crazy, but that throw right there signaled, oh, he's different.
Would you agree that this is why you got to watch the games, right? And when you see him get to the line of scrimmage and he's basically pointing everything out like he's a 10-year starter, that to me is like, okay, from the neck up, this guy is... He is unbelievably impressive.
What was it, week 2, week 3? Cincinnati, Monday Night Football. He's basically airing out Cliff Kingsbury's like, get the play in, dude. Let's go. He had to check the offensive coordinator. I said, wow, this is a rookie? With the gall? What is going on here? He's telling them late in that game they weren't getting plays in, and they won that game. That's kind of the coming out part. It was like, wait a minute. You beat Cincinnati on Monday Night Football. Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, what is going on here? But he was going back at Cliff saying, give me the play. Let's go. Come on, let's go. We got to get the play. And I said, wow, he's already taken ownership. Week 3, he's already taken ownership of his entire franchise. And now he's in the NFC Championship game going against Philadelphia for the 3rd time this season. Unbelievable. This guy is unbelievable. That throw to De'Ami Brown, like he was already making plays, and we've seen it all season long. That throw in that environment, 24-21, crowd's going crazy, trying to get the Lions back in the game. It's a 2nd and 8 from the Detroit 45, and he makes that throw. I said, yeah, this guy is – we're going to be watching this guy in the playoffs for a long time.
Well, and obviously Philly and Washington, they completely reloaded from last year. Philly significantly better last year than what Washington was. But to do that in such a short amount of time – look, I know we all argue about Brock Purdy and this, that, and the other. Quarterback, when you find that kind of a talent, right? That kind of a guy, it changes everything for your team. It felt like to me, Washington, similar to when Golden State realized that they had Steph Curry. Like now you're looking at an entire region having hope for the next decade.
No, they have it. They have it.
I mean, they were dormant for 2 decades. When you and I grew up, Washington was a powerhouse.
First time they've been in the NFC Championship game since 1991.
Against Detroit, which is
Against
insane.
Detroit. 1991 is the last time they went advanced to the NFC Championship game, and they won the Super Bowl that year. But they've been an afterthought since.
But you and I, when we were growing up, it was the Hogs. You know what I mean? Like they were a powerhouse brand.
Mm-hmm.
They just were. And that whole region, DC, that area, had a huge fan base that was rabid, and they were a winner. They had 3 different Super Bowls with 3 different quarterbacks, and Joe Gibbs, and obviously a fearsome front, and Darryl Green, and they had playmakers, John Riggins prior. But to see them go through all of that horribleness, they draft number 2 overall. They got this old defense and this bunch of random parts. And
Dan Quinn.
Dan Quinn comes in, and I'll be the first to admit it. I slept on Dan Quinn. Dan Quinn was a hell of a hire. And he said in training camp, this kid's different. And he kept pumping him up. I'm thinking, well, you're putting a lot on this kid's play. And then you watch him play, and you're like, all right, I see it. And he got rocked in the middle of the year. He hurt his ribs or whatever. They had a couple of funky losses.
Yeah.
I watched him against, and I don't pretend like I watched every game, but I watched him against the Eagles. And it was that game, that second game against the Eagles, like, all right, this guy's next level. And to me, it's all the stuff he does at the line of scrimmage pre-snap, and then the composure post-snap. He never looks like he's rattled, and he's not a runner. Like some guys, they're runners, and they look down at the rush, and they take off. You know, one read, take off. To me, he uses his legs as movement, and if you give him a free first down, oh, yeah, he'll take it. And then when he scrambles to negate a negative loss, he just goes down.
No, he does. He doesn't get hit.
His feel for the game is unbelievable.
He's so cool. How would they beat Philadelphia? We have all week to figure that out.
I don't know.
Because they have a
That's
Saquon
a
Barkley
one.
problem, and this is why running backs matter. I read something where Saquon Barkley's contract this year, if he was a wide receiver, he'd be like the 31st highest paid wide receiver.
He got $30 million guaranteed. Guaranteed over the life of the contract.
Gabe Davis is making more money than him this year, and I saw that. And look, we saw it right here with CMC. When the Niners traded for CMC, the impact he had on this offense took off and started averaging 30 points a game. And we noticed how much the Niners missed CMC this season. Philadelphia, after losing Miles Sanders and Clement and Gainwell, but they needed an everyday down back. They needed an every down back. And they scoop up Saquon Barkley, and the rest is history. The breakaway speed, the vision to hit the hole, cut, juke. I don't know how you stop the guy. He's power. He's got everything. Speed, power, vision, cuts. He's durable. And now you look at him in an offense where I was worried about this right off the rip. When he signed there, I said, damn, they got A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith. Now, you have to play 2 high safeties because if you let those 2 guys get over the top, you're going to get done. But you can't play 7 in the box against Saquon Barkley because they have the best offensive line in football, led by Lane Johnson. What do you do here with this offense? Well, I think Washington next week, you just try to make Jalen Hurts beat you. You blitz him. You say, Jalen, you're going to have to beat us with your right arm, and we're going to test your knee to see how well you move because you can't allow Saquon Barkley to get comfortable. You can't allow him to start carving you up for 200 yards like he's doing week in and week out, man. What a run he's on. Like, is this season for Saquon better than CMC season from last season? It feels like it.
It might be. I mean, it certainly might be. I don't know where he stacks up in terms, like just talent. Forget like resume, because resume is a different question, right? Like Derrick Henry's resume is significantly more comprehensive than Saquon. Just as a player, as a talent, he's as talented as anyone to play the position.
Yeah.
And like, what's the hole in his game?
Doesn't have a hole in his
That's
game.
what I'm saying.
Maybe question his hands at times. Maybe.
I mean, even then, he's okay, fine.
Maybe I'm just nitpicking. I'm not. He can catch.
Pretty good catcher out of the backfield, but like. I go back to the New York Giants beat, and I know they had different options and they had different things. You lost the best player in your organization for nothing. Mm-hmm. And it's the way it went down on Hard Knocks with the owner coming in and saying, he's one of our most popular players.
Right.
I would have a hard time sleeping at night if he goes to our division rival. And not only does he leave you for nothing, he goes to the Eagles.
Right.
And now they're in the NFC Championship game. You're drafting. What are they drafting? 4th? 5th?
Third.
What are the New York Giants?
Who knows?
Third overall.
Who knows?
I mean, it's just, I would have fired Joe Shane on that transaction alone. I know that it's deeper than that when you want to keep or retain someone. But I I'm looking at the Giants and I'm saying, what the hell were you doing?
It's just dumb football.
Why did you give Daniel, and this, quarterback money, why did you give Daniel Jones that money at the expense of someone like Saquon Barkley? Look, as a fan of football, I'm glad he's in the playoffs because I think now we all get to appreciate him, right? So as a fan of the game, similar to like Shohei being in the playoffs, hey, as a fan of the sport, I love that he's on a winner. Like, I love that Bryce Harper's on a winner. Like, I get that for the sport's viability. But in terms of asset retention and how to allocate funds, Joe Shane, get out of here, dude. Like, you're never going to be able to live that one down.
Well, he may never, especially if Philadelphia wins the Super Bowl. And there was just, remember earlier this season, we were discussing Saquon, and people had this knock that he was injury prone. Well, I'm just looking at his career numbers now. He had the 2020 year where he missed basically most of the season. What was it, torn ACL or whatever it was? But his rookie year, he played 16 games. Second year, he played 13. Fourth year, he played 13. Fifth year, he played 16. Last year, he played 14. This year, he's played 16. So I don't see where the injury-prone knock has come on. Does he get nicked up here and there? Sure, he's a running back. He's going to take care of the ball. And when you're in the New York Giants system where you have no wide receivers for so many years and you have no quarterback and you have no offensive line. Remember there was an opening night game. I don't know if it was last season or the season before, but the Cowboys came out and beat the New York Giants at MetLife Stadium like 40-0. And Daniel Jones got sacked 10 times. And I'm thinking, why aren't you building around Saquon? Where's your offensive line at? Where's their quarterback? Where's their wide receivers? Make it easier on number 26. Well, he jumps. You play hardball with the New York Giants. You move off from him. Now you found a back in Tracy Jr. or whatever. He's solid, but he ain't Saquon, and he ain't selling the jersey Saquon is selling. And so now he goes to Philadelphia and runs for over 2,000, and he is the X factor in these playoffs in the Final Four. He's the reason why I think Philadelphia is going to win the whole damn thing. Because you can't game plan for him. If you do, well, you got A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith on the outside with Dallas Goedert. What do you do? What do you do against Philadelphia to slow them down? Just an all-time nightmare if you're a New York Giants fan to see Saquon leave and go have this success with the Philadelphia Eagles and be knocking on the door of a Super Bowl? Oh, my Lord.
Carolina moved CMC for picks, and they haven't really hit on any of those picks. Derrick Henry walked for nothing.
Yep.
Saquon walked for nothing.
Yep.
Josh Jacobs walked for nothing. All those teams made the playoffs. Now, CMC, obviously, it was hurt, but the year prior, you could see the impact that he ended up having. You can't sit here and tell me vintage OG running backs who can do a little bit of everything aren't in vogue.
Oh,
it's to me,
never gone away, Shasky.
You need weapons on the outside. There's no question you need weapons.
I want to get into this on the other side because this whole thing, I don't know where it's gone, but it's kind of driving me crazy that the sport has become so quarterback-driven where it's this quarterback's got to win the game. No. You look at these teams that are left, offensive line play.
Oh.
Washington Commanders' offensive lines played excellent football in the playoffs. The Philadelphia Eagles, we know about their offensive line. Buffalo's offensive line
was dominant.
Dominating yesterday.
I thought James Cook was really good too.
James Cook, you know how I feel about James Cook.
I know he's a baller.
He's
Ray
a baller.
Davis looked good.
And then you look on the other side, Baltimore's offensive line. They're solid, but in situations, Derrick Henry couldn't get going. No. Buffalo did a good job of slowing down Derrick. So offensive line play is so in vogue. Running backs in vogue. Defense is in vogue. But it comes out of the little things in football, as we noticed yesterday. Blocking, tackling, taking care of the football, catching the football. The team that makes less mistakes in the playoffs is going to move on. That's what we saw over the weekend, and we continue to see it year in and year out. But we'll continue to talk about some quarterback play. Final Four set, Chiefs, Bills, and Arrowhead. Eagles, Commanders at Lincoln Financial Field in Philadelphia is going crazy. They're going crazy. I can't stand their fan base, but damn, that's a good football team. More coming up on the playoffs. Plus, Jordan Poole came back to town Saturday night. And, yeah, we're going to get into that. He had himself a good game. The Wizards aren't much. They don't win a lot of games. They're 6-30. What are they? 6-34 now, or 35. They lost last night to Sacramento. I lost count. They've had 2 winless months in the last calendar year. They're not a good team, but Jordan Poole being back in town, and I have some thoughts on that, along with Draymond Green, who's going to be out, and that bet with the House of Prime Rib. I'm going to take a fat L on that one. Shout out to YouTube, brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Jermaine Wiggins will join us at 8:30 from WEEI in Boston as the Warriors will host the Celtics today on a special Martin Luther King Jr. Day. matinee at Chase Center, 2 p.m. tip-off, 1 p.m. coverage starting right here on 95.7 The Game. Of course, tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. And that's what's coming up. Brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
You don't know Jordan Poole.
Have you been in a car accident?
Second and long. Goff, some pressure again, lets it fly high. It's intercepted, picked off by Quan Morton. Morton with some blocks inside the 20, still going. Morton, pick six.
What's going on, Roasters? It's Brian Baldinger with the NFL Network, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
We'll talk to Baldy tomorrow. Kevin Burkhardt and Tom Brady on a call for Fox Sports Saturday night. The Commanders pull off the shocker of the weekend, defeating the Lions and dropping a 40-burger on those boys, 45-31. Jared Goff with the 3 interceptions. He got rocked on a play. And you know what? The Lions, as I'm watching that game, and you're watching Ben Johnson, who's probably going to get a head coaching job. He's a hot candidate right now on the market. I don't know what that does for Aaron Glenn, that performance, although he didn't have a lot of bodies. I get it. But they didn't show any resistance towards the Commanders. They did whatever they wanted, whenever they wanted. The Detroit Lions offense, as physical as they played the last 2 years, running the football with Montgomery and Gibbs, playing smash mouth football, at times they get a little too cute. At times, they could become gimmicky. Sure, the double shovel pass was sick, right? I was like, wow, I've never seen that before. That's pretty cool. But then you get burned with the Jameson Williams wide receiver pass. He throws an interception, which basically sealed the deal for the Commanders. I just thought at times they got a little too gimmicky down the stretch, but they don't have to. Line up, run the ball, get first downs, get chunk plays. At times, Ben Johnson gets a little too cute. And I don't know if that's on him or Dan Campbell or what. Something I just noticed there's a minor thing because, look, they couldn't stop a nosebleed Saturday night, but I just thought their offense at times, for how powerful they are in the trenches, they get a little too cute at times.
Well, Jameson Williams should never have thrown that ball.
Don't put him in that position.
Well, they did a trick play earlier and got the Jameson Williams, 60-yard touchdown. Right. So, it goes both ways. When a trick play doesn't work, it looks horrific. It looks horrific, So,
but when you're counting on those to be your explosive plays.
But okay, so this brings me. If you want to talk Detroit, I understand the physicality of David Montgomery and why he's an integral part of what they do. Just for my money, I never feel like Jahmyr Gibbs touches it enough. Now, there's a balance when you have running backs. You want guys to stay healthy. They got to get through the whole year. Jahmyr Gibbs is the best player on that offense, just to me. And I think he's every single touch he gets, he could go the house. And I always am left wanting more from him in terms of his touch allocation. I also understand there's the 400 touch limit. You hit that limit at a young age. You're going to knock that running back out. He's just
right.
I get it. Believe me, I get it. But man, I thought he was dynamic in this game and he didn't touch it enough.
David Montgomery came back with the MCL injury, 7 carries, 28 yards. But I would have eased Montgomery back in, even if Montgomery didn't get more than 3 carries. I wouldn't have cared because 14 carries is not enough. Now, Washington did control the football. They controlled the football for the most part.
It's hard to run down.
It's hard to run downhill.
Yeah, I agree.
But even on those first plays, Detroit took the ball. They got the ball first in this football game. And they go David Montgomery for 2 yards, and then they go David Montgomery for a -5, and the Commanders are sitting on Montgomery. Mm-hmm. They knew where he was going to run. They knew he wasn't as explosive, and Dan Quinn blitzed the hell out of him whenever he was on the field. And I thought that 3-and-out was very telling, the opening game. Now, Washington would go down, and they turn the ball over on downs with the botch play with Marcus Mariota. But right away, the Lions go 3-and-out against that defense. I'm like, opening drive, you want to set a tone. You want to go right down the field and score, and they didn't do that. And I thought that kind of set a bad tone for the Lions where they started playing, even though they went up 7-0, it still felt like they were playing uphill, like they were chasing the entire game.
So it's interesting on the Lions. I don't think they're done. I'm not here to say that they're done. The chances of them winning 15 games next year is probably it's almost impossible to win 15 games 2 years in a row, right? Look, they could have a great year and win 12. A great year, you know what I mean, and win 12. Everything gets harder. Just everything gets harder as it moves forward. Goff goes from a $27 million cap to a $32 million cap, and then a $70 million cap. So, as we talk about contracts with quarterbacks and, how you structure it, at some point it hits your books, right? And so it's going to hit their books in the next 2 years with the Goff deal. They have to extend Aiden Hutchinson. And this is the offseason where they could, if they wanted to. Jameson Williams is eligible to get extended. I don't know what they end up doing with him. And then Kirby Joseph can also get extended. They're going to lose both coordinators. It feels like, right? At minimum, Ben Johnson. Everything gets harder. And I look at Nick Sirianni and some of these CEO head coaches that don't Like Andy Reid and Kyle Shanahan and McVay, they're running the X's and O's on offense. So I know if they lose a coordinator or an assistant, their offense is going to be okay, right? Defense is obviously a big issue for all of those guys, and having the right guy is important. What's Dan Campbell going to look like without Ben Johnson? I don't know. He could hire a great coordinator. He could hire a dud. Everything's just going to be harder in the next couple of years as all of these contracts that they signed are going to start hitting their books at some point. I still think they're a really good team. They still have a lot of draft picks. Yeah, they have some cap room. But B, like,
but their core is together.
But Monte, I still think their window, like, their window to win these last 2 years, it just gets harder.
It's all that stuff. The Niners, the Rams, the Lions, the windows. I mean,
it's just harder.
It's a year-to-year league. Sure, it's harder. It's hard. It's harder for everybody, right? It gets hard. It's going to get harder for Baltimore. It's going to get harder for Buffalo. It's going to get harder. It's going to get hard for everybody. But I look at the Lions and say, their core is together. Jahmyr Gibbs ain't going nowhere. David Montgomery's not going anywhere. Amon-Ra St. Brown's not going anywhere. You can add another weapon alongside Amon-Ra St. Brown and Jameson Williams. I think you'll be fine there. Your offensive line with Taylor Decker, who's 32 years old, he's not going anywhere. Penei Sewell is not going anywhere.
Decker is a free agent.
Decker's signed through
well, I know they have one of their guards as a free agent.
Well, Glasnow signed. I'm looking at it right here. Penei Sewell signed. Frank Ragnow signed. Manu is signed. So they've got players. Their offensive line is intact. Defensively, you're going to get Aiden Hutchinson back. DJ Reader, he's going to be there. So Zadarius Smith, you'll figure out what to do with him. Maybe he wants new money. But I think the Lions are well-positioned to make another run next season. Sure, does it get harder? Absolutely. I just look at the quarterback. It goes down to, can you win a Super Bowl with Jared Goff? Again, he gets flimsy in the pocket. Early on, he fumbles in the pocket. Easy strip sack. Flips the game. Washington takes the ball. They go score. It's 10-7. Or 10-7. They score a touchdown. He throws the pick six. He throws 3 interceptions. Not good enough. You got to take care of the ball. So now we look at, can you win with Jared Goff? Because the rest of the roster is stacked. I think the rest of the roster, you got Terry Arnold who's going to be in the second year. Kirby, we'll see about him. I think the Lions are in a great spot to reload and have another special season.
Whether it's 12, 13.
Ben Johnson, we'll see. I believe in Dan Campbell, though.
The Niners the last 2 years they got really lucky with DeMeco Ryans and Robert Saleh. Very few teams hit on back-to-back coordinators, and I think it's up in the air. I want to see what they look like. I'm not saying they can't hire well. Ben Johnson was awesome. Like, I don't know if he's a number one. Yep. Like, a lot of guys aren't Spagnuolo's not a number one. He's a great number two, meaning a coordinator. Ben Johnson is clearly a really good coordinator. It's hard for them to, I'm not saying they even have to upgrade. Just match what he's doing.
I think they're going to be fine. An offensive coordinator is going to be able to go with that squad and say, boy, I got Jahmyr Gibbs, Amon-Ra St. Brown. I didn't even bring up Sam Laporta, their tight end, who had kind of a down year.
He made such a great catch in the end zone. One-handed.
If I'm an offensive coordinator, I'm saying sign me up for that job with Ben Johnson. Sign me the hell up. And I think Dan Campbell's a leader of men. I think Dan Campbell's fine. Now, Aaron Glenn on the other side, defensively, I think they're a little basic. And they were last year when they blew the 24-7 lead. Too much man defense when you don't have a lot of great man corners. Your linebackers been beat up. And I think they need to revamp that defensive line. They'll get better alongside Aiden Hutchinson. So I really like where the Lions are at. Yeah, it's a letdown. It is a letdown. But let's not forget, they started giving up 40. They gave up 34 to the Niners offense on Monday Night Football. The Niners, we know how their offense.
No doubt.
That defense is decimated. So I do think they're in a great spot to reload. But Jared Goff, can he get better? Can he do a better job of protecting the football and get the upper echelon teams in this league? And I think that's what it's going to come down to for them in the foreseeable future. But is this new to you?
Like, this is kind of who Jared Goff, like, I think a lot of people.
Which is why I caution while I'm throwing all my, when we're talking about Purdy and Goff and all these guys, I'm thinking, I'm cool with Purdy. Would you rather have Goff or Purdy?
I think they're more comparable. Purdy. I think they're closer than you want to admit.
Purdy could move around in that pocket a lot better than Goff.
No,
I just think Goff is a statue.
He's moved better this year than ever. But yeah, of course he's a statue. There's no doubt about it. I think they're very similar in the sense that, like, if you're down multiple scores, woof, it's going to be tough. Like, that's the way I view some of these quarterbacks. Like, in that second and third tier, like, once you get down multiple scores in these do-or-die games, do I think that you can drop back and ride your team, will your team to a victory? And I think both of them fall in the same bucket of, like, ugh.
I see, The problem is we saw Purdy rally from 24-7 in the NFC Championship game. They rallied from 24-7 and scored 27 in the second half. You got to give them credit for that.
Well, of course. It was a great game. It was a great comeback.
I think the Lions, the one thing that can hold them back, it's not the coordinators, because Dan Campbell's going to keep his pulse on that team. That's a Dan Campbell identity-led team. I think he's fine. The GM, I think his name is Brad Holmes. Brad Holmes, the GM of the Lions. I think they have a very good structure intact. The thing is, can Goff get them over the top? That could be the one thing that holds them back in the future, because everything else is set in place. We'll talk more playoffs here in the roast. More playoffs coming up. Jermaine Wiggins, 8:30, talk about the Celtics. We will get to the Golden State Warriors at some point today, because I got some more concerns with the Warriors as they start to stretch. 8 of 9 at home. They take care of the Wizards, but it was not easy by any means there. So we'll talk about the Warriors in a little bit here. That's what's coming up on the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
It's Warriors.
seconds of regulation. Stafford takes the shoulder, takes a shot downfield. It is caught by Nakua. He pinned him on his shoulder and made the catch. Higbee in motion. Stafford's got to have it. His throw is incomplete. Not close. Philadelphia to the championship game.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
It's Tirico's last game of the season, huh? NBC Sports. Mike Tirico, Chris Collinsworth. What a game yesterday on NBC. Eagles, Rams, went down to the wire. We all thought the game was over as Saquon broke off. What was that, 70 yards, 80-yard touchdown run? And it was 28-15, Jake Elliott, 78-yard touchdown run. And as you know, the Rams come down. They scored minute 48, 70 yards. Boom, boom, boom. 28-22. Then the Eagles run that second down bootleg play where Hurts either you have to throw it away, you have to do something, but you cannot take the sack there. He takes the sack, it's third and long. Rams get the ball back. The Nakua catch was just all-time great because it was great coverage by Darius Slay, big play Slay. But Nakua comes up with the catch, and they're like, uh-oh, the Eagles are going to blow this. They're going to blow it. But they survived down there in the red zone. And I want to get into that red zone sequence, Shasky. What did you think of that?
Well, first off, Jalen Carter, Jared Verse, and Saquon Barkley were the three best players on that field. I was blown away by Jalen Carter. I mean, obviously he's been great all year, but for him to dominate in that fashion when that team needed a play, they needed a play to be had, and the young center just made a mistake, on that play, on that third down, and it kind of did them in. And then obviously the fourth down play, just getting rushed like that, Stafford had no time to throw. I thought that the thing that we look at, we do this a lot in sports. Oh, let's go back and look what player X did in this game, right? And we'll look back and we'll Stafford, and I'm just hypothetically, Stafford was 17 of 41 in the last rain game. And it's like, well, all right, well, it doesn't tell me how many drop passes from some of these receivers, right? Puka Nacua dropped, 6-7 balls yesterday?
Felt like it.
And we all love Puka. He was amazing.
Also had a misstep on a deep shot where he was wide open, but
he couldn't cut back in.
Footing on the field there. So the Rams, they did a poor job of adjusting to the snow.
Agreed. He couldn't cut back in. And so, Puka's from Hawaii. How many snow games has this guy played in? Probably not a lot. Who knows? And if your takeaway was that Stafford stinks from that game, it's like, what are you watching?
I don't know. Anybody said that.
But what are you watching? His arm to sling it through that snow is unreal. Unreal. And I just thought that they had an opportunity to win that game. And all I kept thinking the whole drive was, how the hell are the Rams still in this game? How do they have an opportunity to win this? And I go back to the Philadelphia offense, the sequence prior to that, the 3-and-out was so bad and so
second down play.
But I think that, again, context, I think Hurts can't move. And I think that he's clearly not the greatest passer, and arm strength in those conditions and trusting I trust Saquon. If I'm running that team, I trust putting the ball in Saquon's hands more than my quarterback dropping back. I don't think that's an insane thing to say. So if I'm going to go down, I'm going to go down with my best guy. And they went down with their best guy, and then their other best guy on defense stepped up and saved the day for them.
Well, there's a couple mistakes, though, by the Rams.
There's a lot of mistakes.
And they're going to be kicking themselves, and they probably did on the flight back from Philadelphia last night back to L.A. Early on, they're down 13-10. They're down 13-10. They get into the red zone. Great drive. I mean, hell of a play. Cooper Kupp makes a big catch on third down, 3rd and 4. I'm like, wow, that may be the play of the game.
Contested,
it felt like it flipped the momentum. But on 1st and goal from the 8, Matthew Stafford and Kylan Williams botched a handoff. They botched a carry. So 1st and goal at the 8, you fumble, and next thing you know, you're facing 2nd and goal at the Philadelphia 15. Well, you know what? You're unlikely to score a touchdown. And you settle for 3 when you could have taken a 17-13 lead. But you don't do it. But you tie the game. All good, right? Philadelphia takes the lead. Next thing you know, you sack Jalen Hurts because he can't move, so you get to safety. It's 16-15. But Kyren Williams has had a spectacular season. He fumbles on the ensuing possession, so you get the momentum right back to Philadelphia. And then guess what? They'll fumble again with Matthew Stafford in the pocket after he gets sacked. So you give up 6 points right then and there off 2 turnovers. Now, it doesn't kill you, but it puts you behind the 8 ball again, folks. We're learning in these playoffs. If you didn't know, now you know. The team that makes the most mistakes will lose the football game. It happens day in and day out. Take care of the football, block, tackle. They didn't do that. last possession of the game, red zone. You get a false start, you make a mistake. So now instead of 2nd and 7, you're facing a 2nd and 12. All right, so you get some of the yardage back, but then on 3rd down, 3rd and 2, in which I thought you had 2 downs to play with. I thought 3rd and 2, just run a halfback draw. Run a halfback draw, get the first down with Williams. And I get it. You weren't getting much push at the line of scrimmage at that point, but I'm looking at the clock, Shasky. 1:14 left. If I score too quickly, Philly's going to get the ball back, and you know miracles happen in that stadium. We've seen it over the last 3 years with Jalen Hurts and that group. Run the ball, make Philly at least use some of those timeouts to at least say, okay, I know I'm in position to score. I have control of the game. I'm facing a first down at the Eagles' 11 or 10-yard line. We have control of the game. Let's win this game and make sure Philadelphia, if they do touch it, they don't have any time to go matriculate the ball down the field. So I thought McVay kind of mismanaged that sequence.
Well, yeah, but, Kyron, the fumbling thing that was a big one, especially because he was gashing them at times in this one. They got rid of Cam Akers because of injuries and ball security. Like, JB, what's the guy who worked at
JB Long.
What?
JB Long.
JB Long was saying, like, hey, this is why they got rid of Cam Akers. Like, this right here. And Kyron's had a great year for them. I mean, he really has. They showed a graphic. He's like 43% of all touches have gone to Kyron Williams this year for the Rams, which was an unbelievable statistic. Simultaneously, I also understand, because McVay was talking about it at the podium. He's like, put the ball in my best player's hands.
Yeah.
If I was going to go down, I was going down with Stafford having the ball. And I understand that. But in retrospect, it is 3rd and 2. And to your point, I did think it was 4-down territory, absolutely, because you're down 6.
Everything is spread out. Everything is spread out.
Yeah.
Quick little hitter. Kyron Williams always falls forward. He's a tough runner, a very tough short yardage runner. That's not why you lost the game. Guys got to make a block on Jalen Carter, but Jalen Carter made a hell of a play. Hell of a play there. So you're going to be kicking yourself if the Rams. You really botched this football game, because Philadelphia, for the 2nd week in a row, they played well enough just to advance, but they haven't. I still think they're going to win the Super Bowl, but they haven't put together a Super Bowl performance yet. Not against Green Bay. They didn't put them away. They didn't put the Rams away. Very interesting play calling sequences there for the Philadelphia Eagles, but they survive and advance. They survive and advance in the snow, and that's what it's all about. Now looking at Kansas City, the team that's going to their 7th straight AFC Championship game.
I hate them.
You got the Troy Aikman sound, because Patrick Mahomes is officiated a little different.
Oh, you mean, wait, James Harden?
Mahomes dropped it, able to get it and take off to his right and then slide down. They're going to throw a flag on that. I mean, it was a late slide, but they throw the flag, and it was Clay Martin who threw it.
Personal foul. Unnecessary roughness. Defense number 39.
Come on.
15-yard penalty.
Here's the end of it.
Yeah, I mean, he's a runner, and I could not disagree with that one more, and he barely gets hit. That's the 2nd penalty now that's been called against the Texans.
And Troy, I agree with you. There's no forcible contact to the head neck area of him. The 2 Houston players hit each other. That should not have been a foul.
And they've got to address it in the offseason. You can't, as a quarterback, run around and play games with defenders and then be able to draw a penalty.
So that was the 2nd penalty. Will Anderson earlier in the game, Will Anderson Jr. on the pivotal 3rd down, gets called for hitting Mahomes in the head or whatnot. Very sketchy. That play's sketchy where he drops down. And so Kansas City, they do get, and it's going to be tough to beat them at Arrowhead Stadium, but it's even tougher when you're getting calls like that. And I'm watching Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, they're getting hit out of bounds. Jaden Daniels, all these guys, he's officiated differently. So you're going to make the game that easier for Mahomes. Nobody has a shot. You don't have a shot.
It's not just that it's officiated a little differently with him. To me, it's that he's now crossed over to the James Harden zone where he uses this little rule. He did against the Niners where he was like, I'm going to fake going out of bounds. No one can hit me because I'm right on the sideline. And then I'm going to turn upfield and I'm going to keep going. Now it's out of control. And we all understand, we want the quarterbacks to be healthy, right? Who's sitting here saying that the quarterbacks don't need to be protected? We all understand we want them protected. But you're making a mockery of the rules. No doubt. To me, it's it's the late sliding in traffic. If a wide receiver did that, we'd be like, what are you doing? If a running back did that, I'm talking about the late slide. Right. Boom, let me slide down. Russell Wilson, I thought, used to do this a lot. And nobody would say anything because his little Russ, and it was, look how smart he is. I'm so sick. The Will Anderson one, helmet to helmet, up in the face area. Okay, fine. Bang, bang play. Like, I'm okay. Did I love it? Not really. But I'm okay with it. This one is the one that pisses me off even more because I've seen him all year do this toe tap thing around the sideline and then use the sideline as a parachute for him to get more yards because all the defenders ease up. And then if you could just slide into a guy, like, I don't know, like, I thought it was weak. That being said, it's not why the Texans lost. The Texans lost because of special teams. Like, their special teams did them in. You know, you can't miss extra points and field goals and botch those things. You have to be perfect against them. The Niners will tell you, you almost have to be perfect.
And get a field goal block. Because I thought C.J. Stroud played very well as you're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ, FM, and HG1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station. Listen, 95.7 The Game Knockout Tournament is back. The second annual Knockout Tournament. You're going to win a chance. You have a chance to shoot some hoops on the floor at Chase Center. You have a chance to play inside of Chase Center. That contest will start Monday, January 27th, and go for 3 weeks. So you'll have plenty of chances to win. That is 2 weeks from today. Listening to the 8 o'clock hour, 12 p.m. hour, 4 p.m. hour, starting Monday, January 27th, for your chance. Each show will have a slot to give away each day for 3 weeks. And you have to be 18 to win, to be a California resident. Again, that will start on January 27th, and we'll do it in the 8 o'clock hour to kick off that contest for the next 3 weeks. Also, last segment, brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. I look at the Texans as a team looking to get over the hump. The second consecutive year they've lost in the divisional round playoff. But I thought C.J. Stroud, they've got a good quarterback down in Houston.
Yeah,
this guy navigates the pocket in and out like a 5-year vet, 6-year vet.
Late.
He got folded. He takes some hits. But you know what? They just need another weapon, and this is where they missed Tangdell. They missed Stephon Diggs because I thought Joe Mixon ran hard. I thought Nico Collins, I think he's a stud.
He was hurt.
Schultz is not bad. Nico Collins definitely compromised, no doubt about it. But they've got the pieces to make a run next season. So if I'm the Texans, it was a down year, no doubt, but you ended up in the same spot you did a season ago.
You've won playoff games back-to-back years, right? You take that. Given that they drafted number 2 overall just last year, right? So, yeah, they're definitely an ascending team. They remind me a lot of Green Bay. Like, I really like their young roster. They just feel a little young. Like, they need a couple of guys to kind of step up. And I think their young quarterback, their inconsistent play throughout the regular season because of the availability of some of their players, and they were dinged up. Like, they need to play a little better. Like, I really like them. I keep coming back to the Chiefs. Freaking Kelsey and Mahomes. They don't even run play. Like, a part of me loves it because they don't even run plays. It's like a feel. It's very read and react, like NBA offense kind of.
Get open.
Mahomes and Kelsey, just the way when he's falling down, Burrow does this a lot. He's scrambling back toward the line of scrimmage, falling down, and he throws that ball to him in the end zone. It's like, this guy, he's Houdini. That's the thing I think that frustrates most football fans. He's so good. He doesn't need all the extra flags that you're throwing his way. He doesn't need to do I'm going to slide late and try to draw a foul, and then I'm going to turn and complain to the officials. Like, that's the part I think that really is the twist of the knife for me.
They're a tough team to beat, man. They're going to have this game at home. Andy Reid, the one team they lost to was the Buffalo Bills. Now, I know they lost last week of the season in Denver, but they had nobody playing. Buffalo handled them in Buffalo, but this is on the road again. And this is Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills. Can they? Boy, I look back at their Ravens game and I'm thinking, damn, the Ravens let them off the hook. But Buffalo doesn't make mistakes. And as long as you have Josh Allen, you have a shot here. Stay away from the turnovers. Take care of the football. And they've got 3 running backs in Ray Davis, James Cook, and Ty Chandler, who can run that football. Or Ty Johnson, I should say, number 26.
Yeah.
Ty Johnson, who's like their passing, their receiving back or whatnot. But can Buffalo make the plays down the field against Kansas City? Can they keep Mahomes off the field with that defense? They did a good job of slowing down Derrick Henry. Did a great job of that. But can you protect on the back end? Because I do think Kansas City will have an opportunity to throw the ball against this Buffalo defense.
Probably. I thought that Josh Allen played a very Mahomes-like game in that he didn't do a whole lot to lose them the game at all. And it wasn't like he was spectacular. I mean, he was his normal Josh Allen self, but I think they only threw it 7 times in the first half.
Yeah, they didn't throw it. They didn't throw it much at all.
No, but that's where it kind of reminded me.
That's some great field position, too.
Yeah, like they just kind of played the elements, and I thought that he did a really good job of kind of managing the game, which is not something that I think of when I think of Josh Allen. I think this is the game, like, this is the biggest game of his career.
Yeah,
it's not even a doubt. And, man, I want them to win so bad. Like, I really do. And the aesthetics of the snow in Buffalo, the aesthetics of the snow in Philadelphia.
That's great.
There's just nothing better. As much as I do love, like, the Super Bowl and all that, a part of me kind of is like, I wouldn't mind I know they'd never do it. I wouldn't mind a Super Bowl in the snow.
Well, they had the Super Bowl in New York at MetLife Stadium where it was very cold and everybody complained about it. It was the year the Niners lost to the Seahawks in the NFC Championship.
That was the Broncos-Seahawks Super Bowl.
Yep.
Wow.
Broncos-Seahawks.
Where the snap went right over Peyton's head to start the game.
First play of the game.
Jesus.
They got blown out in that game. I mean, they didn't even have a shot. Yeah. And it was one of those games, too. We were watching one of my boys. It's like, yo, we haven't had a blowout in the Super Bowl recently. We might be due for one. We got that one. We got it, man. Everybody, like, you know, you just always sometimes
I hate those Seahawks.
Like, you know, you're like, well, we're due for a blowout here, and they blew the hell out of the Broncos in that Super Bowl, no doubt. But yeah, I would want a cold Super Bowl as well. Play it outdoors. We're always having them with domes. Maybe it'll be cold out here at Levi Stadium next year for the Super Bowl. Who knows? Maybe we'll get some snow in Santa Clara. How about that?
You know, it was interesting to like see the play calling based on the weather. Kevin O'Connell and again, I know Kevin O'Connell is the hot topic right now because of kind of his play calling, but he was talking about, hey, like when you play quarterback, you understand as a play caller in these elements, there are certain plays that just don't work.
Nope.
They just don't work. And one of the things, I forget who was on the Rams-Philly broadcast. Who was it?
It was Rams-Philly was Tirico and Collinsworth.
Okay. And they were talking about the stretch read where Stafford got his arm out and it just hit Kyron in the upper shoulder and he fumbled the ball on that goal line situation. All those simple plays, there's just so much more difficult.
No, it's because of the footing. You can't do that in the foot. Yeah, because of the footing and the elements or whatnot. And how do you prepare for that if you're the LA Rams? You're playing in California. You know, you got palm trees and sunshine in Southern California. And I get what's going on down there, and our hearts and condolences still go out there as, you know, to try to contain the fires down there in Southern California. This is going to be a long bill back for a lot of these families down there. There's no doubt. But when you get out there, those California kids, you get out there and you're like, whoa. And then you see the record of Matt Stafford in the snow. And he had, one win in 8 attempts in the snow? So
you would assume all of those were with Detroit, right?
Absolutely.
I couldn't think of any Rams
Outdoors
games.
Probably played in Green Bay, maybe a little Chicago.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
He was in that Philly game, I think, when Shady McCoy had a big game back in 2013. So he's been around for a while. But look, he couldn't find his footing at times. You botch a handoff in the red zone. You fumble 2 possessions in a row from your playmakers. You don't win football games like that. You don't win football games when you don't. The Baltimore Ravens and the Rams are flying back home thinking, gosh, we just take care of the football. We're moving the ball left and right. Like Baltimore, they're moving the ball up and down the field. Lamar's making throw after throw. But your first half, son, your first half when you fumble, your first half when you throw a pick because you don't look off the safety. Now, Buffalo didn't score out that interception. They didn't score out that interception, but you had 3 turnovers, and that did you in.
No,
the Rams, turnovers. It did you in.
Poor Lamar. Like, I thought he played well enough to win in the second half. I really did.
He was throwing some darts.
And, like, what were they down? Whatever the
21-10 and a half.
Okay. All I kept thinking to myself was, like, I trust that Lamar can come back in this one. I really do. I really thought that he could come back. And he made a scramble play where he threw back across the middle of the field on that final drive, and I was like, wow.
Dude,
what a play.
I mean, he was buying time in that pocket, scrambling, and just throwing darts. And
what sucks is that he's going to get another offseason of he can't win the big one. He can't win. If he wins his 3rd MVP, which he might, I mean, the guy could conceivably have 4 MVPs right now. And what sucks is that all anyone's going to point to is he's not a winner. He can't win in the playoffs. And it's like he was running up against buzzsaws.
Well, here's what he said yesterday about the 2-point conversion.
Again, he's getting all kinds of protection all day. Slides over to buy time, flings it down the field, is caught for the touchdown. I say likely, and the Ravens are a 2-point try away from tying the game. Roll, flip it, got it. Oh, the ball was dropped. He had the 2-point conversion, and
And here's Lamar Jackson on the game afterwards.
2 costly turnovers, me not holding the safety, me just knowing the coverage, me knowing it was man, through a BS interception. It was 7-7 at the time. I believe they scored after that. Battle back, fumble, snap, trying to make something happen. Couldn't throw it. It was like a RPO play, so I couldn't really throw the ball to likely, the offensive line was down the field. So I was trying to make something happen. Tried to squeeze the ball, it slipped out my hand. Von Miller picked it up, got some yards. I think that led to points for them. So it's a team effort out there. He been busting his behind, he making plays happen out there on that field for us. Came up short. And like I've been saying all season, every time we in situations like this, turnovers play a factor. Penalties play a factor. Tonight, the turnovers can't happen, And that's why we lost the game, because as you can see, we're moving the ball wonderfully. It's hold on to the, I'm sorry for my language, annoying.
And he was visibly frustrated, man. That's a tough one. This was their year with Derrick Henry and that defense coming along. I thought their defense played well yesterday, Shasky. They outscored Buffalo the second half 15-6, but you have to take care of the little things. The interceptions, the turnovers, the penalties. It did them in.
Yeah. I think about like Mike Trout, and it's so hard to win in baseball, but like Mike Trout, what is he known for? Like he's never won anything. But we know he's one of the greats. Chris Paul is like, part of like the first sentence is he's one of the greatest players ever. He's never won anything. James Harden never won anything. And I feel like Lamar is in that same bucket, which sucks. It's like the worst spot to be in. You're one of the greatest players ever who's never won anything.
Dan Marino.
Tony Gwynn, Bonds.
John Elway had to deal with this until his final 2 seasons of his career.
But even Elway got to Super Bowls.
Yeah, but he got blown out. And the narrative on Elway was, he can't win the big one. Especially they had home field advantage. Mike Shanahan's first year coaching them, and they lost to the Jaguars in the divisional round. Mark Brunell, Tony Baselli, they went to Mile High Stadium, won 30-27. And Denver was rolling that season. And Brunell and company, Tom Coughlin, undressed the Broncos with Terrell Davis and Ed McCaffrey. The narrative on Elway was he's never going to win it. He's never going to win it. And when he did win it against Green Bay, it came as a complete shock. They were big underdogs in that game. And Terrell Davis basically carried the offense. So he's in that category with the Marinos, the Jim Kellys. Think about Jim Kelly with the 4 straight Super Bowls. Jim Kelly's an all-time great.
I mean, at this point, Lamar would die to have a 1 Super Bowl appearance. You know what I mean? It sucks. I feel bad for the guy. And then Mark Andrews, we'll talk about it on the other side, but there's some Mark Andrews things. It's just the worst place to be in sports is the guy that made the big gaffe at the end when you're actually a really good player.
The big gaffe at the end, that was a gaffe after he fumbled in the fourth quarter at midfield.
Multiple gaffes.
So that's a problem. He had such an up and down season. But we'll talk about Mark Andrews. We'll flip to the Warriors at one point. 888-957-9570 is the Warriors. They hang on to beat the Wizards, but it was not an impressive victory whatsoever. And Jordan Poole, what do you guys think about Draymond Green apologizing to Jordan Poole on Twitter? Basically said, I am really sorry, replied to a Mark Spears tweet from ESPN after Jordan Poole said, I love those guys over there. Well, I love most of the guys over there. We can kind of figure out who he was talking about. So we'll get into that as well. Brought to you by MB Jesse Painting.
Hi, this is Matt Jesse with MB Jesse Painting. Put your painting project in good hands. Residential, commercial, interior, exterior, MB Jesse Painting. Voted the Bay Area's #1 painter. Call 855-MB.
All right, Dub Nation, it's Draymond Green. Tip-off is coming later today with the great Tim Roy, and then tune into the Morning Roast tomorrow morning for the best Warriors coverage.
Warriors and Celtics today at 2 o'clock at Chase Center. Early start, folks. Early start. Matinee. And this is a rematch of their game in early November when the Warriors beat the Celtics, although the Celtics didn't have Jaylen Brown or Kristaps Porzingis. Not sure if Porzingis is going to play today. Boston, they lost to Atlanta Saturday night. Now they have to take the cross-country flight all the way to the Bay Area to start their road trip off. Now, Draymond Green is out today with the left calf strain. Steph Curry is questionable. He got rolled up on late in the game by Jordan Poole with the knee/ankle. He also was dealing with the thumb injury. So who knows who's going to play today? Nationally televised game at Chase Center. Martin Luther King Jr. Day, a special holiday, of course, as we all have a dream that the Warriors will become relevant again in terms of a championship contender. Right now, they're not playing like a championship contender. There's no doubt about that. They struggled with the Wizards on Saturday night. They were down 7 at the half to a team that won one road game. They were down 7 at the half to a team that has won 21 games over their last 2 seasons. They are not playing well. And then you get Draymond Green. Because Jordan Poole lit it up, 38 points, 12 of 25. And how many Warrior fans were watching Jordan Poole thinking, he should be on our team. He should be in our uniform. What the hell is going on here? But it was ironic that Jordan Poole goes and lights it up, 12 of 25. He makes 8 threes. He's shooting over 40% from 3 this year. He's having a career season. Although the Wizards aren't winning much games, they're a young team with not much around them. They're trying to build. 38 points, 5 assists, 5 rebounds. And Draymond Green leaves the game 3 minutes into it with the left calf strain after missing the previous 3 games. So the bet with House will probably win whether he plays 65 games. I think that's as good as God. He's played 34 games so far. He's got to play 31 more. We shall see. The Warriors have 41 games left.
Oh, no.
He's got 10 games of wiggle room, but we have no idea how long he's going to be out right now. Well, boy, the Warriors are.
Give me the meat.
They're struggling, Chasky. They need Kuminga back. It's good that Wiggins is playing well, but that was not an impressive win on Saturday. Let's just be real.
Yeah, I mean, they're not very good. This whole, I don't know.
I heard Spinelli laughing.
I mean, it's like the championship, no.
Nobody's saying that.
No, I'm not saying you. I'm not saying
nobody's saying that.
No, but people do. And I think it's like we're tripping. Can
I play the glass half full? They're 4 games out of the loss column for the 4th spot in the West. I'm kidding. They are 4 games behind the
and I'm 4 digits away from being a millionaire. You know what I mean?
Sound like the Giants fans making that same argument.
Oh, seriously. Man. Yeah, sound like you, right, Love? Hey,
exactly. I know those words. I've said it myself.
I play that game a lot. Hey, you're only 3 back in the loss column, but everything's doom and gloom. I'm saying, hey, things could be worse.
Hey, you laugh at me when I say it. So
no, I say it. I use that line all the time. I love looking at the loss column.
I'd rather be the Wizards.
I'd rather be the Dodgers right now.
Oh, boy.
All right, stop it.
They have a $450 million payroll.
Hey, it is what it is.
No, it is not. It is what it is. It's ridiculous.
It is what it is, man.
It's ridiculous.
If the Giants are doing it, we would not be complaining.
Oh, I freely admit that, but I would also acknowledge that, there's got to be some balance. You can't have 4 and 5 payrolls at 60, 70, $80 million and then have one at 450.
888-957-9570 because it is money time for everybody wearing Dodger blue. But where's the money coming from when it comes to the Golden State Warriors? They're going to take on the Celtics today. We're talking to Jermaine Wiggins at their WEEI in Boston. He's a big Celtic fan. We'll ask about the playoffs and Mike Vrabel and what he's seeing from the Celtics. Because the Celtics, they are a very predictable team. They remind me so much of the Houston Rockets of the late 2010s when it's just threes, frees, and layups. They don't shoot the mid-range. They jack up over 53s a game. They're very predictable offense, but they're more likable than those Houston Rocket teams, right? Daryl Morey and Mike D'Antoni kind of got off our nerves with all the talking they did, and James Harden with all the flopping. Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum were more likable. Drew Holiday's a likable player, but they play like the Rockets. Very, very predictable. Just watch the game today. You'll see what I'm talking about. But how did people feel with Jordan Poole back in the building?
All I kept thinking watching the game was the woulda, coulda, shoulda, and where everything went wrong. Now, again, and I don't think anybody, even if, I consider myself probably a bigger Jordan Poole fan than most. And I know you would probably align more with where I'm coming from. And it's I never thought that he was some perennial all-star yearly but I certainly didn't think he was a scrub. And yeah, he's terrible on defense. There were 3 or 4 occasions, especially in the fourth quarter, where he just falls asleep off ball. And the next thing you know, GP2, who he ended up getting switched on, is like, yep, I'm going to slide right here. Let me go right up and up and in. And how about GP2 untying his shoes? I mean, that was pretty funny. I got a kick out of that. But more than anything,
that was fun.
Watch how the rest of the Warriors, not named Draymond Green, react to Jordan Poole. And I don't know how many people picked up on this, but clearly those guys really like him. And I think that matters to me, as we want to like crush a 23-year-old or a 24-year-old for being too confident in the ultimate like young guy confidence era. Like, go to a 6th grade basketball game and watch a bunch of kids play, 6th graders who all think that they're him. They're Himothy. That's what they all think. They're pointing to their ice in their veins and they're doing the 3 and they're doing the he's too small. And we're mad at Jordan Poole, who's averaging 20 in the league for being arrogant.
Well,
do you understand the type of arrogance that's required to play in the NBA?
Well, that's why the last 2 years has gotten on my nerves. Talking Warriors basketball, talking about who's got a bad attitude and who doesn't have a bad attitude. You know, Jordan Poole's attitude that year was directly related to what happened in training camp. And how can you get over that? So, fortunately, and I'll reveal some of the things. After the game, after the post-game show, I walked back in the arena, grabbed some stats, catching up with some people. And Jordan Poole, they were having like a free throw shooting contest with all the fans. Guys, check your phone. I want you to pull this sound here from Jordan Poole. But after the game, they were having like a little free throw contest with the fans. They're letting fans go on the court and shoot free throws, so we're having some fun with that. And then I look down, and there's Jordan Poole and his family. So I walk up. I go, hey, Jordan, man, because he had 2 threes.
As in his family, he's not married, is he?
He's not married.
So it's like
mom, dad, family, close friends.
You don't have to
he had his
disclose.
contingent.
I was just curious.
His contingency. It's like 15 deep.
He's got buddies.
He got, there was a lot there.
I know there's a photographer, J Squared from
was there.
From Reardon, who's very tight with him.
I ran into J Squared. I see J Squared all the time. He lives around. He lives by me. We're like neighbors. I run into him at Damali Stone's.
That's great work.
But J Square and G Baby, who's Jonathan Kamiga's photographer, I always joke with them. I joke with them. I look at them. I was like, "Oh, J Square, you're back in the building. You're new buddy now." So those guys are really good dudes, man. Really good dudes. Love J Square, what he's done and what he's had to overcome to get to the point he's at right now. But Jordan Poole's there, and I walk up to him because he admits 2 threes in the first half. Wizards were rolling up 9, and he had 2 threes that went in and out. And I was like, ooh. They go up 12, 13, 15. What's going to happen here? So I walk up, I go, man, those 2 threes that went in and out in the first half. Woo! He goes, here you go. I ended up chopping it up with him and his family for about 10 minutes. And it was obvious to me when I walked away from that moment that he missed being here. And he's like, dude, I still see 3 jerseys here. I said, dude, you have no idea the pool parties that we're having out here. That was a thing. That was the second biggest pop outside of Stephen Curry making threes was Jordan Poole. And the quickness he had to burst to the rack, he was balling. And then I started thinking, how does this look in a league full of ultimate bucket getters where you need offense? Because that's what's done in the Warriors since they've started 12-3. Their offense has been awful. Middle of the pack. I got the numbers here. It's been atrocious to watch at times. Steph Curry mentioned stale. And then I started thinking, what if Clay and Poole was here? Obviously, there are some guys who are going to be gone. But what if you had JP and what if you had Clay? Like, Shasky, I ask you right now, outside of Stephen Curry, who are you leaving open on the 3-point line on this basketball team right now?
What? I mean, who am I guarding?
Who are you gonna guard on the 3-point line?
Oh yeah, who am I guarding? Yeah, well, I mean, occasionally, Buddy.
Occasionally,
I'm just trying to I'm trying to think of if I'm doing a scouting report. Right. It's like Buddy and Wiggins. Again, occasionally. And Wiggins, it's more like I'll let him take the 3 because I don't want him to drive. I think he's better as a penetrator, attacking the hoop. But, I mean, those guys, how many shooters in the league can I name before I get to those 2?
Right.
That I fear more. 75? 80? 90? I don't know what the answer is. And again, Wiggins having a good year.
He's having a really good year. He's actually had 3 straight games in which he scored at least 20. And he actually saved a game Saturday night because Steph was clearly compromised with the right thumb. Yeah. Wiggins was balling.
But if you were guarding Wiggins, just think about it from if you and me were again, if we were, he's going to blow by us no matter what. But are you going to take a couple steps back and give him the 3-point shot and not give him the penetration, or are you going to play him super tight? you're probably going to lay off him a little, like at the 3-point line, just a little, right? And that doesn't mean he can't shoot the three. It's like, of the things he does well, that's not going to be what he hangs his hat on.
So basically, you're kind of proving my point.
Which is no one.
You're proving my point. So I brought up Clay a little bit to the Pools, and I was just like, look, at least with Clay, and I know how it ended, and which is just silly when people say, well, you had a bad attitude. A lot of people don't even know what went on in that locker room. A lot of guys have bad attitudes. You ever been on the team? CYO, Little League, high school, college. There's always going to be a bad apple at some point. But to put it all on Clay saying he was the ultimate bad apple is just ridiculous. I don't want to go down that road, though. But at least with Clay, you know you're not going to leave him open on the 3-point line. So where I'm getting to is the spacing on the floor. With Poole, with Clay, you have ultimate spacing for Stephen Curry. And right now, when you're playing these lineups, and actually Looney looks good, and I think the Warriors are probably going to go to the one big lineup at times. At times, you don't have the spacing because you have too many non-scorers on the floor. And so that's doing the Warriors in. You look at their numbers this year, Shasky. Points per game, they're 19th in the league. The Warriors with Steph Curry, 19th in the league when it comes to points per game. Field goal percentage, they're 24th in field goal percentage. 3-point percentage, middle of the pack, 13th in the league. Offensive rating, 20th. And I see Poole cooking. And I'm thinking about what could have been. What could have been? Division of the 2 timeline, integrating the youngsters with Steve Kerr saying last week, this is a young man's game. And I'm thinking, we had a plethora of young men that could help this team today. And for whatever reason, that's not here anymore. And now we get to Draymond Green. Because here's what Jordan Poole said after the game, and I want to get to Draymond Green.
Yeah, I love those guys over there. I love most of those guys over there. Really good group, really good staff. Shout out to the fans. Saw a lot of 3 jerseys out there, a lot of JP3 jerseys, which is always really cool, and always get a lot of love. Spent some good quality time here, and it's dope to see it. Appreciate it.
And Jordan Poole, I mean, just talking to him and his pops, his moms, everything, he's in such a great place right now, and I was happy for him that he's able to revitalize his career, play at a high level, average a career highs over. I love the guy. I do. He was one of my favorites. And so to see him in a better space was great. But then that comes out. Mark Spears posted a quote. Dalton Johnson had the video. And next thing you know, Draymond Green, and we all thought it was a fake account, but it was actually Draymond Green who tweeted and replied to Mark Spears' tweet saying, I really am sorry. And the regret that he's had now with that situation. And I want to know from Dub Nation, is the apology too late? Do you like the apology? What did you feel? When you read it, what came to your mind? Draymond Green apologized basically saying, I really am sorry about what happened. He told Penny Hardaway earlier this season, but it may be a little too late. And I'm thinking about where the organization is now, where the roster is now. Boy, you could have made it work. You could have made it work with all these guys. The San Antonio Spurs went back-to-back finals, integrating young guys and Kawhi Leonard and Danny Green and Patty Mills and Tiago Splitter. It could work. But Draymond Green tweeted, I really am sorry. Shasky, I know you've been very critical of Draymond Green recently, but what did you think when Jordan Poole said what he said and Draymond Green replying the way he replied?
I thought it was a fake tweet. I didn't think, like, in terms of, like, I thought it was like a fake account. I'm like, because, I get burned on the internet all the time. I'm like, he really felt compelled to tweet at Mark Spears to defend himself? Why now? Why are you contrite now? Why haven't you done this earlier? Why did you do a documentary after you punched the guy and have it released on ring night? Why have you been so defiant about the whole thing? I had way more questions than I had answers. I mean, it's funny to me. I've been labeled a Draymond hater for a long time. And I see what he brings to the table. But the way I view things is it's not all one or the other. Like, Dre's terrible or Dre's the greatest ever. There's gray area, right? He brings stuff to the table. But I think we've reached the inflection point for most fans where all the baggage outweighs the stuff he brings to the floor. And this is clearly another case and another reminder of all the baggage that he brings to the table. Now, on the court, and we're going to get into the whole JP thing, but on the court, he's a great defender. Would we all agree?
Yep.
Okay.
That's not good enough right now.
Well, let me tell you what he's not bringing to the floor. Spacing on offense, team chemistry, Availability. He's definitely not empowering all the young players. Clogging up the 4 and the 5 at times for others to play, as in Kuminga, Moody, potentially could have been Klay Thompson maybe playing some minutes at the 4, right? He's bringing more cons to the table than the pros. And now I go back to the Jordan Poole thing, and I'm saying to myself, boy, how guilty does this guy feel? Honestly, how guilty does he feel to have to go out and tweet to Mark Spears, I said I was sorry?
I am really sorry.
I'm okay. Clearly, Jordan Poole doesn't feel that.
Well,
it doesn't matter what Joe Shasky thinks. It doesn't. It doesn't matter what Golden State Warrior fan X thinks. Like, it really, like, if you felt like you apologized and that guy accepted it or whatever, or maybe he didn't accept it, but like, you feeling sorry, that doesn't mean nothing. Like, how many times I've said to my wife, like, oh, I messed up. I'm really sorry. Well, at some point, it falls on deaf ears.
Well, it does. And listen, we've had 2 years to kind of digest this and hijack the season and, talking to Poole and looking at him in his eyes and seeing where he was. Going back to that incident, and I remember that year, and I'll freely admit it. When that incident happened, I said, there's no way they're going back to back in my head. But I said, how do I get through the season and try to help Dub Nation get through the season and enjoy basketball, knowing that there's this big elephant in the room where you got two guys who are probably not going to speak to each other much in that locker room,
in a small
on that practice court, and you got to fly all across the country with each other. It's just not, it's not good. So the way it was handled, and I don't blame the Warriors for not handling it great because they're a basketball organization. How do you handle a situation like this? But thinking about that situation, because it came to light Saturday, it did. It really got me thinking about everything. It was like, boy, that incident could be the beginning of the end of what we see now with the Golden State Warriors. And I hope it's not the case. I still believe they have some. Look, this stretch they're in right now, let's just be real. This is a season-defining stretch for the Golden State Warriors. It's going to dictate what they do at the trade deadline. It's going to dictate what they look like by the end of the year.
It might have an effect on next year.
Yeah, it will. It's a season-defining. This is a critical stretch. And the last time they had 8 of 9 at home, they went 3-6. Now, this time you have 8 of 9 at home. You know you're going to be without Draymond Green for a while. You're going to be without Jonathan Kuminga for maybe the next week. What happens? You're playing Moses Moody at the 4. But going back to that incident, and I just thought, boy, the Warriors, it was a poor job of handling the situation in terms of, okay, I get, we want to know who leaked the video. We still don't know who leaked the video. I get it. We want to know who leaked the video. But also I thought the care for Poole, we could have been a little more careful there in terms of just protecting your young assets, saying, all right, man, we got, but we moved on to Draymond, got a little punishment in training camp, but he was there for ring night. He didn't miss a game. And the optics of everything that's happened since then, the LeBron James dap up with LeBron and Draymond, and you see Iguodala on the bench doing what he's doing, and the way he was getting side-eyed there. The way the documentary you mentioned got leaked on ring night, which probably we should have just pressed pause on it, just said, let's leave it alone.
It's called tact.
It's not
a good look. Would you agree?
It's not a great look. It's not a great look. And in the way that season, the way that season played out, and we saw it during the championship year where if you did want to move off of Draymond Green at times, well, we saw in pivotal moments. Game 1 against Memphis, Draymond got ejected. They won that basketball game. Mm-hmm. Jordan Poole and Steph Curry and people forget. I was talking to Jordan Poole about this. I said, dude, I've seen a lot of NBA players in their first postseason just wilt. The guy averaged 17 during this. It was his first ever postseason.
And it got very physical.
And it was talking. And look, he went through his ups and downs, but damn, he was a net gain when you have Steph, Clay, and Wiggins doing their thing. I'm getting 17 for Poole off the bench. Wow, that's a bonus. But you saw pivotal moments during that series. Looney as a 1 big gets Dallas. Game 2, Draymond gets in the foul trouble. They come back from the 20-point deficit. They win that series. Game 4, Boston. We know what happened in the fourth quarter. So there was pivotal moments where you said, what does it look like without Dre? You may be able to sustain some things without Draymond Green for the foreseeable future. And then you look at the Lakers series that next year where the incident does happen, Chasky. And what did I say going to the Sacramento series? It's a 1 big lineup series. 1 big lineup series. What flipped it? Draymond gets suspended. Game 3, they win. They go 1 big lineup with Kevon Looney. Wow, the offense is moving. There's a lot of spacing. Wow, Clay's wide open. The 2 big lineup, that Lakers series, did them in. Anthony Davis is pecking at the paint. So at that point, you're thinking to yourself, how do you evolve as a team? Do you still go with the old well, which you won a lot of championships with? Or do you kind of tweak some things and move forward? especially after that incident. And the optics of, we're going to flip Poole for Chris Paul, who's always been a hated Warrior, and he plays a slow-down system. It's probably not going to work.
Gosh.
And you gave Draymond $100 million after that incident, and now here we are in 2025, and in the game with Jordan Poole and the Wizards and Draymond Green, it's Draymond who leaves 3 minutes into the game with an injury, and it's Jordan Poole scored 38, and you're thinking to yourself, is Draymond Green going to hold up with his body? And then 2, you got the incident after the game where he's saying, I really am sorry. And it's almost like, you know what? I understand the apology. I understand feeling guilt. But it also feels like, boy, this came a couple years too late. And I know he's offered more apologies. This isn't the only one. But I think he was basically saying, like, dude, I know I screwed up. I know I screwed up. But the effects it's had on this organization now, Poole's gone. Clay's gone. We have no idea what the team's going to look like next season. They're 21-20. And the one young asset you have in Jonathan Kuminga, and then you have Moses Moody too, who's going to get some runway here. But also Jonathan Kuminga, people have been up and down on him because of the position logjam at the 4 spot, the positional logjam you have at the 4 spot. But also it's kind of, up and down, and minutes been toyed with left and right. And we're in this spot now, and I'm just thinking to myself, it all started with that incident. If that incident doesn't happen, how different does it look? And I drove home that entire night thinking, damn, we had the future in our hands. Yeah, Jordan Poole, who's going to learn from Steph and Clay. And the whole thing, another thing, sorry, I'm long-winded here. The other thing that bothered me, the whole sequence, and I heard it from people on these airwaves over and over again, Clay was jealous of Poole shining. They didn't like each other. Yeah, you sure about that? Because Klay Thompson's brother, Michael, worked out Jordan Poole before every single game. And if you think Clay and Jordan Poole had a beef or a problem, you think Michael Thompson would be working out Jordan Poole before the game? No, those guys loved each other. So there's been a lot of fake narratives around the Golden State Warriors over the last couple of years, a lot of lies about a lot of people having attitude problems and egos and saying that certain people deserve this and certain people deserve that. Nah, man, that incident may have been the beginning of the end of this current core of the Golden State Warriors, and I hope I'm wrong. I really hope I'm wrong. But watching Jordan Poole doing what he was doing, and what he's done this season, even though they're losing a lot of games, and looking at my old vets, and I'm saying, damn.
It's interesting. My dad used to say to me, you don't burn bridges. And how you treat people on the way up is how you're going to be treated when you're on the way down. And so when it comes to Draymond Green, I have very little empathy. I just don't. I don't have a lot of empathy for him. I don't think he's been the greatest teammate. I don't think he's been the greatest employee, because at some level he is an employee. I think he's been defiant at every single turn. I think he's failed to acknowledge his own shortcomings. None of us is perfect. No one asks for you to be perfect. And we made a lot of excuses for him. And it just feels like with a lot of the fan base, the jig is up. And it feels like a lot of people are starting to see it for what it is. And you and I have talked about this. We knew this day was coming. I said to you, how many years ago did I say, come on, B, one day when they divorce, the Warriors and Draymond, it's going to be ugly. And it feels like we're in it right now.
Yeah.
And then to see Moses Moody get opportunities at the 4, and for the coach to come out and say, boy, he's got some opportunities here at the 4, and we really like him at the 4. I'm thinking to myself, I put both my hands up, and I'm like, have I not been screaming to the high heavens? Kuminga's a 4. I don't know about Moody. I never really thought Moody.
Well, I think the Moody playing him at the 4 is, we've talked about his lateral quickness, athletically or whatnot. Maybe he's not ready to guard guards, but if you get him down with his body, his strength, lower body strength, you play him at the 4 defensively, where you're not guarding guys who's got the ball in their heads. Maybe they're just on the 3-point line or whatnot. Maybe it's an easier role for Moody defensively. And then offensively, if you're playing him at the 4, and if a big happens to be guarding him in a cross matchup, well, he's going to have an advantage offensively. So, yeah, when it comes to Draymond Green, and I'm just looking at the numbers here. I'm keeping it basketball, stylistic.
Yeah, but on the basketball court,
basketball,
all he's bringing to the table right now is defense, and he's not healthy.
Well, I don't know, because I don't even know about defense. Because right now, obviously, he's not healthy. And when I saw Jaime Jaquez drive by him twice during that game against Miami during the last homestand, I said, damn, Dre's not moving well at all. And now you look at his shot, which he got off to a hot start from the 3-point line. Now he's shooting 30% from 3 since December 1st. He's not the only one struggling from 3, but he's shooting 30% from 3, 39.5% from the floor. and you're not getting the rebounding numbers that you usually get. So it is a dilemma here. And I think stylistically, from just the basketball standpoint, you have to evolve in some way. You can't have guys in a triple threat position or not in a triple threat position, not looking at the basket. You know, and Draymond's not the only one. You've got a team where you got a lot of specialists on this team.
But like going back to the on the court, at times GP2 is your 4 offensively.
Yeah, and he's in a dunker role.
At times, Jonathan Kuminga is your 4. At times, and to a way lesser degree, Kyle Anderson's your 4, right? I thought this is going back a couple years. I thought at times, not for the whole game, you could have played Klay Thompson at the 4. I actually thought that was a better fit for him on offense for this team. Now, defense, you mix and match, and we'll figure it out.
Klay Thompson has good lower body strength.
Exactly.
And he could play the 4 defensively. I've seen him guard guys. I've seen him guard guys down on the block and hold his own for the most part. But for the most part, it's not going to work out defensively if you do it all game long. But in spurts, you can get away with that.
So when Dre is playing the 4, it makes things complicated. And then if Dre is playing the 4, who you have at the 5 is extremely important. And who you have at the other 2 spots outside of Curry is extremely important for spacing. So there's always going to be this spacing vortex, right, when it comes offensively. Then I think about team chemistry. I mean, come on, guys. Let's just, come on. Yeah, okay, Curry and him have great chemistry. You know, like, there's more to chemistry than do I pass well. It's all the other stuff. Like, you know, the temperament on the floor is very, very important. And then I think about, you know, all the other guys that can get options and get looks and stuff. The time has been here, and I've been here for a long time. Like, dude, it's addition by subtraction. Look, he's a great player. He's an all-time player. They don't win any championships with him. All of that is true. If they're ever going to win anything moving forward, you got to move them. It's time to go. We've been here. Like, I've been here for a while. It seems like a lot of people are on my page. And then I just think about what happened with Jordan Poole. It's like, guys, the time is now to just remove the Band-Aids. If you want to move into the next era, and the Warriors are going to make any kind of movement, not just this year, but for the next couple years, it's addition by subtraction.
Well, I do know I heard from a lot of fans last year, and 408, this is not true.
What's that?
He said Poole did want a bigger role, and it sucks if we would have had that role with Klay departing from the team. No, Poole was happy here. Like, that's the thing, that this misconception, and I don't know where it came from. I don't know where the stuff comes from, because I'm in the weeds every single day when it comes to this organization and this team. And so people who don't who don't cover the team or don't go to have locker room access, or just random fans who are saying things, I get it. Everybody has a right to their opinion. But Poole was good. As long as Poole, like a lot of these players, they'll bitch and moan maybe about not being in the starting 5, but as long as they're seeing 30 minutes a game and they're playing in pivotal moments of a game, they're good. They're going to be good. If they're contributing to winning and getting minutes, they're fine. And so Poole was fine in his role. He knew the drill, let the Splash Brothers cook. He grew up watching the Splash Brothers, for crying out loud. And think about all the young guys you did have on the team that looked up to Steph. Like, that's the thing. This is Steph Curry, which is why I don't want to trade him, which is why I want him to be a lifelong Warrior. That's why I think he's worth every single penny of whatever contract he gets. I don't care. But they all looked up to Curry, whether it was Wiseman, Potts, Poole, you know, for a lesser extent, Klay, who was here after Steph Curry. And Steph was like the big brother saying, hey, it's you and I show now that we traded Monte Ellis. This is our show now. So when it comes to Draymond and it comes to everything that happens, this is the natural evolution of a basketball team and the style that you play. Now, does Draymond fit with the style that you play right now? Steve Kerr really trusts this guy. But I did wonder, what would it have looked like with Poole and Klay? What would that have looked like when you got spacing on the floor and bucket getters? Because I swear to God, the NBA to me is an offensive league.
Yeah.
People say defense, you need stops. Obviously, you need 3 stops in a row at times. You need to place the defense. You need to contest. But really, the Warriors have a top 10 defense when it comes to the rating and the stats. Their offense stinks right now. And it's a bucket-getting league. Can you get a bucket in crunch time? Can I get guys who could dribble, drive, penetrate, and blow past the defender? Well, Jordan Poole can. And he always has been. And you lost that for CP3. And I understand you couldn't have those guys in the locker room, so they basically chose the 4-time champ over the 1-time champ. I get that. But, boy, it doesn't look good. The optics doesn't look good. So, again, you get Draymond Green bringing light to the to the fire again where Jordan Poole says, hey, let Jordan Poole say what he says. He loves most of the guys over there. We understand what he said.
Yeah, but the Warriors will never be able to move on until they move on.
No doubt about that. But
it feels like it's lingering over everything.
But what I'm getting to, though, is Draymond Green replying on the tweet. It's like, we don't need to bring light to this again. Now, Draymond Green is a grown-ass man. He can do whatever the hell he wants to do. Who am I to say that?
Yeah, but his actions have repercussions.
But the tact where it's like, gosh, man, 2 years later, I get you trying to apologize, but you understand that young man went through that year was atrocious. So for me, I just have empathy for Jordan Poole. I'm not even looking at Draymond Green. I'm looking at Jordan Poole saying, how many people talk smack about him that year? Even Saturday night, I ran into some fans who are like, well, Jordan Poole deserved it. He was a little, it's like, man, what if somebody punched you at your job? Would you be able to go to work every single day? Now, I know myself. I'll speak for myself here. I wouldn't be able to work with somebody. It was hard for me to work with somebody who cursed me out at this damn station for crying out loud. Now, let alone punch me. Yeah, it wouldn't happen. It wouldn't happen. So I understand why Jordan Poole was unhappy that season. You wake up, you're in the social media era, you pop on the Instagram, guess what's being played? You getting socked in the face over and over and over. Hell, he's an NBA 2K player. Jordan Poole loves video games. He logs on the NBA 2K or you log on the Instagram and the NBA 2K, they got your player profile, you got a black eye. How's that going to make you feel?
It's ridiculous.
So who he had a bad attitude, and you blame him? So that's where,
he had a bad, Draymond has a great attitude?
I mean, it is just.
Honestly, like, what are we doing?
It is just, it's wild, man. But I do want to know how Dub Nation feels after watching that game Saturday. 888-957-9570. And the apology. Are you giving Draymond Green the benefit of the doubt? 888-957-9570 is the number. And then we talk about the dynasty. ESPN has an article talking about the dynasty, Shasky, or about what's going on right now. And it is, as Steph Curry said, it's very volatile right now in terms of the emotional roller coaster this year, similar to what it was like during the championship season. I think it's a challenge for us just to try to maintain confidence in what we're doing and what we're building. And until we run out of time, we have to maintain it. So I love that perspective. But boy, we're running out of time. And this stretch right now, to me, is a season-defining stretch for the Golden State Warriors. If you can't go 6-3 or 7-2 during this 9-game stretch, then you may be out of the box and you may be talking about blowing this thing up again this offseason. That's where we're at right now with the Warriors.
There's two things that I get a headache even when I read it. Who leaked the video? Who cares? Number one, what did he say to get punched in the face? What did he do? Again, who cares? Like, it's one thing to push somebody if someone says something very disrespectful. Like, I don't even know. Who knows what was it? That punch was, I'm knocking your lights out. Like, I don't even know, man. We're here, and all I keep coming back to is that, why are you tweeting right now? This goes back to self-control with Draymond, which is a problem on the floor, and clearly, I don't know what did he think he was going to do? Like, how is he solving anything with that tweet?
Well, I don't think he's solving. I think he's putting it out there saying that the guilt is getting to him, but he's saying, look, I'm truly sorry.
So I read that tweet. I'm a Warrior fan. So, you know what? Draymond's sorry.
Well,
I'm asking, like, I'm serious.
No. But I'm spitting here in terms of the guys trying to say, I'm sorry. The guy's trying to say it. Now, it may be too late, and I don't know how Jordan Poole feels about that. You'd have to ask Jordan Poole. You have to ask his family how he feels about that. But it's also, when people say, boy, fights happen all the time in practice. Now, fights like that, and it's a different era. It's a different era. Confrontations are work hard, and it's hard to work with somebody when you have confrontations. I've been in multiple stops in my life. And when you have confrontations at work, that's the beginning of the end. And so that incident right there, they haven't recovered from that.
No.
Let's be real. They just have not recovered from it.
The thing I keep coming back to, it was 2 years removed. Does anybody think it was right that he suited up for ring night? I mean, does anyone even remember? Like, I know, ring night. And in the moment, man, like, if he had been suspended for ring night, would it really have made that big of a difference for his legacy because he wasn't on the video montage like later? He should have been, he didn't get in trouble at all. I keep coming back to, like, Poole's perspective on this, and then other people who might have been friends with Poole, because we know, like, everyone's got friends at work.
Oh, yeah.
Like, nobody's a loner, right? Hopefully no one's a loner, but, like, everybody's got buddies, and it's like, dude, You guys are all, everyone's just going to like look the other way on this?
Well, I just remember
Wow.
walking in the tunnel to watch the ceremony for ring night. I always love ring night. It's always fun.
Yeah, sure.
But
in retrospect, it feels so foolish that he suited up.
But I walked in the tunnel to see the reception because I wanted to see the reception. And when Draymond Green got announced, he got some cheers, no doubt about it. He didn't get any boos. But I scanned the arena to see what the reception was because people were in the fog. People don't understand how much of a fan favorite Jordan Poole was after that championship season. I mean, people loved Poole, loved him. And Draymond, when he got announced, there was a lot of people with their hands in their pocket. And then when Jordan Poole got announced, he got a big pop. And I think just the morals of everybody, if you have good morals, you know that, hey, man, what's right is right, what's wrong is wrong. And that situation was wrong. And now, when you think about that situation, how do you police your locker room? How do you navigate when somebody does break a rule? How do you navigate when a youngster sees that and says, boy, you really didn't punish him, you're going to punish me? There's just a snowball effect of what could happen. Now, credit to Steve Kerr, the organization. They've been able to stabilize the culture for one part. But if you do want change, change comes when you move one of the core players. They moved off of one of the core players, Klay Thompson. What's going to happen with Draymond Green here? Because he's out with the left calf strain, and he does not look good body-wise in terms of how he's moving and how he's limping around. That's just another aspect of the whole equation here.
How many times have we gotten this text? Fights happen all the time in practice. Fights happen all the time. Mully and Darrell Wright, who you work with, and Festus Ezeli, how many times were they on the floor where someone got punched in the face at practice?
They all said it doesn't really happen at practice.
It's
Mully
like
said
every week, just
Darrell,
Adonis Haslam just stealing on Tyler Hero.
Kevin Durant said, I've been playing in the league for 16 years. I've never seen anything like that happen at practice. That's Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant, so.
Who's a pretty surly guy.
Yeah. Injury report time. Well, sad now because it is a concern with Draymond Green's calf and his back. The calf is related to the back, and we saw this a couple years ago in the championship season, although he was able to come back in the last week and have a good playoff run. However, he's going to miss tonight, and he may not be on the court for the rest of the week. Who knows? He's dealing with the calf strain that he appeared to aggravate in Saturday's win over the Wizards. 3 minutes into the game, he was out. 3 minutes into the game, he was out. More information hopefully is made available to his injury today at Steve Kerr's presser, which would be a little early today. Again, tip-off at 2 o'clock at Chase Center. Steph Curry is also questionable with the left ankle sprain, but he said Saturday night that he expects to suit up. It is a nationally televised game on TNT, and Steph loves to suit up for these national televised games. But injury report brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. All right, what's coming up in the game brought to you by Fremont Bake. Here for you, here for good. Jermaine Wiggins at 8:30, but we'll continue to roll on this Draymond stuff. Richard in Burlingame has an interesting point on the situation, as well as Cam and Antioch. We'll get to everybody on the lines, 888-957-9570. Boy, how much did you miss Jordan Poole? What'd you think of Saturday night? All that stuff coming up here on The Roast.
They're not very good.
Each new year,
Sarr locked up by Looney, throws it back to Poole. 5 to shoot. Off the screen. Poole back up, steps in, steps to his right, shoots and hits a 3.
So from having a great chance to go up 7, now you're up 1.
104-103.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Saturday night got hairy for the Warriors. It was 100-100. The Warriors ended up outscoring them 15-5 in that stretch to win that basketball game at home to start off basically the Warriors over the next night, starting on Saturday, their next 9 games, they don't even have to get on a plane. 8 of their next 9 are at Chase Center, now 7 of their next 8. And the one road game they do have, they get on a bus to Sacramento. Their previous 8 of 9 stretch, where they had 8 games at home, the one road game they had was in L.A. at the Intuit Dome against the Clippers, a 45, 50-minute flight down to LAX. So
it's the new drinking game. Anytime the Intuit Dome is referenced.
You love the Intuit Dome. Hey, they were getting on the Lakers yesterday, man. Lakers got blown out at the Intuit Dome yesterday. Clippers are Kawhi's moving well.
Hate to see it happen to JJ.
Hey, Kawhi's moving well, Spadoni. Kawhi's moving well. But the Warriors do get the win over the Wizards. They were down 7 at the half, and it was ugly. Wizards had a chance to go up double digits multiple times in that basketball game. And Jordan Poole was cooking.
Am I the only one that only could name a handful of Wizards?
No, you're not the only one. Even Bully goes on the air and is like, look, I'm going to lie. This is the first time I'm watching the Wizards.
Oh, good.
Like,
so yes. I'm glad to see that I'm not the only one.
They're a league pass team that nobody watches, right?
Are you a league pass team if nobody's watching?
I mean, they're up 10, though. They took a 10-point lead. They won
a league pass team that nobody's watching.
Dude, they're a league pass team nobody's watching, dog.
That
nobody's
means
watching
they're not one.
Dude, nobody's watching them. But they had some numbers. I mean, just look at how bad they are. Look at how bad. This is actually, I like bad teams because there's a lot to talk about when it comes to bad teams.
The Blazers.
I could do 4 hours of content on the Blazers.
I'm happy with bad teams.
I'm happy with being a poorly run organization.
I could cover a bad team. Listen, they had their worst record in the franchise. Be the White Sox.
I'm going to call cap on that because the Giants showed that they were going to be mediocre, and you waved the white flag like immediately.
Well, that's mediocrity. We're talking about like bad.
I like bad. Okay.
Yeah, 500 baseball? No. It's like you're not good enough. You're not bad enough. No, you got to be bad. Like the White Sox, I could have survived in Chicago talking about the White Sox every single day taking calls. I could have survived. Like the Warriors, it's a great timeout. Warriors, I would have been great for that. I would have been great during that era.
Look at David Wood.
Man, what? So, anyway.
Avery Johnson's coming back for the 17th time.
My boy Craig Hoffman out there in D.C., he's happy with the Commanders right now. He works on our sister
station out there. I'm happy with Jaden Daniels.
Well, look, the Wizards last year, worst record in franchise history, 15-67. They also became the 15th team in NBA history to have a winless month. They went 0-12 in February, and then this next season, they go 0 in November. So, listen, they got the number 2 pick. Alex Sarr's a hell of a prospect for France.
Oh, I like
7 feet. I like him a lot. I like Koulibaly. They got some talent. They got some young talent there.
And they want to get the, what everyone's calling, not me, some version of Larry Bird in Cooper Flag.
Yeah, they want to poop for Coop. That's what they all want to do, poop for Coop. So their record.
He's not Larry Bird. I want to see everyone's heads explode.
He's more athletic.
He is good though.
No, but that's what people are saying. He's the ACC Larry Bird. And I'm like,
so
just careful when we throw
he's
that.
He's the great white hope. That's what he is.
Well, we do this all the time.
When we did it to Adam Morrison at one point, even though he was more of a shooting guard.
NBA champion, Adam Morrison.
So the past 2 years.
I started crying before you finished that sentence.
Past 2 years, Wizards 21-100. 21-100.
Wow.
Their winning percentage is of 174. So they're a bad basketball team. And the fact that the Warriors are in the tight ball game with the Wizards speaks glowingly of where the Warriors are at right now. Now, where they're at, they don't have Kuminga, and they're probably going to be without Draymond Green. And obviously, after the game, the Poole situation took over everything. Took over everything.
So can we have just a quick question here? Draymond got hurt, went to the locker room. It didn't look good. Then he came back, and he was yucking it up on the sidelines. That was the fastest I've ever seen someone get back onto the sidelines and sit down. I
don't think he got back on the sidelines till like late third quarter, though. Fourth quarter.
Yeah, but usually if you get hurt, you just don't come back.
You just don't come back. Yeah, no doubt.
Oh, so okay, is that...
Some guys come back, some guys don't.
I didn't know. That's what I was asking.
I didn't, don't know. Don't know what that was about. But the Warriors do get the win. They get the win barely. Brady Pajewski, by the way, stopped by Fitz and Buki. He was talking. I don't know when he's coming back with the right abdominal, but he was in the booth in the second quarter. That's how seriously everybody took the Wizards. It's like, yo, we got players, broadcast. Let's do it all. And yet, by halftime, you're like, oh, snap, we're in the game. You got to play well in the second half to win this game.
That's indicative. Got to play well. You got to play well every game to be in every game.
Well, the Warriors right now, they can't overlook anybody. That's proven. Like the Miami double overtime, Spinotti's like, yo, Bonte, they got this. I was like, yeah, I don't know. And then you see them losing to Toronto. We're looking at the roster of Toronto's like, damn, they got some players. When you look at roster for roster, like, damn, they got some players. Let's go to Richard and Burley game, man. Richard, what's up?
Hello, can you hear me?
I got you, Richard.
Okay, yeah. Bonte, you're talking about confrontations, and probably about 5 years ago or so, maybe 6, I was at a job where there was an employee who got off his shift, and I was starting mine. And, I was a little bit of a manager, so I had to go and ask this guy something. And he got out of the car, and he started yelling at me and stuff and said, if you, swear a little bit. So I remember for months I was uncomfortable seeing this guy. And even when he came around, I didn't want to be around if nobody was there. So, yeah, it changes everything. And he didn't punch me, but, man, it just changes the whole dynamics of being with that person when that happens. Because when someone starts yelling at you and, and it seems threatening, you just don't trust the person, and it makes you uncomfortable. So I know what you're saying. That's why I called.
Good call. One thing that I think we all underrate is how much, even if they're like adults and they have families and stuff, you're together a lot. And it's the road trips in particular. And when you have 25 to 30 people on a baseball team, and then let's say 10 to 12 coaches. These are guesstimating here. You can get clicked up a little. And so if you have a beef with somebody, there's enough people to where there can be some separation. Not all the time. It's just a lot harder when there's 12 with like 6 or 7 coaches.
Yeah.
It's just harder. It's harder to avoid someone. It's harder for people to click up and not feel alienated or being on the outside. And that's why chemistry and dynamics and not that you have to be best friends. No one is saying you got to be best friends, but you got to kind of at least stand each other a little.
Well, that year with the Warriors, you talk about team chemistry, 2022, 2023. And really, you could see how well the team is playing when they're playing on the road. That year, the Warriors were 11-30 on the road. So it just tells you, on the road, away from home, they struggle mightily. Chemistry, are you hanging out together? Are you on separate fly? Or, are you guys watching film together? Are you sitting next to each other? Where's your lockers at? What's going on here? How do you navigate that? And that was indicative to me that season. When they went 11-30 on the road, and I always circle back to that first 5-game road trip. They didn't win a single game. I said, oh, boy. Yeah, this chemistry may be a problem this season. And it was. They ended up going 44-38. They beat Sacramento. Steph went 50, went crazy, no doubt. He saved the season with that one. And then they lose to the Lakers, and it was just lackluster. It was just guys were getting inconsistent minutes. The offense was clunky. The chemistry wasn't there. And they lose. And they lose with the spacing. So they lose to the Lakers at 6. So it is sad where they win a championship in Boston. I swear to God, Shasky, I came back from the European extravaganza. I'm like, boy, the Niners are going to be rolling. The Warriors are going to go back to back. We'll see what the Giants. But I was like, life is good. Then the incident happened. And this franchise, slowly but surely, just has not been able to reach that point of where they could play sustained basketball at a consistent level. We've seen glimpses, but it hasn't been consistent.
I keep coming back to the Celtics series. I've been thinking about it a lot. They're playing the Celtics today. Mm-hmm. So much has changed since that championship. I was at the Garden for Game 3 and Game 4. This is one of the greatest sporting experiences of my life. Draymond was unplayable in Game 3. Draymond was unplayable for large stretches of Game 4. Now, Steph Curry had one of the greatest games I'd say a Barry athlete has ever had with the season on the line. It's up there with any Joe Montana moment. It's up there with any Barry Bonds moment. The Lincecum, pick who you want in terms of playoff performers. It's one of the greatest games of all time. They lose that series. I am convinced we come out of that series saying Draymond's got to go because he was so bad. Now, he made some defensive plays late in game 4 down the stretch, but they went on a run when he got hurt and actually got in foul trouble, not hurt, got in foul trouble. That's when they went on a run. And I'm telling you, man, like he got kicked out of that Grizzly game and Ja ended up getting hurt in that series.
They won that game. The one he got kicked out of.
Yes.
The Warriors won that one.
You lose and things look different. When you win, we kind of overlook some of the imperfections and everything gets filed under winner guy, you know? And I'm telling you guys, you're afraid to acknowledge the obvious.
No, I don't think anybody is. I think we've taken calls for years on Draymond. But, I'm looking at the game now, game 4. Wiggins checked in for Draymond. It was 90-86 Boston, 7:32 left. Now, Boston ended up going 90. They ended up going up 97-90. Excuse me, 94-90. And then, obviously, they make the run without Draymond. And he ends up coming back in with 3:41 left.
How much?
3:41 left in the game. So he sat about 4 minutes of that game, 4 minutes of that stretch. But the pivotal stretch was when he did leave the game to go on a run. As Clay hits a 3, Wiggins made a 2, Curry hit a floater. And then Draymond did come back in, and he had some great moments down the stretch.
Yeah, the strip.
At 3:41. So, he did make plays during that championship season, but you also saw Looney come onto the scene. You saw what you had with Wiggins. Okay, Kuminga's going to be waiting in the wings. I don't know, man. I don't know. I think you had to run him back that season. I hear what you said. If they lose, everything's on the table.
Exactly.
Everything's on the table, but they didn't lose. And they won with ascending talent. And I'm thinking, boy, Wiseman, Kuminga, Moody, and Poole on top of the veterans winning their 4th? Oh, man, this going to be popping next year. I swear to God, I thought they were going back-to-back. And media day, the Vise were immaculate, and then the Vise weren't so immaculate on that fateful day in training camp.
But the next year, you don't win.
You don't.
And everything was pinned on Jordan Poole, and everyone.
And Clay.
And Clay. No, you're right. And Clay. At the end of the year, for sure.
And Clay.
At the end of the year, for sure.
And Clay led the league in made threes, and people on this station were saying he had a terrible season.
And then the next year, he was even more so on Clay. And so.
The scapegoat, that is.
Scapegoating. I'm talking about scapegoating. But, look, I'm not trying to say like I've been consistent, but the reality is that he brought a lot to the table, and I was willing to tolerate a lot of the shenanigans because he was that good. And a couple of years ago, that time passed for me, and I was just ready to move off him. And I just think that there's more detriment and roster configuration to appease his ego and his playing time that's not worth the squeeze.
Let's go to Cam in Antioch. Cam, what's up?
Yes. How y'all doing today?
What's up, Cam?
I'm good, man.
What's up? I've been waiting to talk to y'all, man. I didn't know y'all had the 2-day limit, but let me ask y'all a question. How long do I got to talk so I know what points to make and what I need to say?
Just go. The floor is yours, Cam. The floor is yours, Cam. As long as you don't call me a liar.
Well, hey. Now, okay, please don't cut me off. I'm not going to curse. I know.
No, you're good, Cam. I'm joking, Cam. You're a good guy.
I like Cam in Antioch.
Okay.
I do like Cam in Antioch a lot.
You just said y'all don't want to talk about the real problem. That's crazy. So that second year after the next year after we won the chip, what did Kerr do? Who did he play in the playoffs in the finals? He played Moody and Kuminga over Lamb and Jerome. The next year, he played Lamb and Jerome over Moody and Kuminga. Put the 2 rookies back on the bench. Played Kojo, giving them bench minutes DMPs. And that's I ain't gonna say that's when, but that's when Kuminga started like, hold on, I'm doing good sometimes, and I'm not getting play. The problem is Kerr. We were winning when we didn't have these small lineups every single time. I understand sometimes it might have been beneficial when we were athletic and we were moving the ball and we were doing our thing and had shooters. We had Valencia, we had Otto Porter. We were doing good. But after we won the chip, I know Draymond's situation messed up a lot of things. So I understand that. But I don't understand the front office. If they knew they was going to get rid of Clay, why would they trade Jordan Poole for Draymond? Instead of Draymond. I ain't gonna lie. I just had so many good points, and I just forgot what I got on.
Hey, Cam, let me ask you something, man.
Right.
How much weed you smoke before you call us, man? It's all good. I enjoy your calls a lot.
It's in the weed. I've been drinking a little bit, man.
You been drinking this early? Why are you drinking so early, Cam?
I'm a night shift man, so I mean, this is my nighttime right now.
Oh man, so then you just pass out, during the day. I get it, man.
Right.
I get it.
What I wanted to say was,
it's too early to drink, man. Just drink responsibly.
What I wanted to say was, Bonte, who was your favorite player growing up?
Mine, I was a big Hakeem and Michael Jordan fan. Hakeem Olajuwon, though, I loved. Everybody's favorite player was Jordan, I feel like, but Hakeem Olajuwon was my guy.
Okay, so if the coach for Hakeem Olajuwon was every time Hakeem started getting hot, dunking the ball, blocking shots, he get pulled out by his coach, you will feel a certain type of way. If every time Hakeem had a chance to do something, I just remember the Lakers series. Kerr did not play Kuminga until like the last game faithfully, and Kuminga was showing very much promise. It really be the rotations and the things he does. There was no reason for CP3 to be closing games with those tiny lineups. He is pushing Steph Curry to the shooting guard position, and that's already a detriment to our team. He's saying Moody is going to run the 4. We have Guy Santos. I know Anderson is out right now, but it is the things that Kerr is doing that holds us back. We have a cool team right now, and that's all really Curry needs to go crazy, but he's not being put in a position to win.
So let me ask you before you get rolling here. Let me ask you this question. And the greatest coach of all time, whoever you think that is, Phil Jackson, Red Auerbach, pick whoever you want. How many games better is this team with the greatest coach of all time? A couple, maybe?
We'll be in the 60-game area.
Cam, you can't.
I don't think this is a 60-win roster.
Cam, we gotta.
Am I wrong?
You gotta lay off the bottle early in the morning, man. Morning drink is just not good.
Well, he's
not
a graveyard
for you, Cam.
shift guy.
Nah, I
My
hear
dad
that,
was for many years.
but Cam's calls, the last couple calls, man, it's just.
Right before I put the baby to bed, he gets a little goofy. I call it the goofy hour.
It's delusional.
Exactly. And like the laughing and the crying, it's all blended into one. Yeah. We might be in the goofy hour. They're not very good. I like my takes.
Yeah, you guys.
There ain't nothing you can do about it.
You guys, man. By the way, the 95-70 game knockout tournament is back. The second annual 95-70 game knockout tournament. You get a chance to shoot hoops on the floor at Chase Center. The throne reigning champion, Mark Grandy.
He's not that good.
Mark Grandy?
It's a joke. That was me playing into the drop because I know he's probably
Reds
listening.
are frauds to me. Even won the damn Super Bowl, they were frauds that year. Damn it! Got a little cold. Got a little too cold for the LA Rams yesterday. A little too soft. Got a little too cold for the Rams yesterday.
I mean, they were 2 plays away from maybe winning.
That's what I'm saying.
Got a little too cold though. Okay. Shouldn't have came down to 2 plays. Should have been up in that game.
It looked like it got cold for the Eagles late.
Fumbling the football, dropping passes. Got a little too cold out there. A little too cold. I do like Versto for Florida State. Damn.
Do you think the cold was the reason they lost that game?
No. They take care of football.
There you go.
Take care of football. Got a little soft.
Worst knockout moment, was it Daryl the Guru Johnson last year getting eliminated in the first opening tip, or Mark Andrews dropping the 2-point conversion?
I was going to say Jared Goff getting blasted on that interception. He got cracked. Oh, man. And then they went to Teddy Bridgewater, and we all thought the same thing. This game is over, right? They ended up scoring a touchdown on that drive.
Man, by the way, the contest starts Monday, January 27th. It's 27th for your chance to win a spot in the knockout tournament. It all begins Monday, January 27th, and you'll have 3 weeks to qualify. You have to be 18, and you have to be a California resident. TC and Sac. What's up, TC? What's going on, bro? Sacramento Kings, big win yesterday against the Wizards.
Nah, man, you know what? Listen, man, we ain't even finna jump and hoop and holler, and I'm just saying we good.
No, we can do that with me. Hey, TC, I love hoops. Hey, the Warriors got Sacramento Wednesday, baby, at the G1C. Get your game right. Ain't no beans being lit Wednesday night, buddy. You better bring it.
Hey, we going to bring it. A beam is going to be lit. We ain't worried. Listen, we got that win against the Wizards. Wednesday game is going to be juicy, Bonte and Joe. Let's go,
TC,
man.
you know I don't duck the smoke. I ain't forgot the 30-point beat down at Chase Center a couple weeks ago. You better be lucky I was off that Monday.
Making a bet?
You better be lucky I was off that Monday, TC. I heard the smoke. The streets told me. Hey, the streets told me you called KC D-Lo trying to come up with boy Shasky talking that talk. Hey, TC, I'm coming for you.
Man, because Shasky, man, he started talking about Kings talking. I was just calling Joe. You know what I was calling on, bro. You know what I was calling on. Joe got on that time out. We don't want to hear Kings. We don't want to do that. I said, come on, Joe. Hey, but look, I called with I got to agree with the homie, though, even though, listen, he was drinking. No, listen, I'm not really worried about that. But what he was talking about, Bonte and Joe, was real. I truly believe, bro, y'all should have kept Jordan Poole. If y'all wasn't going, getting rid of Clay, Poole should have stayed, bro. Y'all should have figured out with Draymond. If not, y'all should have kept him, bro, and just try to figure that out later on because y'all missing Jordan Poole right now. I think if y'all had Jordan Poole, bro, y'all have a little more edge. I know it's Kerr in the lineup, Moody and all that. Y'all know better about the Warriors than me, bro. But what I can see from afar looking at this, from down the highway, y'all should have kept Jordan Poole, bro.
No doubt, TC. No doubt. Let's squeeze in. We got time for one more. Louis and Napa. TC, bro. Wednesday's it's gonna be fun, Shasky. Kings, Warriors, man. Buckle up.
What's up, bro?
Luis, what's up?
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good.
Hey, love to hear you guys in the morning. My way to work, so it's always awesome to hear you guys. But I don't know if you guys saw or heard or saw the comments that Steph said, where he said, we're trying to figure it out. And obviously with Jonathan Kuminga out, I feel like they're trying, at least the last two games, they're finally seeing something that they haven't seen the last few times, which was more open spacing for their players, for Moody, for Andrew Wiggins especially. So with that in mind, how do you guys think maybe the trade deadline, or maybe if they get Kuminga back, they can start winning some games? What do you guys feel?
Yeah, I think Kuminga was playing his best basketball of his career. They miss him. He does something on his team that nobody else can do. Getting to the lane, the 10-foot midi, going to the basket, dunking on people's heads, getting to the free throw line.
Jonathan Kuminga.
Kuminga. I do think they can win some games, but boy, this stretch, what are they going to do until JK comes back? I guess that's the biggest question I have right now. Can they do some trades here on the margins? I don't know who's available. We're going to see Vucevic, by the way, Thursday when the Bulls come to town. So a lot of people will get their Vuk takes off.
And Zach LaVine.
Yeah, and Zach. Well, I
play the Avril Lavigne.
Look, I look at Kobe White.
I love the when you do
Kobe White. Thing. Kobe White is the guy, but the Bulls will never trade him because he has a very good team-friendly contract. Kobe White is the guy. Kobe White is legit. He's kind of like Poole. First step, blow-by ability, pull up from three. Damn, the Warriors need some of that. Anyway, we'll talk more Warriors. We'll talk Celtics and Warriors coming up with Jermaine Wiggins. On the other side, on the River Islands guest line, Jermaine Wiggins, new Super Bowl champ. WEEI, the Greg Hill Show out there in Boston. Our good friends. I still get their stuff on Instagram. They're doing a great job out there. They had Mike Vrabel in studio. Did we ever get Shanahan in studio? Steve Kerr in studio?
Possibly. The Jermaine Wiggins effect.
Jermaine Wiggins effect is real. Got Vrabel on the show. All right, that's coming up on the game. Brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week.
Now back to the morning roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Take it away, Bonte.
All right, Steph. That was a couple years ago on a great Tuesday night. That was a Tuesday night at Chasing. The Warriors are down a slew of points here. I remember they were down like 20, I want to say. TNT game, December 19th, the Tuesday, December 19th. Curry scored 33 and out when they won in overtime against the Boston Celtics, who would go on to win the championship. But they were down 17 in that basketball game, and the Warriors did win it. That game, they won it without Draymond Green. Kuminga was at the 4 spot. He had 17 and 7. Klay Thompson with 24 points. Looney started 6 rebounds. Off the bench, Saric, TJD, they were solid as well as Moses Moody. Then earlier this season, when the Warriors took out the Celtics, they won on their parquet floor. The parquet floor out TD Garden, 118 and 112. But it was a little caveat. I'll give them that. Jaylen Brown did not play. Kristaps Porzingis did not play. So we'll see who plays for the Celtics today. In the early start time out here on the West Coast, 2 p.m. start. But whenever we have a chance to play a Boston team, whether it's the Red Sox, the Celtics, or the Patriots, there's only one guy we want to talk to because he's got the pulse of everything in New England. We love the accent. He knows about the West Coast. He shows us love out there on the East Coast. Jermaine Wiggins joining us on the River Islands guest line as all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands and Lathrop? Of course, Jermaine Wiggins with our sister station out there at WEEI in Boston, the Greg Hill Show. Of course, the Super Bowl tight end. And Jermaine, good morning to you. Long time no talk. We miss you. We love you. And I'm looking on Instagram last week. I'm saying, how the hell did they pull Mike Vrabel into the studio at WEEI in Boston? Oh, wait, Jermaine Wiggins, he's got the pull out there. He's got the street cred out there, and he's able to get the head coach of the Patriots in studio. How, Jermaine, how?
First things first, I love the Bay Area and Frisco, unlike Sir Charles Barkley. I want to say I like to get hyphy. But, when you got a relationship with Vrabel, and I think we've had a pretty good relationship at WEI, especially the Greg Hill Show with all the head coaches from Belichick to Gerard Mayo now to Mike Vrabel. We're able to have that capability, and the Patriots do a great job of giving us the access to have a guy like Vrabel on our show. And hey, we're excited over here in New England for what's going on with the Patriots and Mike Vrabel and new head coach Drake May, and and we're looking for great things to happen. So we are extremely excited about the direction that we are headed in as an organization.
You had obviously one of the greatest games ever in playoff history for the New England Patriots in that snow game. And I'm watching these games over the weekend, and it made me honestly think about Bill Buckner. Now, I think Mark Andrews is better in his sport than Bill Buckner, but everybody remembers Bill Buckner for the big gaffe, even though there were other reasons why they lost that World Series. I mean, this guy had the most touchdowns ever in a season in his entire career this year. He's the all-time franchise leader in touchdowns. And he not only had the drop at the end, he also had the fumble. So as a former playoff legend tight end, what was going through your head watching that?
I mean, that's that's a routine play you got to make. But that's the nature of the beast. When I was in Carolina playing for the Carolina Panthers, we lost in the Super Bowl 38 to the Patriots, and John Casey kicked the ball out of bounds and gave Brady a short field, and they ultimately went down and scored a touchdown. I mean, you guys know from being in the Super Bowl a few years ago, a couple bad interceptions by Jimmy Garoppolo, and that's the outcome of the game. You remember, and that's the unfortunate thing. You remember those plays. I mean, here in New England, the 17-0 season, we remember the David Tyree catching off the side of the helmet, and then Ellis Hobbs giving up the sluggo to Plaxico Burress. But those are the things that in Baltimore they're not going to forget, because you make that play, the game's tied. Who knows what's going to happen? Momentum is swung. You're Baltimore. You put a great drive together, and this is your opportunity, maybe heading into overtime, to have a chance to win that football game. But that's a play that Mark Andrews is going to be thinking about that forever, especially when you have an opportunity to put your team in a position to where they can advance.
Before we get into the Celtics and what they're doing this season, obviously winning the championship last season, looking at this Final Four, you get the Eagles and the Commanders, and I love that run game with the Philadelphia Eagles. I love their offensive line play, although Jaden Daniels is doing this thing with the Commanders. And then you got the Kansas City Chiefs in their 7th straight AFC title game. How does it play out, Jermaine? Looking at the Final Four, I like the Eagles to win the Super Bowl because I think they're the best team in the trenches, but Jalen Hurts concerns me with his knee injury. What do you like here over the Final Four over the rest of the season here in the NFL playoffs?
Well, remember, the Eagles and Commanders that already played twice, they split. So I'm with you. I think the Jalen Hurts injury, because he was basically a statue in the pocket yesterday after he got hurt. And, Saquon Barkley, I just don't get it defensively. Put 8 guys in the box. Make Jalen Hurts beat you. Jalen Hurts got to prove that he can beat you throwing the football. But I'm not betting against Kansas City because Mahomes has the Brady factor. And until somebody can knock him off the throne, I'm not going against Kansas City because he makes way too many plays. I mean, the touchdown throw to Travis Kelce where he's falling down and basically able to get away with it. Then he's going to get a couple calls. That's the nature of the beast. He's got the Jordan effect. When you have that great of a player, you're going to have to deal with some of the referees. So I'm not betting against him at all when it comes to the AFC Championship and then the Super Bowl until somebody proves that they can beat him. I love what the Eagles are doing. I think Josh Allen's having a great year, but it's still Mahomes until somebody knocks the king off the throne.
Yeah, I know. That guy. When I was watching through my prism, Niner fan, Montana, Walsh, they're the greatest, right? And I'm watching you guys win all those Super Bowls, and I was just so reluctant to give Brady any love, even though he was from these parts, so reluctant to give Belichick any love. And eventually I just tapped out. I'm like, dude, they're so good. But I'll admit, I rooted against you guys. I didn't want him to get the 4 Super Bowls that Montana had. And so our New England fans, rooting die hard against Mahomes. He has 3 Super Bowl wins, been to 4. If he wins this one, it's 3 in a row. You guys never would have done that. 4 before the age of 29, be in 5 Super Bowls. They've been in, 7 straight conference championships? New England fans have to be rooting hard against Mahomes and Andy Reid.
Oh, we hating big time over here. Yeah, we hate big time. We do not want to see Patrick Mahomes win another one, because then it gets closer to the conversation of, obviously the greatest quarterback of all time. But if they continue to win and they're able to do it over Mahomes' his career, then it becomes the greatest franchise of all time. So, yeah, we in these parts, we already hate it as it is, but we hate in big time on Mahomes. We do not anybody but Mahomes, and we are happy. But yeah, we definitely drinking that haterade, and we trying to spread it as much as we can. But I told you, until somebody knocks the king off the throne, I don't know who's going to be able to do it.
Yeah,
I just don't know.
Going to be tough.
Yeah.
3 in a row?
Jermaine Wiggins.
Are they really going to win 3 in a row?
Yeah, Jermaine Wiggins here on the River Islands guest line. As all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. All right, switching over to the hardwood. Celtics are in town. We always love when the Celtics are in town. A lot of Celtic fans come to Chase Center, and it's always a fun game between the Warriors and the Celtics. Obviously, the Warriors got the one early on in November. You guys had some guys out, but just looking at the Celtics recently, over the last, 6, win 1, lose 1, win 1, lose 1, it feels like they're in a bit of a malaise here. Would you call it a championship hangover? Is it injuries? What have you seen from the Celtics this season, Jermaine?
Well, they're like at one point they were 7-7 in their last 14 games, and then they ended up splitting. So it looks like they're 8-8 in their last 16 games. The thing that I get from watching this Celtics team, they're bored, especially against some of these teams that are on a lower level that are beneath them. And long NBA season, you guys probably dealt with it. Those years that Golden State was at the top of the heap. It's some of these games you go up against teams and you get a little bit bored, and it's you're playing every other night. You got back-to-backs, and guys are just out there and they're just kind of going through the motions. So it's more of that than anything. I'm not concerned one bit because the starting 5 hasn't played together pretty much all season long. They're just starting to get that chemistry back with Porzingis, and Tatum's playing at an MVP level, and Jaylen Brown's getting incorporated back into some of the new roles that he's in, and so for me, I'm not really too concerned. I think it's a little bit more of that, and then I think they're so reliant on the 3-point shot that at times they can kind of just, they're like, all right, at the end of the game, the shots will fall. And unfortunately, they're averaging about almost 53s a game, and they're only shooting 36%. So you know how that goes. The Golden State Warriors started all this nonsense with 3-pointers. I'm here as Adam Silver, and I'm going to fix it. Let me tell you how you fix the three-pointers in the game. It's simple. The only time everything is a two-pointer until the last 5 minutes of each half. So the last 5 minutes of the second quarter and the last 5 minutes of the fourth quarter is when the three-point line comes into play. Don't have to change the court. Don't have to move the three-point line back. That's how you fix the issue.
I kind of like that.
Wow, it's not a bad idea.
I like the one where it's like 3 points for anything in the paint. You get 1 foot in the paint at minimum, and anything inside the paint is worth 3. But I'm open to anything. Hey, remember in the finals when the Boston crowd, Game 3 and Game 4, was just chanting at Draymond Green, you know, screw you, Draymond, and that's being nice, okay? You know, he's a very controversial character for a lot of reasons, and a lot of Warrior fans are kind of turning on him. Obviously, the Jordan Poole punch going way back. Jordan Poole made his appearance at Chase Center on Saturday. He says in the locker room, and I'm paraphrasing, hey, I like those guys. Well, I like some of those guys. And then that gets tweeted out, and Draymond tweets back, I really am sorry. I really am sorry is what Draymond tweets out to that particular quote. What's your thoughts on that, on the whole thing? Draymond Green, him tweeting out an apology years after, the Jordan Poole, the punch, like former athlete. Just give it to me all.
Well, like Draymond was a dirty player. You know, he wanted to be like a Bill Lambert type of player. And I'm betting because he grew up in the Michigan area. So I'm betting I believe he grew up in the Michigan area, right?
Yeah,
he went to Michigan State, right?
Yep.
So obviously he probably saw those bad boy fists as a young kid playing up. And he kind of turned into this, you know, say what it is. He was a dirty player. It was cheap shots, you know, doing things that were knucklehead out there as a player. And it was kind of, you know, when he's on your team, you love it. I mean, I've seen that before as a Celtics fan and a Boston fan. When you got that guy on your team, you love it. But sooner or later, some of those antics catch up with you, especially when you ain't doing what you used to be doing on the court. You know what I mean? When you're not that same defender, you're not that same rebounder, you're not that same guy. And I think some of that stuff. And then when you see it amongst his teammates, you know, sucker punching, why am I drawing a blank on
Jordan Poole?
Yeah, Jordan Poole. And some of those things, you're like, come on, you know, I know guys get into it. And I think maybe he's grown up a little bit and he's kind of saying, you know, some of that bad behavior, you know, was me just being young, wild, and kind of a knucklehead. And hopefully he's learned from that. I think that's the biggest thing, but I think that's kind of a lot of players might have looked at him like that and kind of have that bad taste in his mouth. So if you're Jordan Poole, you might be like, yo, I like some of these guys, but this dude here was a dick and I didn't like him one bit. And, you know, maybe one day, you know, they'll be able to kind of put water under the bridge, but that was Draymond's MO, even though he's kind of cleaned up a little bit, you know.
Yeah, no, it hasn't been the same since that incident, Jermaine. Before that incident, obviously, they beat the Celtics in 6. We're in Boston. We're having fun. We're laughing at you guys. We're talking trash back and forth. I'm thinking, boy, the Warriors are going to go back to back. But since that incident, things have just not been the same. And now Poole's gone. And you look at this league and you talk about spacing and pacing and having shooters. Well, they lost 2 good shooters. Jordan Poole's shooting over 40% from 3. And the legend Klay Thompson's gone now. And he got scapegoated as having a bad attitude. So things have just not been the same. I'm not sure you recover from things like that in organizations. I just don't, Jermaine. What do you think?
Well, don't worry about it because based on the rumors and the hugs and all that, LeBron might be coming to town and bringing Bronny with him.
Oh, man. We don't want that.
No, I want to ask you about Bronny.
That at all.
I want to ask you about the Bronny thing. No, I find this interesting. Like, it's one thing, because I saw, like, the Griffeys were coming out there, and I go, well, wait a minute. Like, Ken Griffey Sr. was a stud and played with the Big Red Machine. His son was drafted number 1 overall, okay? He was so good, he was taken number 1 overall. Like, LeBron's got a lot of equity, and a lot of it he's built up and everything. I don't know. The whole thing didn't sit well with me. I feel like he was setting his son up for a lot of hate.
Let me tell you something, Jermaine, about Shasky over here. I had to hear from him all offseason about getting LeBron in the Warriors uniform and Bronny. I said, be careful what you wish for. Be careful what you wish for. And then all of a sudden that happened. Now Shasky's turned his back completely on LeBron.
Well, it's one thing to get your kid like in the organization as an undrafted free agent. It's another for them to prioritize him in the draft when he didn't even play in college. I mean, come on.
I would say this. Hey, don't be mad at Bronny or LeBron. I always say this, be mad at your mama that she didn't have a type of daddy that gave you some of them LeBron jeans. Like, that's the way I look at it. If Bronny has, like, we all know Bronny probably should have stayed in school and did that. But when your dad is who he is and he has that capability and he has that ability to pull some strings, hey, you can't hate on it. You know, it's like somebody who ultimately becomes a billionaire and hires his kid. If you got that type of pull and you could do that, hey, you get your kid in the door. But I remember playing for the Minnesota Vikings. Mike Tice used to say this to all the kids that went to Maryland because that's where he went to school. Maryland might have got you here, but Maryland won't keep you there. So Bronny's there now, but LeBron ultimately ain't going to keep him there because sooner or later LeBron's going to retire, and then if Bronny can't make it on his own, then that's going to be it. But, hey, I would love to see LeBron go to Golden State because he's not winning nothing in L.A., and either he's going to Golden State or Steph Curry is going to L.A.
Oh, don't do that to us. See, now I feel like hanging up the phone.
I love Jermaine.
Now I feel like hanging up the phone.
I feel like me and him have done the show all summer.
No, I hear you.
Steph is so good. What is he going to do? Is he just going to just finish his career being what are they? They're the 11th seed right now.
Yeah, 21 and 20.
He still can play. Is he just going to finish the next 3-4 years because he could still play at that level of his ability to shoot, just playing on a Golden State team that's mediocre at best, playing for a playing seed?
He's a lifer. They will figure this out, Jermaine. I'm not letting you do that. I'm not letting you do that.
He ain't pulling a Paul Pierce.
Real quick, Jermaine, what are your thoughts on your former coach Belichick taking a college job?
Yeah.
North Carolina.
I didn't, I was shocked. I didn't think it. I thought maybe, and I still think maybe he goes there for 1 year, coaches, has North Carolina do well, and then goes back to the NFL. But I was absolutely stunned that no one gave him an opportunity. Wow. There were no teams out there. Yeah, I was shocked. I'm stunned by that. But the bigger stunner is going to be if the 49ers give Brock Purdy $60 million a year. That's what I'm waiting for.
Why? Like, give me everything on Brock Purdy.
Because I wouldn't personally give him $60 million a year, but he's shown that he's a good enough quarterback to be able to, be a starter. But I don't know. You got to tell me, is he worth $60 million a year as a franchise guy?
Jermaine, it's funny that you bring this up because me and him differ on this. I'm like, look, he's a really good player. And this thing that, the market is the market. No. Deshaun Watson got $250 million guaranteed, and nobody's given anybody $250 million guaranteed. He's a good player. He deserves a pay raise. But I'm with you. He's in the tick below all those top 6 or 7 guys. You can win a lot of games with him. I don't want to move him, but I also don't want to break the bank to get him. Every $5 million I can save is another playmaker, another offensive lineman, etc. So I'm with you. I want to keep him, but I'm really interested how much he makes. I don't want to overspend.
I think people are freaking out. The way they're going to structure this contract will be team-friendly and player-friendly. And I don't even think the money's going to kick in right away with Brock Purdy. But I always ask, what are the alternatives? Do you really want to give Sam Darnold a lot of money?
I agree with you, but you're probably going to lose Debo because he wants out. McCaffrey, you can't really trust him because of his injury issues. Right. Kittle's getting older. You got Ayuk, who's going to be coming off an ACL. I know the kid Jennings and the Pascal kid are pretty good wide receivers. It seems like if he doesn't have those players around him, I don't know. It's just one of those things where I know that's what the market is, and that's the question that you guys are going to have to ask, especially you go from a team that I thought you'd be right in the Super Bowl hunt, but you didn't even make the playoffs. So,
Debo, what do you think about Debo? Because the fan base, we were talking about Draymond and some of the fans turning on Draymond. The switch on Debo has been just as loud, I believe, when it comes to Debo Samuel. We don't think Debo, I don't know if he could get off press man, if he could beat bump and run, but Debo had a down year, Jermaine. I don't know. I don't know if he's going to be back.
Well, guess what? We'll take him here in New England because you got to utilize him the right way. He's a guy that you can use in multiple ways. You can put him in motion. You can run reverses. You can put him in the backfield. I think the biggest thing, and you guys probably know better than I do, is you kind of switched up his role a little bit because he wasn't that wild card guy you can use any longer, where you had him all over the place. And to me, we'll take him in New England because I know he's probably going to want to be out because they look at Ayuk and the kid Pascal, who look like he's really coming on, and he might just be odd man out.
Oh, you take Debo in New England.
Before you leave, real quick. I was watching The Town the other day, and I love that movie, with Ben Affleck.
Yeah,
There's a lot of great Boston movies, The Departed, etc. What's the number one for you, Boston movie?
The number one Boston movie for me, I would probably, The Town. I think a lot of people lean towards The Town. I'd probably go with The Town or The Departed. Those two up there are pretty good, Hey, don't ask me no questions. We're going to crack some heads. Whose car we taking?
I miss you, bro. Have a good one. You're a good man.
Hey, I don't know if we're going to see you in the final soon, Jermaine, but when we do, we can't wait.
Probably not.
All right, you guys take care, all right?
Have a good one, man.
You too, Jermaine. Jermaine Wiggins here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, courtesy of the River Islands guest line.
I love that guy.
Bundle of joy. I like the whole crew over there at the Greg Hill Show. They treated us so well out there. You talk about hospitality. They showed us a lot of hospitality at WEEI.
They really did.
I can't say the same for WIP, 94 WIP in Philadelphia. They didn't even want to get our studio set up. What a producer ran into our studio, almost kicked his ass. You got into it with somebody before the game. You punked the dude. Whoever that guy was before the show, you just straight up punked him. He said nothing.
I don't even remember that.
Angelo Cataldi, we almost...
Wait, no, I've never heard this story. I heard about you and the producer, but Shasky the producer?
So we got there.
I was so angry.
We got there. We're angry. We were in our Niners gear. And Shasky's like, can we get into our studio so we can set up? And there was this little white kid who was like snarky with Shasky. So Shasky gets into it, was like, screw you, blah, 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 blah. So the guy shut up for the rest of the day. He was done. And then finally they let us into the studio like 4 minutes before we went on the air. And one of their producers in the first segment ran into the studio and yelled something. And I said, get the hell out of here. I think it was on the air. I was like, get the hell out of here.
Hugh Douglas was in sweatpants.
Right.
And he's like, hey, man, I like you guys. He was actually hella cool to us.
He was cool with us. He was like, man, like,
he was.
And then Seth Jordan was in there. Angelo Cataldi, he started talking. I started talking to them, talking trash.
And he kicked you out.
Yeah, he kicked you out. You tried to go into the studio. Yeah. And he was like, get the hell out of here. But then apparently my buddies out there in Philadelphia told me that Cataldi was a little afraid of me because that other guy's pretty big, man. He probably would have kicked my ass, but that's why I have you here, Seth Jordan. Screw Philadelphia and WIP.
Coming at the short guys.
You know what I'm saying? Screw that place, man. They showed us no hospitality. WEI did the complete opposite.
I'm not going to lie to you. I'm saying this jokingly. There's nobody who's a bigger commie this week than me. I mean, geez Louise. Let's go, Jaden Daniels. I said that purposefully. Spadoni, I wanted to see you smile. Let's go, Jaden Daniels.
He just said, I had to press the dump button.
What? It definitely caught our attention. We'll say that.
We did the dump button once for Jermaine. So
McCarthyism this week. That's what it is.
Relax.
Go in history. No, I'm teasing. But on the
it's
real.
An inauguration sensation.
If the Eagles win.
Martin Luther King Jr. Day.
If the Eagles win.
Great.
If the Eagles win.
Boy.
It's just going to be a lose-lose for me. I cannot get 2 more weeks of the Eagles. I need them out of my life.
I would love for the Commanders to win that game.
Oh.
I just don't think they're doing it.
Rookie to go to the Super Bowl?
My heart says I'm rooting against Philadelphia. I actually thought the Eagles were going to win big yesterday. I was a little surprised that it was close. Kudos to the Rams for playing hard. They did. They were in that game. Their defense played a lot better than I thought they could. Verse was in that backfield all night long. Witherspoon's making plays. He's got special handshakes out there. What the hell's going on with Keller Witherspoon? Where was this player at 5 years ago?
Bonte, dare I say, if he goes to the Super Bowl this year, it's the greatest rookie year in the history of sports.
Oh, Jaden Daniels?
Magic Johnson is remembered for playing the 5, you know what I mean, and all that, like early in his career.
Did win a championship, yeah.
They did have Kareem. Up until that point.
Up until that point, he got hurt.
And I'm not taking anything away from Magic. Like, come on.
Finals
most
MVP,
people couldn't name.
I mean,
most people couldn't name a commander outside of Terry McLaurin or maybe Robinson and Eckler. Like,
it would be a great rookie season. Magic's awesome.
I know, but Bonte, he's the quarterback.
Game 6,
running what he's doing.
But he's the point guard of the LA Lakers, and he came off a national championship
not trying to diminish
against Michigan
Magic.
State. So let's not do that.
No, but
let's just say you can say this. It's maybe the greatest rookie season in sports since Magic Johnson. And hell, we're omitting Larry Bird, who won the Rookie of the Year award and lost in the Eastern Conference Finals.
If you, as a rookie,
in the NBA,
go to the Super Bowl, and if he beats, let's just say, hypothetically, Mahomes or Josh Allen, I think I'd put it up as one of the greatest seasons of all time.
Mahomes, then yes.
Yeah, that's the greatest rookie season ever in any sport.
Right.
If he beats
that's
Mahomes.
What makes Magic. I mean, they won the championship.
They won the championship.
And
rookies in the NBA,
to the 5.
And rookies in the NBA don't have a lot of success in the postseason. Rookies in the NFL, I get it, don't have a lot of success in the NFL. But we have seen second-year quarterbacks have a lot of success in the NFL.
But not with a team like this.
Starting way back with Dan Marino and the Miami Dolphins when he threw for over What did he throw for 5 Gs that year in 84? Boy.
Yeah, but they weren't the number 2 overall pick with a new coach, a new offensive coordinator, new defensive coordinator, new quarterback, drafting number 2 overall, new GM, new owner. Like, this has been one of the most remarkable turnarounds in one season that I can ever think of.
It's a magical ride, a magical run for
First one ever, too. Yeah, last 5 to do it to get to this point.
Yeah,
all lost.
Big Ben.
Yep. Sean King, Joe Flacco,
Brock
Mark
Purdy.
Sanchez, and Brock Purdy.
Wow.
Who got hurt 6 plays into it. 6 plays into the game.
I think they've got a great chance. I'm not saying they're going to win, but I mean, they've got the best player on their.
What's the spread on this game? What's the spread right now on this game?
5.5?
5.5 for Philadelphia?
What's the weather going to be?
It's 40. We just looked that up. About 40 degrees?
Yeah, it's going to be cloudy. It's not like snow or rain is not in the forecast, but
it was only 30 and it was snowing. That's what they kept saying.
5.5 points, yes, currently. This is according to DraftKings right now.
5.5. Now, they played the Commanders twice. They split. The second game, Jalen Hurts got hurt in the first quarter, and the Eagles lost 36-33. They would have sealed that game had Devontae Smith caught a quick slant for a touchdown. He didn't seal the game, so the Commanders go down the field. They score. They win 36-33. The first game was Thursday Night Football. It was Thursday Night Football. Saquon Barkley had a big night, 26 carries, 146, 2 touchdowns. Jaden Daniels didn't play bad. If I'm not mistaken, they kind of blew it late in the game, if I recall. They weren't running a note in the hurry-up offense or whatnot. They were kind of just lackadaisical, knowing that they were down 8. But going into the fourth quarter, they were leading 10-6, the Commanders. So, divisional game, Jaden Daniels, how could you affect him? You got to hit this guy. You've got to hit this guy. You got to get physical, and I don't know how you do that. The Eagles' defensive line's got to be better than they were last week against the Rams. So, it's going to be a fascinating game. And, yes, we're all pulling for Washington. There's not a person in San Francisco who wants Philadelphia to win. Not a person in San Francisco.
12-year-old me is like punching the air, rooting for Washington.
No, I would root for Washington.
No more Dan Snyder helps a lot. Like, no Dan Snyder.
No doubt.
Like the name change.
This is great.
Jaden Daniels.
So, like, I was thinking about this, like, obviously if Chicago was good at anything right now, like, that's a market that kind of just sucks. Like, I know the Cubs won it all less than 10 years ago, but let's be real. Like, I don't think they've won a playoff series. Bulls, Cubs, White Sox, Bears in forever, it feels like. What, 2017? It's almost 10 years.
It's been a long time.
All those sports. And I don't think the Blackhawks have won since 2015, I saw over the internet. So Washington, like, they've been pretty putrid. Now, I know that the Nationals won it all, so that kind of, like, erases.
Capitals have been good. They won a Stanley Cup.
When?
They finally got up to Snyder. What was that, 4 years ago?
A couple years ago.
Oh, was that
2019?
Yeah, 2019.
Because the Washington football team has been awful.
They've been awful. The Wizards have been awful.
Oh, Wizards have been awful.
Yeah.
Like, their high water mark might have been the Jameson, Gilbert Arenas version with Larry Hughes.
Yeah, no doubt.
That's crazy.
Boy, oh boy. If Philadelphia wins. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. I know it's a special holiday. Martin Luther King Jr. Day. They got the brother working. Of course they do. I'm kidding. It's a joke. I just wanted to see all your faces here. All you guys get tight a little
Goo must have got the memo. He's out.
He's out today?
Yeah.
Damn.
It's on that Draymond sketchy.
I believe little Durrell is doing a Martin Luther King speech or something at
cool.
Santa Clara. So
nice.
Yeah.
Very cool.
You're supporting the son. I'm also for supporting your kids. I'm all for that. But how many people right now support the decision to trade Jordan Poole away? Because a lot of Warrior fans after that game were like, Bonte, we missed Poole. What the hell? What the hell? Poole. Because you don't know, Saturday night Poole said this after the game about facing his former team.
Yeah, I love those guys over there. I love most of those guys over there. Really good group, really good staff. Shout out to the fans. Saw a lot of 3 jerseys out there, a lot of JP3 jerseys, which is always really cool and always get a lot of love. Spent some good quality time here, and it's dope to see it. Appreciate it.
If I were to poll 10 fans the day that Jordan Poole was traded, how many are with a high approval are saying that they love Jordan Poole?
Don't know. At the time, there was a lot of conflicting factors.
Was it 50-50?
I was talking about boy Drew Payne yesterday. Shout out to Drew Payne, who just celebrated his birthday, the Painters. Brought up Jordan Poole, and he was on the phone. He says, well, Jordan Poole couldn't stay on the floor. He could handle the ball. He could do this. And I was like, Drew, the season was a wreck. Like, how could he? I mean, granted, I could hear a fan say, well, he gets paid millions of dollars, and he got the contract buck up and get over it. Easier said than done. Now, Draymond Green knows how impactful it was because he replied to Mark Spears' tweet late Saturday night, 10:37 p.m. to be exact, and he said, after Mark Spears tweeted out the quote, I love those guys over there. I love most of those guys over there. And everybody saw most, huh? And everybody picked the word. You know how we do it on the internet. We pick apart words. Then Draymond Green replied, I really am sorry. So I think Draymond Green, I think he's felt like this for a long time. I can't speak to how he feels. I don't know what's going inside his dome, but I think he's felt the guilt knowing that, man, I'm watching Jordan Poole, who's a champion. We won a championship together, and he's dapping up everybody but me. I'm the odd man out because of my own actions. So my own actions I feel accountable for, and now we're in this position. But to see it on Twitter, I think a lot of people gave the side eye to the reply saying, man, we don't need to see this on the public forum. That's for you and JP, right? I mean, it was just, I thought it was a fake tweet. I was just really surprised that he replied to Mark Spears saying, I really am sorry. I was shocked. I was stunned. I was. It's like, wow.
Did you think that it accomplished anything other than PR?
I don't know what it accomplished. PR, I don't know what it accomplished. If it accomplished
Because clearly,
anything at all.
Jordan Poole's not going to, whatever issues he has, a tweet ain't solving them.
Mm-mm. Well,
so is it a self-serving thing?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that, Shasky, but I know Wizards guard Jordan Poole has NBA All-Star aspirations to be in a three-point shootout. So we'll see about that.
Here
chasing it.
That would be cool.
That will be cool. Because I think a lot of fans still do love Jordan Poole. They still love him. And it was proven Saturday night when he was making shots. Someone like, damn, we had that guy. And in the vision of what does it look like now 2 years later? In a league that caters to offense and spacing and three-point shooting, and the Warriors are the worst free throw shooting team in the league. They're middle of the pack in three-point shooting. Right now they got a bunch of dudes cold from the outside, and they're playing inconsistently because they have a lot of injuries on this team. So you're yo-yoing lineups left and right. 23 different starting lineups for the season. They played 41 games. Think about that. 23 different starting lineups, and they played 41 games. You can't gain traction in this league when you're consistently having to switch up your lineups and your roles for players. And so you're in a tough spot if you're Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob. And this stretch right now, 7 of the next 8 at home after playing Saturday night at Chase Center. I think it's a season-defining stretch for the Golden State Warriors. We're going to find out what they may do at the deadline and what the season may look like after this stretch.
Okay. How many games does Draymond play?
Well, he's out for the next few games at least, I think. It's a left calf strain. I don't know how long.
Tonight's game 42, right?
Yep.
He's played in 34?
Yep.
So he will have missed 8 games? Okay. So after tonight, that's 8 games. Mm-hmm. You think he misses the next 3 or 4?
It doesn't sound like he's going to come back soon. He had the MRI, left calf strain. How many guys are out with a left calf strain? How many times?
It felt like GP2 was out 3.
He's out 10 games.
How many weeks was that? 3, 4 weeks?
About 3 weeks in the NBA. 10 games.
10 games? Whew. Yeah. Boy, I might win this bet before February.
You might. You might. You might.
It might be money time.
You might.
Money time.
You might.
Give me the meat.
You might. I'm not inviting Spinoni or Lemon, though. They could.
I love how angry he gets because of a deal he made with his chest.
These guys just jumped into the bed. It had nothing to do with these guys.
Can I ask you this question?
Had nothing to do with you, Spinoni. Nothing to do with you. And now you want to tag along during a weeknight to go to House of Prime Rib.
I would like to, yeah.
Can I ask you this?
The spinach is really good.
Is the rest of this team...
You never been? Oh, my God.
Hey, come on, you got to bring me now.
Yeah, I do got to bring you. I got to bring you.
When Draymond's not on the floor, are they a better team?
Well, the spacing's better.
This year.
Period. The spacing's better. The spacing is better.
Are they a better team?
I don't know if they're a better team.
What is their record without him? I don't even know.
I think it's like 4-4.
So they're about what they are with them.
They have a good record with Curry.
It feels like a lot of ancillary pieces play better.
Well, it's different roles, and I don't know if they're better without Draymond because defensively you may lose something. Who knows? It's a game-by-game basis. The problem is when you have a roster like this, you're not going to get consistent performances from everybody every single night. The one consistent is Stephen Curry. Mm-hmm. Andrew Wiggins has been consistent.
He's been really good.
Kuminga was starting to become consistent.
Yeah,
but other than that, there's a lot of inconsistencies on this roster. So it's a tough question to answer when you said, are they better without Draymond Green? It looks a lot different without Draymond Green. It does. But Oscar and Stockton He wants to call in because he believes we're being a little too negative about the Golden State Warriors. What's up, Oscar? Good morning.
Oh, my God. Yeah, I want to go back to Spadona of the day. I mean, everything that comes out of their mouth is about the work. It seems like the organization don't know what the hell they're doing, and we garbage. Okay, we do have some problems on our team. But just like everybody else in the NBA have problems. But for the everyday, the insults, like the Warriors is at the bottom of the pack. Man, I'll give Steph Curry a lot of credit, Steve Kerr, Joe Lacob, a lot of credit. Because one thing about the fan base we got now, they go jump on and they jump off. It's okay to not win a championship every year. It's okay to go through ups and downs. It's okay that we also have a lot of injuries to a lot of our key young players. But for us to keep on coming down the same road every morning, it's always going to turn back to Draymond Green. Always.
Well, he's the arsonist.
Okay, but guess what? The fire's been over with. Did you watch Jordan Poole last night? I watched all the games. Did you watch the game with his coach did to him last night? A lot of players don't like playing with Jordan Poole. Did you watch the game last night?
No, I'm not watching the Kings. I was watching the NFL.
Forget the NFL. I watched the Kings game last night just to see what Jordan Poole was going to do. And Jordan Poole did the same thing he always do. And they pulled him out the game because he out there playing around the court. My whole thing is that the Warriors season is not even over with. It's not even over with. And I can't wait till they shut a lot of you guys' mouth because the simple fact is that the roster is not built for a championship team, but they're not giving up. And I believe in Steph Curry, Joe Lacob, Steve Kerr. I believe in them. So,
all right, Oscar. Hey, I'm not mad at him. He believes in this organization. And you know what? There's a lot of fans like Oscar who do believe in this team, that they believe they could they could turn it around. Now, Sam Lubman, you brought this article in from ESPN.com. Who's the author again? What's his name?
Yummy-Suk. He is the Warriors reporter for ESPN.
Yeah, I've been seeing him around chasing her a lot this season. He's been covering the Dove. So he has a story. This is from this morning?
Correct. It dropped like right around when the show started.
All right, so there's some quotes in here from Curry. It's very volatile right now in terms of the emotional roller coaster this year, similar to what it was like that championship season. I think it's a challenge for us to try to just maintain confidence in what we're doing and what we're building. And until we run out of time, we have to maintain it. Now, later on in this article, they were talking about the Heat game in which they lost when Miami came in on the back end of a back-to-back, playing a double overtime against Sacramento the night before. And they were talking about the meetings. And one Western Conference executive told ESPN the Warriors are frustrated. Still, the exec, along with other Western Conference rival front office members, said the Warriors have indicated that if they make any moves, it will likely be closer to the deadline, which is why I think this stretch of games for the Warriors with 8 and 9 coming at home, where are you at? Are you 6-3 after the 9? Are you 7-2 after the 9? Are you 5-4? Are you 4-5? Are you 3-6 like you were the previous 9-game stretch before you went on the road for 4 games? That could dictate what Dunleavy and Lacob does with this team. And I think anybody and everybody's on the table with the exception of Stephen Curry. I really believe that this organization, having those conversations right now, saying everybody's on the block with the exception of Stephen Curry. Now, I don't have any validity to that. That's just my gut and what it's telling me. And my gut is big right now. Trust me. Been eating well. And sometimes it's right. But I do think everything will be on the table if they do scuffle during the stretch of games coming up over the next 8.
Yeah, this is a big stretch. I feel like we've been saying that for quite some time.
This is the one, though.
And the trade deadline looming over everything. You just don't know what's happening. And then Draymond not being available, it's not good.
But you believe the Warriors are better without Draymond Green?
Absolutely, but they could use that.
So this could be a good game. This could be good then.
Well, they need that $25 million slot, right? Like, it's a team that needs that financial punch, but they need Kuminga back, right? Like, they miss Kuminga dramatically.
Got a lot here in this article. We'll do that. 888-957-9570. What are your thoughts about the Warriors as they get ready to tip off in less than 5 hours? A 2 o'clock start on a Monday here in the Bay Area. Martin Luther King Jr. Day. Special day as the Warriors host the Celtics and try to win their 3rd game in a row and improve to 2 games over 500. That's coming up. Brought to you by Crystal Geyser Spring Water.
I can't stand
Tatum will get it with 3. Tatum with 2. Stripped by Curry. Curry the steal from half court. Good if it goes. Got it! He hit it from half court. Number 30 doing that number 30 magic. And he stole the ball at half court and then buried the shot.
This is Stephen Curry, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and the Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
Steph has had a look in his eyes recently, and shout out to Stephen Curry, Tim Roy on the call right there. You know, Steph has had a look in his eye over the last week where you could tell he's biting at him that they're a mid-team, and he's playing with that edge, and he's playing through injuries, and he's playing tough. And that's why I think, you know, when it comes, I don't want to get into his money because I think he's worth every cent, no matter what, no matter how old he is and what he does. And he can't do it alone on his team. But damn, he's fighting. He is fighting to try to get a win, fighting to try to get this team back into a playoff spot. So when it comes to the deadline, yeah, I'm kind of subscribed to what can you do to help out Steph Curry get this team back into the playoffs? What's out there? What's available? And can you reset this bad boy with the Stephen Curry on your team? But I definitely believe so. I definitely believe so. So the way Curry sees it in this ESPN article, he says 3 really good teams who've kind of separated themselves from the rest of the league. Boston, Cleveland, Oklahoma City. Oklahoma City, I believe, has a 6-game lead on Houston. Could be wrong there, 5.5, 6 games, whatever. But they separated themselves from the rest of the pack. There's another bucket of teams, Curry said, that just want to get to the playoffs healthy with momentum and know anything can happen in the playoff series. With a title being a goal, we just want to be in that bucket. And that's attainable despite some of our struggles this year. And right now, you look at it, when he talks about the standings and whether or not it's attainable or not, Shasky, and nobody's going to buy it right now because they're 21-20. But this thing could flip in a heartbeat. It's flipped for the Kings in just 2 weeks. Boom, boom, boom. They're 9-1 in the last 10. Now they jump up to 9th place. They're in 12th and 13th. Now the Warriors are 11th, but they're tied with Phoenix for the 10th spot. They're half game behind the Kings and the T-Wolves. They beat the T-Wolves 3-4 this year. They are, although they lose the tiebreaker against the Clippers, they are 3 back of the 5 spot in the Western Conference. So it's crazy. I know, you could laugh, but they are 3 games back in the loss column. Now their form, yeah, they haven't been good over the last 25 games. We get that. After the 12-3 start, it's been a nightmare. But you can rectify your season, but can you do it with the guys you have on the roster right now? I don't know that because they've been hurt all damn season.
I would buy that this team has flipped it around. If you gave me a 6-12, somewhere in that range, game sample, you don't even have to win 6, 7, 8 in a row. That's not what I'm saying. Just look like a team that's willing to compete and play desperate basketball on both ends for a good chunk of those games. You know, like long stretches. Prove to me that you could take good shots. Prove to me you can get consistent stops in a row. You know, like I just, until I see it for a long stretch, and for a long stretch, I mean 2 weeks. Like, it's hard for me to believe. That doesn't mean it can't happen. It's plausible, but you got to show it.
You have to show it. You got to play. You got to win 8-10. You got to win, and you're running out of time here. You're at the halfway point as we assess the Warriors 41 games in, 888-957-9570. What would your grade be for the Warriors through the first 41 games of the season? Because the expectations coming into the season, I had no idea what to expect. I had no clue.
What were you hoping?
Hoping for a playoff series.
Me too.
Hoping for a playoff series.
I thought that was the high end. That would have been, you make the playoffs, that would have been like an A season.
And look, there's 41 games left. The playoffs are not off the table. The season's not over at all. Not at all. But you're going to play a lot of road games in the month of February. And the teams that you thought were just gimmies, like Toronto and Brooklyn and Detroit and Sac and Port, they're no longer gimmies because of the way you're playing basketball. The Warriors, that is. They haven't played great offensive basketball, as Seth said a couple weeks ago. They put the mid, as a young kid say, they put the mid in being mediocre. They're a mid-team right now. But they can flip this thing. But can they get healthy? But what grade would you give them through the first 41 games of the season? Think about your expectations. They start 12-3. The vibes are great. Everybody's calling in. Everybody's talking championship. And, oh, my God, what a special team. Buddy Hield is doing everything he can. And now all of a sudden, Buddy Hield can't buy a basket. And all of a sudden, the Warriors have scuffled since that 12-3 start. So how would you assess the Warriors through 41 games? What grade would you give them?
I'd give them a C-. And the reason why I'm giving them a C-, it's not the overall record. For me, it's the amount of games down the stretch that I feel like they fumbled away. Now, Evan Giddings was in the back. He goes, so they're actually a winning team in crunch time. They have more wins than losses. And I'm thinking to myself, like, that might be true statistically. My eyeballs are telling me this is one of the worst clutch teams I've ever seen during the Steph era, obviously. And I'm looking at, like, him and Dre and Wiggins, the top dogs on this team, and they're closing out of games. And I think it's been a little lackluster. I'm baking into the fact that you have gotten some great contributions from Kuminga and TJD, specifically TJD the last month and a half, but Podziemski hasn't been good at all. Simultaneously, you've had moments. You've had moments where buddies look good and then long stretches where he's looked horrible, right? So to me, like, I'm going more eyeball, body of work, feels like a C-.
I like that grade. I gave him a C as well. You're 21-20. In clutch games, by the way, they're 500. They just won two straight clutch games.
They're not over.
They won 2 straight games.
Okay.
They were 11-13, and then they beat Minnesota, which was technically a clutch game.
How many?
13-13. They're 13-13.
26 of the
26 clutch games.
Pretty much half.
But you know, there's some of these clutch games, like they lost a game in Phoenix, right? And the clutch game, by definition in the NBA, is a game within 5 points within the last 5 minutes of the fourth quarter.
Okay.
Well, there was a game in Phoenix where they were down like 13. They made a run, but it never felt like they were going to win that game. So I'm like, how clutch is it?
Was that the one where they kept all the bench guys in and the starters were on the bench? And he kind of rode
Saturday
with
night.
them?
Saturday night.
Yeah, I remember that one.
And so some of these clutch games, by definition, I'm like, was that really a close game?
It's like a quality start in baseball.
You're up 10. Yeah, exactly. You're up 10 with 10 minutes left.
Stat ever.
You're up 10 with 10 minutes left. Or you're up 15, and the team goes on a little run and get a little life.
Yeah,
and all
you're
of a
on
sudden,
control.
It's a clutch game. You know what I mean? But,
no, I hear you.
But technically, they're 13-13, but they have won. They have won 2 straight clutch games. So
if you would have told me they were 7-39, I would have believed that.
Yeah,
in clutch games,
no doubt. So I mean, they're 500 in clutch games. They're 500 basically when it comes to their record at 21-20. They were just 10-10 at home, and that's another thing too. It's another thing with this team. The last 2 years, they have not won at home. Their home court advantage has dissipated.
Well, now, aren't your role players supposed to play better at home?
They are, but they've got one. Last year, they were 21-20 at home.
See, to me, the way I would diagnose that, when the role players don't know what their role is on any given night, how can they hang their hat on something at home when they have no idea how they're going to be utilized?
Well, exactly. But you're at home, where you would think that the home court advantage will help. And right now, the fans, a lot of fans tell me, well, they need to give me something to cheer about. They need to give me something to cheer about. Sometimes you may have to pick these boys up, man, as a fan, right? I mean, that's what fans do. That's what the special fans say. We got to pick up our team.
That's
and the
more
lack
of
of energy, and the lack of energy inside that building at times is alarming.
Well, I would say to you, this is a bigger issue than just the Warriors at home. I think the league as a whole. I went over to the studio over there, and Spadoni had on the Hornets versus the Mavericks. The first 5 shots were chuck threes off the back of the iron. And it was like open run at the YMCA. And I'm saying to myself, like, as a fan, I pay, whatever I pay to come into that game. And that's not the best watch.
No. You got to have more balance. You got to have balance.
So, like, I think that there is something to be said for the league as a whole having an issue with style of play, and I think that does affect the product on the floor.
It does.
And the crowd arena and all that stuff.
Yeah, it's a possibility. It's definitely a possibility. It's a valid point.
Wiggins' Final 5 thing.
But I don't know if I would have go that
like
crazy
that
with
idea.
that.
I'm open to that.
But you got to do something to fix the game. Now, the Warriors did have a lot more balance Saturday night against the Wizards. They outscored them in the paint 58-24. And so they're going inside a lot, getting 2 feet in the paint, penetrating and kicking. And that's where the Warriors were at their best, when they were more of a balanced attack. They settle for the mid-range jumper. They get to the line. They get some of that. So, you know what? They've got to be better at home. The last 2 years, it's been one of the more underreported storylines of the Golden State Warriors over the last 2 seasons. They are 500 at home.
Well, they don't shoot well, it feels like, at home.
Which is crazy. It's absurd to me. They're 21-20 last year at home. Right now, they're 11-10. So they have to reestablish their home court advantage before they do anything and want to go on a playoff run. Teams are coming in here to Chase Center and feeling way too damn comfortable. Way too comfortable.
So they're halfway through the season right now. What do they do well?
Right now, what do they do well?
So, I'll let you think about it. What's gone well for them this year? I would say TJD's development over the last month and a half.
Jonathan Kuminga.
Andrew Wiggins. Those things have gone well. Steph is still some version of excellent Steph.
No doubt.
What else?
Defensively, I feel like they've been better. They feel a little more quicker defensively, like at the point of attack. Is that the Schroeder
effect?
I don't know if that's the Schroeder effect. Maybe he's melting. Schroeder, the whole experiment of Schroeder so far has been a little disappointing, although he's starting to find it. But the ball just sticks. Okay. This ball sticks in his hands a little bit offensively, and it's tough for him. It's tough for him to adjust to the system.
I'd like to see him be more of a catch and shoot guy.
I think the negatives have been the inconsistent lineups because of the injuries, because of the roles. When you got guys go out, all of a sudden a guy like Buddy Hield is a specialist off the bench right now with this team. But he's had to start a number of games. You know what I'm saying? He has had to start because of the Melton injury, because of acclimating Schroeder, because of Steph's injuries, because of Draymond being out and Wiggins being out or Kuminga being out. He's had to start a slow games. So the inconsistencies with just getting a set rotation, when they finally had their set rotation, it's like, okay, cool, it's playtime. Then Melton gets hurt.
Melton was going to be very important, but I don't know. Maybe I'm being a hater. I don't think Melton was going to make or break this, like turn this team into a 50-plus win team.
No, but we would at least saw this team in a role slotted for guys where they know their roles coming in, game in and game out. When you drive, it's just like the Giants. We talked about the Giants for so long under Farhan Zaidi. Guys are driving to Oracle Park. Am I going to bat third or fifth today? Or am I even going to play? Or am I platooning? You kind of had that same effect with the Warriors where like, am I starting? Am I playing 15 minutes? Am I playing 30 minutes? And so that kind of affects a player's psyche there when you don't even have a routine because of all the inconsistencies due to the injury. So to me, that's been one of the biggest issues on this team. And now you could say, well, Bonte, they're getting older. This is what happens with older teams. And I subscribe to that. But when you have inconsistencies in terms of roles and players coming off the bench or starting, you're not going to gain a lot of traction.
So I guess my pushback would be like, well, that's like rosters, right? Like Austin Slater isn't starting every day anywhere in the league, right? So I look at the Warriors. I'm just using that as an example.
He was on the Giants.
Well, that's
kind of my point.
That's an indictment of there. So who is Buddy Hield starting on in the league? No one. Maybe the Wizards. Okay, who is Moses Moody starting on in the league? Probably no one. Who is TJD starting on around the league? I'm not even hating on these guys. I'm asking sincerely, like Dennis Schroeder, what winning team is starting him? Maybe a couple, maybe.
This is the roster right now.
But
this is the roster. And this is why I warned, I don't know how much better this team is with Clay. I don't. But when a league values shooting at an all-time high in spacing, I have a problem letting go of shooters. Everybody's trying to look for shooters now. Spacing, three-point shooting, perimeter defense seems to be the thing that's in vogue in the league right now. Right now, the Warriors they're struggling with that because of the new CBA, because of the luxury tax, because of their contracts or whatnot. And so they're going to have to, whether it's the deadline or next summer, you're going to have to figure out how to rectify and get this roster back to where you get more, not only just two-way players, but guys who are skilled, can go to the lane, can shoot the three, and you have to get quicker and more athletic. But that is imperative for this team moving forward.
But how many good teams, I'm using air quotes, have two legitimate starters?
There's every team.
No, I'm saying
they're all the good teams.
Just two. That's what it feels like the Warriors. I'm talking about who could start on any team in the league. Wiggins and Steph Curry right now. Like that's kind of the locked in guys. Now, we could argue about Draymond and Kuminga. Right. Okay. I don't know how many teams those guys are starting for. It's hard for me to say that you're going to be a upper echelon team or even a lock playoff team when you only have two legitimate starters.
Well, that's why I pushed back when they were 12-3, say, hey, let's hold our horses here before we get all washed up the power rankings or whatnot, because there's going to be a lot of we didn't know game by game. Steve Kerr's got to, and that's what makes his job difficult. As a coach, when you have to go to 23 different starting lineups, and you can ill afford to stabilize your roster because guys drop like flies, or Draymond leaves a game 3 minutes into a Saturday night. All of a sudden, Keith Santos step right up. You're forced into duty here. They'll play heavy minutes when you're probably before the game knowing that Draymond's back. Okay, I'm going to have a limited role because we play the same position. It's just it's tough on a coaching staff and a coach when you don't even know what you have because you don't have consistencies with the lineup. It just is what it is. So,
can I ask this question?
Go ahead.
Kuminga, the one guy that we haven't talked about, how many teams is he starting on?
Don't know.
How many do we think?
Don't know.
If we just threw out a number. I don't know. Like, is it half the league?
I don't know.
Is it more or less than half the league?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know.
What do you think, Spadoni? Do you have an idea on this, or Lubman?
Because you know what?
Go a third of the league.
A third of the league, okay.
But you know what, though? The whole thing with starting, I look around the league with all these teams, they all, like, not to the extent of the Golden State Warriors, but Minnesota's had a bunch of different starting lineups.
Okay, then I'll put it a different way.
Like, you know what I'm saying?
How many teams are playing Jonathan Kuminga
30 minutes a night?
30 plus minutes a game?
Oh, I think more than half the league's playing them 30 minutes
I would agree. So, which begs to the question of why the hell hasn't that been happening here?
Don't know.
Right?
Don't know. So, because when he does play 30 minutes a night, he's very efficient. His numbers look good. He looks like an upper echelon player. So when he does get the 30 minutes a night, he plays very, very well.
So we've got three guys that you trust that a third to half the league would play 30 minutes a night. Steph, Wiggins, and Kuminga.
Well, I think Draymond would play 30 minutes a night.
I don't think he can hold up, but I hear you. They would want to play him.
I think he played 30 minutes a night on a lot of teams in this league. I do believe that. I know you're down on Draymond. Everybody's down on Draymond, but I do believe he's played 30 minutes. I just don't think his body will hold up, but that's a good point. But I think he's playing 30 minutes a night.
Okay.
Schroeder was playing over 30 minutes a night in Brooklyn. Now, you can say Brooklyn.
That? Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. Would he do that everywhere?
Point guards are valuable, and a lot of teams don't play the way the Warriors play. So Schroeder fits a lot better with a lot of other teams.
Okay.
So I do think he's a 25 to 30 minute a night guy.
But I think we're coming back to, the old, it's not you, it's me. Like, it might just be the Warriors got to change up their philosophy a little bit here.
Well, yeah, we've talked about that, evolving and the one big lineup. I saw this against Sacramento, where the Sacramento Kings came in, they go up 2-0. I said, damn, I think they need to go to the one big lineup, man. The two big lineups not working with them. It's not working. And because they knew they're going to make Clay a ball handler, we're going to double Steph no matter what, and we're going to make Draymond and Looney hit the floaters consistently. And we don't believe they can do that. And so Sacramento went to the one big line. The Warriors went to the one big lineup. Now, they went to it because Draymond was suspended for game 3 of that series. And they blow away Sacramento. They get back in the series, and the rest is history. So evolving with the times, yes, you have to get more athletic. You need more scoring. You need more bucket getters. And you got to have more balance. I think the way the Warriors played for so long, it has caught up to them. Steve Kerr mentioned it. The league has caught up. So what's the counter? What is the counter? And this stretch of games, I think we're going to find out a lot from what Dunleavy and Lacob's going to do here after the 9-game stretch going into the All-Star game. Deadline's February 6th. Now, would it surprise me if the Warriors don't make a deal? Absolutely. It would not surprise me. It would not surprise me one bit if they did not make a deal, because it would tell me that maybe they're just angling for the summertime where more teams may be willing to do business with them. Because I don't know how many teams are going to do business at the deadline with all the parity in the NBA. Everybody trying to get into the play-in and the top 6 or whatnot. And we've seen play-in teams make a run in the playoffs before. Teams believe that now, kind of like the wild card game in baseball. But if you don't make a deal February 6th, it tells me bigger things could be on the horizon for this organization in terms of a bigger deal come summertime, which they failed to make, but it takes 2 to tango. As I always keep saying, it, like people want to come up with these trades. Oh, we should have traded for this guy and traded for that guy. It takes 2 to tango, folks. You don't think the Warriors were not trying? Like, that's the other. I don't even
well, no, but
I
think where it falls down for a lot of fans, it's we understand that you're trying, but you can't say for 2 full seasons like, oh, we tried at the deadline in the offseason. Oh, we tried in the offseason. Oh, we're going to try again at the deadline. We tried at the deadline. We're going to do it this offseason. Like, eventually that falls on deaf ears, right? So I understand being frustrated with that. Man, if they make no move, I think Warrior fans are going to be really disappointed.
I don't understand it, because the people that everybody wanted, Paul George, aren't you happy you don't have Paul George right now? How much better are the Clippers without Paul George?
How much better are you? You're not that good.
They let Paul George walk for nothing, and the Clippers are so much better. They let Paul George walk.
Well, they still have Harden and Kawhi.
But Kawhi can't stay healthy, and he just got back. You know what I'm saying? And we could say Harden and Zubac, but we didn't believe in them. We didn't believe in them.
Zubac.
No, but we didn't believe in the Clippers coming into the season. We didn't believe
Spadoni knows. I always love Zubac.
The conversation about the Clippers.
Oh, yeah.
Before the season was like, oh, their pick's going to OKC, and OKC is about to pick up Cooper Flag. Now the Clippers are 5th place right now with Kawhi Leonard back. Think about that, though. Paul George, who got a max deal with the Sixers, they let him walk for nothing and are better. So the deal that everybody wanted the Warriors to make for Paul George, I'm thankful they didn't make the deal for Paul George.
I don't know. Maybe it looks different here. I don't know.
Max deal for Paul George? Philadelphia right now is 11th place in the Eastern Conference.
And the Warriors are?
Well, they didn't get Paul George. They didn't imagine how they would have looked with Paul George.
They're 11th as well?
They're tied with Phoenix for the 10th spot.
So, I mean, we're not much better off. So,
but what I'm saying,
maybe we're in the same spot.
We're not much better off, but imagine how worse you look if you gave Paul George a max deal at this age.
Oh, it wouldn't
Philadelphia
feel
has to
great.
ride that for the next 3 years.
At least you tried. Like, I don't know. I think sitting pat is just going to send a signal to the fan base that, like,
it will.
It's going to send a negative tone.
Oh, I get it, and I think they know that. I think they know that.
I agree with you or not on that, I'm just saying, like, the general sentiment is going to be like, you didn't do anything?
Well, if there's nothing to do.
There's always something to do.
Where was there nothing to do? Are they going to overpay for Vuk?
What does overpay mean?
I don't know. What if the Bulls are looking at like 2 first-round picks? What are they looking at 3 first-round picks? I don't know what these other teams are asking for.
This year is more likely, if they continue on the path that they're at, it's probably 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, right? Usually you don't find big difference makers in that spot.
I hear you. I don't know. I don't know what they can do at the deadline here that's going to make them better for this season.
I would be surprised if it costs 2 first-rounders.
Yeah, I don't know what it's going to cost for them. But the Bulls are – who do we have on last week? They said the Bulls are notoriously difficult to deal with. They are. But I don't know what's available out there that's going to make the Warriors so much better for this season. From the names that are rumored, like is Vuk making them so much better?
I think it helps.
It helps, but how much better? But how much better?
I mean, a couple games, but that could be the difference between being the the 7 seed and being the 11 seed.
And then what are you giving up? So I don't know. I don't know what you do here.
You got to give yourself a puncher's chance. If you're going to stay in the mix and you're not going to bottom out, you got to give yourself a puncher's chance.
So you think you should just make a trade to appease a fan base?
Sometimes I do think you have to. Yes. Sometimes I think you do.
Yeah,
it's not sound business, but you also have to understand you're in a consumer-based product, and you kind of owe it to Steph Curry a little. Like, you got to send the signal to him that you're trying.
Let's go to Dwayne in Elk Grove. Dwayne, what's happening? Steph Curry mentioned last week he knows Dunleavy's on the phone making things happen. So
he said that.
He knows that. He said that publicly. I don't think he would say that publicly if he didn't believe that privately.
Trades are hard.
Let's go to Dwayne in Elk Grove.
Team, isn't it a better chance to improve the team later on, and just instead of making a trade to make people happy? So make good trades and good draft picks to improve the team. Wouldn't that be better than just making a trade at the deadline and picking up somebody and trying to work somebody in?
I'm kind of with you. I understand where Standing Pat's going to fall on. People are going to be irate. People are going to be pissed off like they were a couple seasons ago.
There's no nuance.
Everybody's going to get ticked off. I already get it. I get it. But I mentioned it last week. I mentioned it the week before, and I'll mention it again. Standing Pat may be your best business move for the all season to where you can make major moves. And I do believe more teams will be able to look at their books for the foreseeable future and be willing to deal with other teams and willing to take on contracts, whether it's worth $25 million a year, $27 million a year, who knows. But I do think you'll have more options to make some moves this coming off season. I know they failed, but Danny Ainge also for an arm and a leg for Larry Markkinen, for crying out loud. Larry Markkinen, that's what we go crazy for?
I do think he would help.
He would help.
Potts has been pretty bad. I mean, I don't know what was going to be in that deal. It's probably going to be 1,000 first-round picks as well.
Kuminga and Moody? Kuminga has had...
No, I would have kept
as
Kuminga.
Good of a season as Larry Markkinen.
No.
And you were going to trade him for Larry Markkinen. That was the move.
Well, I don't know what the combinations were.
It was going to be that combination.
You think he would have been in there for sure?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Danny Ainge is asking for the world. So Danny Ainge does, though. That's what Danny Ainge does.
Who's the better basketball player today?
Kuminga's not far off.
I'm just asking.
Markkinen may be more polished.
Okay.
But Kuminga's giving you the same production.
But they're very different players.
Different, no doubt. We're giving you the same production. Let's go to, we got about 11 minutes in the show. Let's go to the 2024 Roaster of the Year, Tony in Oakland. Good morning, Tony.
Tony, my buddy Martin.
Good morning.
Good morning. My buddy Martin.
Good morning.
Sam dropped the ball. He's supposed to do the age of Aquarius. Do you know this is the first day of Aquarius? And I know you guys get in the mix because it's all about the zodiacal signs. Anyway, but first I wanted to say that Daniels is unbelievable with the Commanders, with the Mighty Quinn, like your kid, right?
Oh, my gosh.
Right, Vontae?
He's so good.
But anyway, Daniels, that dude, he's sitting there meditating on the sideline. You know what I mean? And the dude can feel everything. I mean, that guy is unbelievable. He's got the Purdy stuff. And then you look at Stroud. Stroud can't feel anything coming. He gets hit from behind. He can't feel the motion coming the way Daniels would feel it, right? Anyway, but then I wanted to say, no, Draymond can resurrect himself because he's already gotten in with the divine. He's just got to go down on his knees a little more. Maybe he should get with Daniels and learn how to do it again. But what I wanted to say about today, I discovered at UC Berkeley on the Life Science Building on the northwest corner. Oh, my God. It's National Treasure's 47th page. It's the Philosopher's Stone and the Holy Grail. It's got hieroglyphics in that corner. It used to be an entrance, and it's behind bushes now. But anyway, it shows it's got an urn with a man pointing the urn with 3 fishes on. This is an Egyptian style. And then he points to it, and the next, there's an owl, and then there's a stone or an egg, which is that Holy Grail, which is that Philosopher's Stone. And then you got the golden kid there with the stuff coming out of his head, which would be Horus, next to the god Osiris. You won't even believe this because you know what I realized? They've got stuff on all those old buildings. It's just like Rosalind Temple in Scotland. In case we have no more books and we forget.
How are you celebrating Martin Luther King Jr. Day?
Pardon?
How are you celebrating Martin Luther King Jr. Day?
Oh, well, this goes with it. Today is the age of Aquarius. Aquarius is water, which is spirit, and Martin Luther King was all about getting in the divine. And on that building, too, are water symbols. So Martin Luther King would be all over it. And if he were here with me right now, he'd be mirroring spirit over this.
He would. Do you think Martin Luther King Jr. would think that Vontae Hill would be in the zone, locked in? How would he appreciate Shasky and I and us being in the zone?
Okay, well, you know what? When you've had the gift, you can tell who's mirroring. This is all you mirror like mirrors. That's how you're brothers and sisters of it. That's how you have a oneness. He would know immediately.
I love you, Tony.
Thank you, Tony.
I love you,
Vontae,
Tony. He's just got the gun out on his knees a little.
You said that you love hieroglyphics. Can you name a hieroglyphic?
Probably not right now. I know the rap band. The hip-hop group, Hyro Day, Labor Day weekend. I know about that.
Do you know about the Rosetta Stone?
I don't know much about the Rosetta Stone.
The Eye of Horus.
I fell asleep in those classes. I think I did.
I find the Egyptian culture to be fascinating.
It is fascinating.
The Ankh.
Yeah, I'm all about sports nowadays, so I don't get much into hieroglyphics. Maybe if I have some downtime, maybe I'll get back into it. But I love me some Tony, man. Love me some Tony.
Love to see you studying hieroglyphics.
I would study.
It's like you and the Mona Lisa.
Next vacation, hieroglyphics. I'm gonna get me a book.
The Sphinx is overrated.
Do you know how to read hieroglyphics?
Nah, not really.
The direction you read is whatever direction they're facing. Fun fact.
Well, I didn't know that. You knew that? I didn't know that.
I'm happy with the pyramids of Giza.
No.
Thank you.
Egypt has always fascinated me. I had an old friend on the school newspaper, the Guardsman, City College, San Francisco. She used to write for the Chronicle, and she was living in Egypt for a long, long time. She had her profile picture for many, many years was a Sphinx. So I used to grill her on Cairo, Egypt. I was like, well, what is it like? What is it like being out there at the pyramids? It looks surreal. I've seen pictures, take photos in front of, like, it's surreal. Like, I've always wanted to go to Egypt. So that is on my bucket list, to be honest with you. Little fun fact about Bonte
Pyramids
Hill.
are very, I don't think people really appreciate, how old the Great Pyramids are. I think I saw was, Cleopatra, the pharaoh queen of Egypt, was, born closer to us than she was to the construction of the pyramids. That's how old those bad boys are.
I mean, if you really want to go down this rabbit hole, I have way more questions than I have answers because the stones they used were from way far away, and how did they transport them there?
Manpower.
How did they?
Yeah, literally, they had thousands and thousands of slaves doing it.
It's not just that.
No, it is. Well, it's not aliens,
I didn't say aliens.
Okay.
I didn't say aliens. But
don't get fired on inauguration.
No, I didn't say aliens. But their idea of the stars and their ability to track it is out of control. It's unbelievable. They were, when we say someone was way ahead of their time, they were so ahead of their time, it's not even funny.
I think we underestimate how there was smart people even back then. Isaac Newton.
Smart?
Very
We're talking
smart.
about brilliance.
Yes.
Brilliance.
Yes.
Who thinks people were dumb back then?
Have you ever heard of the Baghdad Battery?
No.
You never heard of the Baghdad Battery?
It's the Baghdad Battery.
They had their way of creating electricity back in the day. Yeah, out in the desert. It's incredible.
They came up with Fast Five there.
It's time for the Xfinity Fast Five. Your last chance to get in on the...
Now, 650, the other pyramids that Bonte has seen are the ones in Vegas. You're right about that. I've only seen those pyramids. I've always been fascinated with the pyramid in Memphis, Tennessee, where the Memphis Tigers played their games for many, many years. The old pyramid in Memphis is where Lennox Lewis fought Mike Tyson at the pyramid in Memphis, Tennessee. But I've always wanted to see Egypt. Africa's on my bucket list. There's no doubt. I want to go see what's going on. Fezzi, I've talked to him about maybe go to Africa this summer. Who knows? But Cairo, Egypt. Egypt, the Sphinx, the pyramids. Yeah, I'm fascinated by them.
Yeah. Look up next time you get a chance, Baghdad Battery. It's like this pottery thing, and they would take copper and iron, and maybe I'm wrong, maybe it was a zinc or something like that. They would take different things and they would rub them together, and they would like electrotherapy and this and the other. It would basically their version of electricity. This is thousands of years back. It's
Baghdad
incredible.
Battery sounds like a good rap group from Afghanistan.
That's actually not bad.
Thank you.
I love watching these archaeology digs that are on like the Disney Channel because they've got the History Channel a part of it. And it's just, I love all that stuff. I find it fascinating, absolutely fascinating. And I'm telling you, I know you think it's just slaves. There is the amount of technology that they needed to do all these stones, even by hand, it would take generations to do. I don't know what they were using.
Ohio State, Notre Dame. Notre Dame, 8.5-point dogs, boys. Who you like tonight?
I like Notre Dame. Riley Leonard. Let's go. Jeremiah Love. Let's go.
Yeah,
I know
like
you
the
guys are all
Buckeyes.
going to Ohio State. And it's the right smart choice.
I like the Buckeyes.
It's
I
a
like
smart
the
choice.
Ohio State to win. I don't know about
covering.
points. Yeah.
I do worry about Will Howard against that defense, quarterback for Ohio State. But they got so many. That defense of Ohio State is so damn good. I don't think they're going to be able to run the ball against them. Trying to pass the ball against that front. I like the Buckeyes in this one.
I think it's going to be a Buckeyes win, but I think Notre Dame will cover.
Are the Buckeyes wearing red? Do we know?
I don't know. I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, could you look at it?
Somebody talk.
Back in the day, that obviously Notre Dame, every now and then when they were the home team, they would wear the green bowl game jersey. So I wonder what they're going to rock tonight.
My final thought overall, though, is help us, Josh Allen. You're our only hope. That's the end of my final thought.
Notre Dame's wearing blue. Ohio State's wearing white.
Notre Dame's. Oh, they are going to wear the dark blue.
But they might wear green. Who knows?
A guy who was linked to the Giants, Anthony Santander, career high 44 home runs last year, in an agreement with the Blue Jays. So the Blue Jays finally land somebody.
They got their guy.
We shouldn't be talking around here.
No, I'm giving them love.
The way we.
No, the Blue Jays, as the Giants have had it bad with free agents, the Blue Jays have had it pretty bad too. So
it's understandable on why the Blue Jays would suffer. They're in Canada, Toronto. Nobody wants to live there in Toronto, even though it's one of the more beautiful cities in the world.
Your life is really difficult if you play American sports and you live in Canada.
You live in Canada.
It's so much harder than we understand.
It's just different, man. It's just different. But they get Santander. They get some power. From the Baltimore Orioles, of course, he was with the Orioles, but the Orioles are still stacked. They got so many players. They'll be back. They'll reload. All right, that's it for us. On Martin Luther King Jr. Day. They got the brothers working, I know. Go to Matt Nahegan, send them the tweets. Why was Bonte working on his day? All right, that was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity at home or on the go. You get the fastest internet to all of your devices.
It's Warriors Celtics. Today at 2.
You know what, Priest? Something is a little fishy about today. Something is fishy, and it's the fact that Steiny and I, Evan Giddings, sitting in for Daryl the Guru Johnson, have literally switched seats. And this is where...
Oh, no.
Well, we're going to find out, Goo. Today's about the truth, though, Steiny.
Oh.
Well, first you got to turn your mic on.
Oh.
There's a shot in there that I didn't have to take.
All right.
Today's about the truth. That's what hit me this weekend. Just thinking about all the things that have been going on in sports. I thought, first of all, it was a great sports weekend. We got the Warriors hitting their midway point. They get prepared to take on the Celtics today at 2 o'clock. We'll have Warriors Live for you. A Steiny edition of Warriors Live at 1 o'clock. And then also, the NFL Divisional Round was absolutely superb. And I just kept thinking about the truth. I don't know what hit you this weekend, Steiny?
Oh, the unrivaled debut. The 3-on-3 Women's League, the Mist and the Lunar Owls got things started. Actually, it was pretty good.
Well, the NBA could take some notes. Seriously.
My takeaway from the weekend was, in football, was Chiefs still getting every call in the book. The Lions simply too decimated after a ridiculous regular season of injury. Saquon Barkley is the MVP of the league in reality. And then the last game, it was just a matter of which quarterback was going to get buried after the game, and it's going to be Lamar Jackson. So that's my football overview for the weekend.
Well, you ready to bury him, or you want to do that a little bit later in the show?
Probably a little bit later. But we got to be careful because at 1 o'clock we go into Warriors.
That's right. So we got a 3-hour show. And, I mean, to me, it's like, Steiny, sports are a results-based business. That's why we talk about the Warriors the way that we do. That's why some of the comments from this weekend about the Warriors I thought were interesting. And it's also why football is the sport that it is. And I want to table that because I think that it is absolutely worth a conversation. But to me, thinking about this weekend, thinking about some of the things that were said by Jordan Poole, by Draymond Green, that about the Warriors as they stand at 21-20 midway through this season, like, you do kind of have to call it like it is. And I feel like people are a bit, I don't know, like unable to sort of just say what they really feel as I struggle through these words.
Okay. What in particular? Jordan Poole coming back, 38, Draymond Green saying he's sorry, that kind of thing?
Yeah. Yeah. Like hearing Draymond Green, or not even hearing him, watching him type those words on Twitter, it kind of set the tone for the football that I watched yesterday, but it's like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And I truly believe that Draymond Green is sorry. Like, I believe that he's sorry for punching Jordan. I believe that he feels sorry for maybe messing up in his mind the last 2 seasons. I think he feels sorry for, I don't know, maybe running KD out of town or for missing a finals game in 2016. I think he's sorry for all of those things. But the fact of the matter is, it doesn't matter because his actions, it's like someone looking back 50 years later and saying, well, you know, I'm really sorry for that one thing I did that messed up someone's situation. And it's like, you can feel sorry all you want, but it's going to fall on hollow ears.
You know what I thought of when I saw Draymond Green saying he's really sorry? Would he be really sorry if he were in his prime? If it were 5 or 6 years ago, would he really be sorry? And I don't think he would be. I think he would still be kind of the king of the NBA. And one of the things that I think's happening now is he's seeing that his career's not going to last forever. I think he's seeing that his game is diminishing a little bit. I think he also knew he got hurt in that game, so he's going to miss some time. And that's the big reason why I think he's sorry. I agree. I think he actually is sorry. But I'm not sure he would have been sorry if if this were 5 or 6 years ago and he were still on a dynastic team that was going to challenge for a title. I think this is a lot of times what comes with the realization that you're not on top anymore. And when you're not on top like you used to be, then you just don't have as much clout. And I think he knows that he is losing some of his NBA juice. And if you're losing your NBA juice, why be hated at that point? Like, his days of being the villain are pretty much over because he's not playing like the guy he was 5 or 6 years ago. So it just won't float like it has in the past.
No, I'm with you. And actually, I don't think it's coincidental, or I do think it's coincidental that he got hurt like 3 minutes into that game. But I think there's also something to Draymond, just like Steph, they're starting to grapple with basketball mortality. And they're getting hurt a little bit more. I think they also realize maybe more Draymond than Steph. Like, I'm not sure he's as important as he was even a couple of years ago to the Golden State Warriors. And he's thinking about, and watching Jordan Poole drop 38 on the Warriors, close to a season high. And I do think he's reflected on what he could have done differently to make sure that that guy could have stayed. I think that ship has long sailed, and I'm not here to tell you that Jordan Poole should still be here or he'd be the savior for the Warriors. Like, I think they've been, slowly creeping towards the end of their dynasty, and they're might be close. But I think Draymond's thinking about that more, and he's thinking about all the things that he's done wrong. And I do believe that also among the things he might be most sorry about, I do think hitting Jordan Poole is at the top of his list.
Well, it should be.
Of all the things, but that also includes making a death threat to his head coach.
Right.
That includes putting another NBA player in a chokehold. It's a laundry list of things that Draymond Green could be sorry for, but I honestly believe that Jordan Poole, because he's never done that before. I don't think he has ever explicitly apologized in a fashion that he knew would be publicly viewed and would be allowed to resonate. I mean, it had like 6 million impressions on Twitter. So he knew what he was doing.
Sure.
And I do believe that's also why that's the thing that probably eats at him the most.
510. So there's no way for a man to mature. No, I'm not saying that. And I think Draymond Green has matured. And one of the ways you mature in life is to realize that you ain't all you think you are. And I think that's one of the things that's happening with Draymond Green. It's like, yeah, there's absolutely reasons why people mature. You're getting fired. That'll make you a little bit more mature. But what I'm saying is sometimes maturation comes out of almost necessity. And Draymond Green right now is forced to look at things a little differently. He's not looking at things like a 29-year-old player in his prime who runs the league and who comments on everything around the league. And I do think this is also Draymond coming to terms with the fact that he's not going to play forever, and he wants to go out not as the guy that he was 8 years ago, but maybe as a new and different guy, or at least somebody who's still competitive but not over the top like he is. But, the one thing that seems apparent is Jordan Poole isn't really interested in an apology. You can accept an apology and then just move on. You know what I mean? Well, but I don't think he wants anything to do with Draymond Green.
I would argue this is the definition of that. Here's Jordan Poole after the game.
Yeah, I love those guys over there. I love most of those guys over there. Really good group, really good staff. Shout out to the fans. Saw a lot of 3 jerseys out there, a lot of JP3 jerseys, which is always really cool and always get a lot of love. Spent some good quality time here, and it's dope to see it. Appreciate it.
Until one of those statements ends with "I forgive," then yeah, what Draymond Green says doesn't really mean much to me. And I appreciate that Draymond appears to have grown up quite a bit, really in just the last year. And I think that he was forced to during the suspensions. And so you're right. Like, he has been forced to mature quickly, but it doesn't mean that your actions are erased. And I think that's what we saw again this weekend. It's Jordan Poole is in the place he should be. Draymond is in the place that he should be. 2 men made their choices, and they got to live with it. And it doesn't mean that they can't grow and get better, but it also doesn't mean that I have to believe or, I guess, recognize the impact of an apology on Twitter.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of, the way you can accept a person's apology, but then not need or want to be their friend. I think the other thing is when you look at Saturday's game, don't even tell me that the Warriors couldn't use a player like Jordan Poole. It's funny. Sometimes we talk around the issues and at the issues. This guy came in and scored 38 points, and he kept the Wizards in the game single-handedly. And,
the Warriors could use an offensive player like this. There's just no doubt about it. He would be the second leading scorer right now on the Golden State Warriors, and he'd be playing on a better team, so the numbers wouldn't be as hollow. And we don't have to necessarily get into all that, but as far as I'm concerned, the verdict is in, and that is the Warriors got rid of Jordan Poole, whether it was a financial move or whether it had to do with Draymond Green or not. It was a mistake. They made a mistake by moving Jordan Poole for Chris Paul for then a salary dump. And I think it's easy to see.
888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny Guru, Evan in for Guru, sitting in Steiny's chair. Kind of a wacky Monday. Happy MLK Day to all. We're going to have Warriors Live coming up at 1 o'clock right before the Warriors take on the Celtics today. And going to continue, again, kind of down this road because I think today, at least what hit me over the weekend, it's the truth. And the fact that sports is a results-based business. It applies to the Warriors. It applies to the football games we saw. And I want to dig deeper into that as we move along. All right, that's what's coming up in the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Again, tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. We're back after this.
This game day traffic report is brought to you by...
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
The truth shall set you free, Steiny. We're going to get to the bottom of it by 1 o'clock before Warriors Live. Again.
What do you want to know? You know, as far as
you only get 3 strikes. That's 2.
I think I'm on Mount Truth Teller more.
Number 2.
So you got a good guest for you today. Mm-hmm. No, you do.
A good guest?
Yeah, I'm basically
something I didn't know.
I'm basically a number 2 today.
Yeah, no.
See, and that's
how does
the
it
thing.
feel?
Well, I'll tell you. How does it feel?
Oh, I saw that movie this weekend.
Did you
by the
really?
way. It was really good.
I'm going to see it soon.
I got to give it up.
I'm going to see it soon.
It also.
Careful.
Bob Dylan's singing voice.
What about it?
Not.
You better be careful.
Overrated.
Not that great.
It's not even overrated. It's bad.
If Timothy
Shamamet. Shamalama Ding Dong.
If Shamalama Ding Dong can come in and sing as well as the guy's voice was not that great.
Everybody can sing as well as Dylan. He doesn't have a great voice.
I'm glad you recognize that.
But that's not what he's about. He's about the words.
Well, that in that regard
imagery
is incredible.
He's
kind of an ass, though.
No, he's not. A little bit. He's a little bit. Most geniuses you'll find, and you've come across a few of them yourself, are a little bit prickly at times. That's all. Because
they're a self-plug?
Because they're operating on another level, and it's hard for mortals to understand what's going on at that level.
Well, another smart guy also told me everyone's just a man. That includes your boy Robert Zimmerman.
That is his name.
That's all I'll say.
That is his name. Hey, we got a big one today. Celtics in town. Rematch of the 2022 finals.
What do you remember about that? I was actually at Kezar Pub a couple weeks ago, and it always makes me think about Game 6 of the NBA Finals, because that's where we did our show that day, you and Goo, and we watched it together with a lot of very happy Warriors fans.
Yeah, and you know what sticks out about that 2022 title to me, and I really do hope people don't think I'm taking anything away from the Warriors, but the Celtics were not ready to win it that year. They thought they were ready to win it that year, but they weren't ready to win it that year. And because they played a team like the Warriors that had been in every position that they were going through for the first time, that's why I think the experience was such a big part of that series. And I think that the Celtics actually got lulled into thinking that they were going to be able to win a final series without really
having to try.
Not having to try, but without playing their best, without without just playing intense basketball for every minute of every game. I think they got up 2-1, and they thought, wow, we're up 2-1, and we haven't played our best basketball. And then they get up in Game 4, and Steph does his thing, and boom, they go back into the locker room, and now it's 2-2. And now it's just a best of 3. And the Warriors had an advantage at that point because they'd been in that position times before, and the Celtics hadn't. And I think the Celtics felt the pressure a little bit.
Well, they were also 2 very different teams, both of them. I know that Tatum
than
and
they
Brown
are now, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, actually, I was at a buddy's house yesterday, and he's a big Tatum fan, so he's going to the game today. And he was just playing 2022 highlights, because I forgot that Tatum actually had a 50-point Game 7 during that playoff run against Philly to get to the finals, where they eventually lost to the Warriors. And as I'm watching that game, I'm seeing Marcus Smart. I'm seeing Robert Williams. I'm seeing Malcolm Brogdon. I'm seeing a lot of players that are no longer this team that have then been transformed into the Drew Holidays, the Kristaps Porzingises, the Peyton Pritchards. And Pritchard was on that team. He just wasn't a guy.
Right.
The Warriors are also very, very different. And one of those guys was in Chase Center on Saturday, and that was Jordan Poole. You know, Klay Thompson was a big part of that playoff run, played the most minutes out of anybody. Andrew Wiggins was obviously sensational. Otto Porter Jr. started, I believe, the last 3 games of that final series. But Jordan Poole was, I think, the biggest difference to me between that team and this one. Just the most glaring need they have is somebody who can score. And to your point, right before the break, he gave them 38 points. He was the only reason they were in that game. It was a 1-point game with 5 minutes left. And yes, that's a reflection of where the Warriors are. but it's also a reflection of the player that Jordan Poole could have continued to be for this Warriors team.
No doubt. And whether people like to hear it or not, and I get it, Jordan Poole scored a lot of points and a lot of losses since he's going to Washington. But as I'm watching that game Saturday, I'm just thinking to myself, they blew what should have been a completely natural transition from Steph Curry to Jordan Poole. Now, the one thing you always hear when somebody says that is, well, he's not Steph Curry. I get he's not Steph Curry. He's never going to be Steph Curry.
Well, people thought he was.
Nobody.
It was hard to deny that he looked like an heir apparent after that finals run.
And we can get into that verbiage. Heir apparent is one thing. The next Curry to me is another. Like, we better get used to it. And I'm old enough to, I'll be fine. But you 28, 30-year-olds, you ain't never seeing another Steph Curry again, ever. So whether Jordan Poole comes down the pipe or whether, they draft a point guard, whether they would have drafted LaMelo Ball or not, there was never going to be enough Steph Curry. Now, what I'll say about Jordan Poole, though, is what a perfect transition he would have been right about now, because he could have taken the pressure off Steph Curry. The 18 minutes a game where Steph Curry wouldn't be playing because he's winding down his career, the 18 minutes, now you do have Jordan Poole on the floor for 16 or 18 minutes without Curry, and he does his thing. Then they play together for the other half of the time, and they can play together. I understand he's not a perfect player. I understand he can be high volume at times, but the reality of the situation is, if the Warriors were sitting with a 25-year-old Jordan Poole right now, especially after watching that game Saturday, their future would look a lot different. I really believe that, because at that point, we'd be saying we still have Poole and Kuminga moving forward. Is that a championship twosome? Probably not. But at least it gives you two competent NBA players, and then let's see what we can acquire down the line. Maybe, like, that's the thing. People say, well, Poole's not really a one and Kuminga's not really a one. Okay, that's fine. Let's go get a one in 2 years if you had both these guys.
Well, and they'd both be under the age of 25.
Exactly. It was a mistake.
What? And you know how I think the Warriors know that it was a mistake? Because of Draymond Green. I think that's,
well said.
Like, if we're talking about the truth, what I believe to be the truth of why Draymond Green tweeted after the game that I am really sorry for punching Jordan Poole and for effectively being the reason why he's no longer on the team is because he recognizes that this team needs him. And more importantly, he recognizes, Draymond does, that he needs Jordan Poole or someone like Jordan Poole. Because the fact that Poole has not discussed it at all and Draymond continues to bring it up indicates to me Jordan Poole's put it behind him. Like, Jordan Poole is not a perfect player. Is he going to ever take the Washington Wizards to a championship? I have my doubts. But Jordan Poole walked into Draymond's house and gave him 38 points. That didn't look like a player to me that was lost in the past, that was thinking about what could have been. That looked like a player that's trying to make the most of his future. And of course, with Draymond, the majority of his career is in the past. And that's why I think he's reflecting about it. That's why I think he feels apologetic. It's because he knows that he doesn't have what Jordan Poole does, which is a future. And so he's thinking about all the things that have brought him to where he is in the present. And a big reason for the situation they're in is because he punched a kid.
Yeah, no doubt about it. From the 415. No. Poole's a turnover machine. That made bad on-court decisions. It played zero defense. How I missed the good old day. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. They don't win the 22, and that's a joke. That's a joke. Because Steph Curry was a turnover machine who sometimes made bad decisions on the court and played less than great defense. Same player. Jordan Poole helped the Warriors win a title, and he came in here on Saturday and scored 38 points. And if you actually are out there believing that they did fine and they had to do what they had to do and Poole's gone, and that's just the way it went, and we're not paying the price, like, just miss me with that. Miss me with that. This team right now has a talent issue from their young core. They've got a young core that isn't as talented as other teams in the league, which is understandable because they won titles. But the fact is they had a player in Jordan Poole who would have been sitting at 25 right now. And you know what? The other thing that I can't stand is you look at Jordan Poole in Washington and kind of criticize him because he's playing on a terrible team, because he's trying to do too much, because turns the ball over a little too much. But wait a minute. I thought we had a great culture here in Golden State. If you really believe in the Warriors, then he would have become a more reliable overall player. He wouldn't be kind of the rogue type player he is now. So, you wouldn't be getting this Jordan Poole if you truly believe that the Warriors have culture.
888-957-9570 is the number. Standing Guru, Evan in for Guru here with you. What did you hear or make of Draymond Green's apology? Because I don't think he was just apologizing for feeling bad about hitting Jordan Poole. I think he feels apologetic because he knows that he hurt the Warriors. He hurt what the franchise could have been, and he hurt their future at the time in which he hit them because they eventually had to make a choice. And understandably, I don't want to rewrite history. The choice was always going to be Draymond Green. It just was. I think the messaging from the Warriors was that it was going to be Draymond. I think with the way that Poole ended his time in Golden State, I mean, he almost got benched in that semifinal series against the Lakers. Did not play very well in the postseason, especially compared to how he played in the championship run. It was always going to be Draymond. But I think that now that Green's looking back on it, if he had just held his hand, they might be in a different situation as a franchise, and he might be in a better position as a player. I think that's what I kind of made of this weekend and why I think he's truly apologetic. So 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Mark in Vallejo. Wants to talk about it. Mark, what's going on? Good morning.
Oh, good morning, guys. Enjoy your show. Hey, I think the Warriors, I love Draymond, but Draymond blew it big time, and the Warriors blew it because under that scenario, punching Jordan Poole, that was the perfect opportunity to let him go trade him or whatever. And Curry would have been on board because it was so horrific what he did. He would have been on board at that time. But they waited. They wound up going with Draymond, and it cost them big time where they could be sitting there with Kuminga and also with a Jordan Poole. And if Curry is the player we think he is, he got to reinvent himself, just like some of the other superstars have did, and win with other players. I'll take your comments off the air. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate the call, Mark. Yeah, I think that we've seen this season Poole has begun to reinvent himself. I think he didn't largely care much about the Wizards last season. It was his first year there. He kind of got marooned, and he played like it. And this year, he's still somewhat of the same player, but I also think he's starting to figure out who he is. Meanwhile, the Warriors at 21-20 midway through this season, and we can get into some of our bigger takeaways in just a little bit, but I think the Warriors are also, they're having an identity crisis at this point because they don't know who they are as a basketball team. And I think that Jordan Poole could have been a player that would have helped in that effort.
I mean, I don't think there's any doubt about it that he would have helped in that effort. And they're going to tell you that they moved Poole for Chris Paul because of salary cap reasons. But the reality is they moved a 23-year-old for a 36-year-old. And the 30 and the 23, I'm going to say it this way. Jordan Poole had scored 18 to 20 points for the Warriors in that championship season. He was instrumental in them winning a title as a 23-year-old. And you traded a 23-year-old for a 36-year-old backup who was here 1 year. Now, the only thing I don't want to hear is, well, that's really all they could do. Well, they had to get under that apron. They had to do no. They traded a 23-year-old who laid 38 on him this weekend for a guy who's now mentoring Victor Wembanyama as a 37-year-old. Those are just the things that they cost you. They hurt you as a team, and that's what's happening with the Golden State Warriors right now.
Well, and they didn't even use him to pave a path towards getting a bigger player.
Right.
We talked about this a couple months ago. I do want to know what the reason was, and if it was purely financial, that's fine. If it's because they're afraid of the second apron, I guess I get it. But all of these discussions we've had, and we'll continue to have until February 6th when they decide to make a move or not, could be helped if they had more flexibility by keeping a large salary on their roster, and that's Chris Paul. Because we were sold when they traded Jordan for CP3, which at the time, and actually, I mean, you were a guy that talked about Chris Paul being a fit for the Warriors. I remember that.
Yeah.
But it was also because he gave you flexibility to move him. And they chose to not even use that contract. Like, they used the contract to get under an apron. They didn't use that contract to acquire a player. And they could have used him this summer to get Zach LaVine, a player that I'm not a big fan of, but a lot of people like. Chris Paul could have been a guy that could have helped you, made a Jimmy Butler trade easier, or just go out and acquire a bigger fish. But they didn't want to foot the bill for that. And it's because I think they recognized that Paul George and Lauri Markkanen were a pipe dream, and they'll try again this summer. But again, it all comes down to the reason of why they got rid of Poole, and I think that's why, to bring it back to Draymond, that's why he's apologetic.
Of course.
He's sorry that he
one
hit...
of the reasons, yeah.
One of the reasons. I think he is legitimately sorry that he hit Jordan. But I think he's also sorry because that punch began a chain of events that has led the Warriors to where they are now, which is being handicapped financially, not having much of a future in their younger core, so it appears, and not being a very good or just being an average basketball team, and they can't really do anything about it.
Right. This from the 206. Jordan Poole will never win ish. I got news for you, Chief. He's an NBA champion. If he never wins another championship the rest of his life, he's got a ring already. And here's the other thing. Let's say you were, because we spent some time, some part of last week, kind of looking at all the moves the Warriors made and what panned out, maybe what didn't pan out. Look, it's pretty simple. The Golden State Warriors won the title in 2022, and they paid Jordan Poole $120 million, which is $30-ish million a year. Then the following year, they end up trading Jordan Poole and paying Draymond Green $25. Is there anybody out there that really believes that had the Warriors walked away from Draymond Green and kept Jordan Poole, that they'd be in a worse spot right now? I mean, is there anybody who really believes, and I'm not just talking about their record, just the outlook on the team? You sign Poole for $30. He gets punched. Draymond's a free agent. And you know what? You say, let's let Draymond walk, which allows us to keep Poole, and Draymond leaves. How are you not in a better position right here, right now? You tell me. Because I think there's no way they're in a better position now than they would have been had they kept Jordan Poole.
Philmo Mike's in San Francisco. Philmo, what's going on, man? Good morning.
Hey, what's poppin', man?
Hey.
Happy Martin Luther King Jr. Day.
Back at you.
For real. And I don't know if you were there, but I don't know if you were there. Hold on, first of all, I know it's Steiny. Steiny tried to get at me a couple of weeks ago talking about I got at him on another show. I love you, Steiny.
No, you addressed that already.
Mark Willard.
Okay, go ahead.
No, I know I did.
All right.
I know. But you didn't understand it. But Mark Willard is so – I love Mark Willard, but sometimes he could be the biggest dork because it's like I said the same thing, Steiny, last week. I said, the reason I'm mad is because with Jordan Poole, you had the perfect heir apparent to Steph Curry. And then Mark is going to say, Mark tried to be smart. Don't be scared of Mark, Steiny. Just call him a dork. You're going to try to say, oh, well, comparing Jordan Poole to Steph Curry is a lot. Ooh, I know, dork. I know that. Ain't nobody finna be the next Steph Curry. The point is this, though, Steiny. What people fail to realize is this. Somebody just said Jordan Poole makes turnovers. He messes up. Steph Curry used to mess up. You never know
what you have until you put players together, right? Who, like, for example, Jimmy Fredette was the number 10 pick. Klay Thompson was the number 11 pick.
Yep.
Who knows? Klay Thompson could have been Jimmy Fredette. Jimmy Fredette could have been Klay Thompson, for all we know. You get what I'm saying? So my point is, allow teams to grow, and Draymond definitely feels stupid because he's smart enough to know Jordan Poole is a baller. The future of the league is players like Jordan Poole, 6'4", 6'5", 6'3". I got handle, I got shimmy. And, you know, he had a horrible year last year. But that's not to say he's not a baller. And if you would have put in with Kuminga and Moody, who knows what would have happened with the players. Nobody knew that Draymond Green and Steph Curry and Klay Thompson was going to be great. Nobody knew this. Nobody did.
No doubt.
No, it's a good call, Filmo. I think also, too, like the idea of them being in a better position, I think it's obvious because even if you're not a believer in Jordan Poole, the player, which is fair, he had a really bad season. The one, of course, after he got hit, didn't have a great, had an abysmal season shooting-wise, his first year in Washington. But that contract is still more tradable than Draymond Green's. The Warriors are stuck with Draymond. If they had kept Jordan Poole, they would have maintained the flexibility to move off of him whenever they wanted for a player that probably would have been better than Chris Paul. Like, that's I mean, Chris Paul makes $10 million a year after they traded a burgeoning 24-year-old player for him. Like, that's where he's gone. And Jordan Poole is a guy that can get you 38, even if it's not in a win. My point is, I don't think it's out of bounds to say that the Warriors would be in a better place as a franchise and not just from a basketball perspective.
I agree. And, you know, whether we like it or not, the NBA is the NBA. And there are just so many darn plays in this league that come down to 6 seconds on the shot clock, and the ball's in a guy's hands, and he's got to make a play. And Jordan Poole is the kind of guy that on a night like Saturday makes about 5 shots that keep the Wizards in the ball game. And the Warriors, they have no secondary scorer right now who's consistent. And I don't want to hear, well, Wiggins has had 3 great games. All right? Give me 9 out of 10 good games or 9 out of 10 20-point nights. The reality is the Warriors have no second scorer who's consistent, and they have no explosive player on their roster at that position other than Curry. And they have a player who also, when Curry's not around, could be a scoring threat. But he's not on their roster anymore. And so that's what hit me on Saturday. Jordan Poole's got a lot of imperfections, but stop telling me that the Warriors, you know, it didn't matter that they got rid of Poole but kept Draymond. Yes, it does. The Warriors would be in a better spot right now with Jordan Poole on the roster and not Draymond Green.
Well, and again, I think in a weird way, Draymond Green confirmed that for me with what he tweeted, I am really sorry, after the game. I think he wasn't just recognizing what he did in the act, but with the future, I guess the course that he charted the Warriors down. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. I see you, Christian Fairfield. We'll get to you on the other side. Wants to talk to Steiny directly. Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment was brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week.
Are you going to have a little salad? Some beans? Maybe a touch of pasta? Some chicken? Spaghetti? Give me the meat. Give me the meat.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, it's not so easy being in the two chair, is it? Steiny.
Give me the meat.
That's 3 strikes.
Let me find that camera.
So,
is it on the bottom
of your screen?
Yeah. Oh, there it is. Yeah. I can do it. Tap unlock.
I got too many cameras on me right now, Steiny. I don't like the camera. Did you ever like the camera when you were working on television?
Not really, no.
You seem, well, you're always behind the typewriter or a computer. But, all right, Spadone's going to come in here for a second and help you out. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny Guru, Evan in for Guru here. Happy MLK Day to all. Warriors getting set to take on the Celtics at 2 o'clock. Steiny and I will have Warriors live at 1 o'clock right here on 95.7 The Game, talking about just some of the takeaways from the weekend. And really, to me, the Warriors, and look, they beat the Wizards. They move a game above 500. And, it's going to be a tough matchup today to stay above, 500. But the thing about it is I thought everything about that game came afterwards. The comments from Jordan Poole, the comments from Draymond Green. Here's what Jordan was asked about when he thought, someone asked him basically, does he still think about Golden State? Here's what he had to say.
Yeah, I love those guys over there. I love most of those guys over there. Really good group, really good staff. Shout out to the fans. Saw a lot of 3 jerseys out there, a lot of JP3 jerseys, which is always really cool, and always get a lot of love. Spent some good quality time here, and it's dope to see it. Appreciate it.
And then Draymond Green took the quote that was tweeted by Mark Spears of Anscape and tweeted, "I am really sorry," which of course flooded the internet. I don't know about you. To me, Steiny, that sounds like a guy speaking about Poole. He's put it behind him. And honestly, for a guy that I think was painted as pretty immature and was painted as childish and sophomoric, in some areas, he is a pretty damn mature individual. And I think that was one of them.
Well, he never got into it. He never wanted to talk about it. And I understand that completely. He, as far as I know, he never said Draymond Green's a jerk. He never said, I can't stand Draymond Green. He never said, I'll never forgive Draymond Green. He may feel all those things, and I kind of think he does, but he's never kind of lowered himself to getting into a back and forth with Draymond Green about what happened or what didn't happen. And I do think he's over it at this point. He's a long way from Golden State. He's a long way removed from the 2022 championship, and he's a long way removed from even being on this team. He's got, he's in Washington, and he's trying to win as many games as he can. And what are they, 6-30? They stink.
Yes, they do.
I mean, they stink.
They got a couple of champions on that team, though. Joe Spadoni just reminded us that Kyle Kuzma, an NBA champion.
Well, let me ask Spadoni this.
Okay.
Do the Lakers win? Okay. We know the Warriors don't win it without Jordan Poole in 2022.
I agree.
Do the Lakers win it without Kuzma in whatever that year was?
2020, the bubble season.
I would argue that Poole was more of a factor on that Warriors championship team than Kuzma was. I would liken Kuzma's contributions, if we're just comparing rosters, maybe to...
Like Bielitsa?
No, that's probably Gary Payton, maybe.
Okay.
That's fair.
So, but
had some moments.
Had some moments.
Yeah, and Jordan Poole's moments came earlier in that playoff run. Yeah, he was unbelievable, and that wasn't we haven't seen that player since. I mean, maybe the closest to that would have been on Saturday when he dropped 38. But I mean, for the Warriors right now, since they traded Jordan Poole, I think I saw they're 67-58 since they traded Jordan Poole. They're a little bit above 500. They're kind of where they are now. They're fighting between, I would say, 5 and 13. 5.5 games right now separate the top 4 seeds from the bottom 3 seeds in the Western Conference. And the Warriors are closer to the bottom than they are to the top of that group, but that's kind of where they're stuck at. And, we could talk all day about who they should have kept and, what decisions they didn't make correctly. But the tweet from Draymond just kind of, it feels like one of those, he's just thinking about missed opportunities. Jordan Poole was one of those missed opportunities, but I think that he's reflecting on a lot more than just him because it doesn't really appear like the Warriors midway through this season have much figured out, or everything that they did figure out in the first 15 games has been completely flipped on its head.
Yeah, and Goo loves when I do this, and I'm going to do it for you.
Okay.
I'm going to do it for you.
You're in his chair.
And I'm doing this for the people who say, well, I don't really miss Jordan Poole. Or I like this one. He wasn't that great. He turned the ball over a lot. He fell down a lot. These are the last 20 games of the championship season.
You don't know Jordan Poole.
23, 32, 20, 21, 30, 20, 29, 28, 26, 30, 24, 26, 25, 38, 31, 22, 19, 18, 22. I mean, he had 20, the last 20 games of the championship season.
The regular season.
Yeah. His lowest point total was 18. That was his worst scoring night. So again, you all who think that Jordan Poole wasn't a player are the one who are revising history. If you think the Warriors couldn't use a guy capable of scoring those kind of points right now, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. He did it and he also did it in the context of winning that year. They were a 53-win team. So, I always look at a guy, that's what's most important, the player who he was when he was here. And you don't have that player anymore, and it's too bad because he could help you right now.
Well, someone wants to push back on that ideology, and it's Christian in Fairfield. Opening up the phone lines again, 888-957-9570. Christian's in Fairfield wants to talk to Steiny. Christian, good morning. What's going on?
Good morning, fellas. Steiny, you're off, bro. Way off. And I usually agree with you.
Oh.
Because Jordan Poole is that's Ben Simmons. He got the Ben Simmons mentality. He got his bag and it's over. And you're talking about the great night Saturday. You don't talk about the 4 for 11 and getting strapped by the Kings for 22 points the next night. The inconsistency, it's his mentality. The talent is great. And then you talk about they only got Chris Paul. What team can he start for right now? You can't name one. Can't start on the Hornets, and they're trash. Can't start on the Jazz. They're trash.
Who?
Can't start on the Trailblazers. They're trash.
Chris Paul?
No one wanted him. Who? No. Jordan Poole can't start nowhere.
Oh, come on. Jordan Poole can start in the Charlotte Hornets? He'd start on the Warriors.
Yes, he would.
Oh, please. He would start on the Warriors. He started on the Warriors when they had better teams.
No, he can't.
Okay.
He has a usage rate of Steph Curry to get those points. Podziemski brings more to the table. Lead the league in charges. Rebound.
Podziemski brings more to the table.
Appreciate it, Christian.
See, that's the problem we have. The Warrior.
When does that crack come into play?
No.
Okay.
Easy.
Jordan Poole is proven he can score 22 by accident. He's averaging, and his numbers are not bad. 43 field, 41 three-point shot shooting.
He's averaged only 2 less points than Steph Curry this year.
Exactly.
Which is crazy to think about. By the way, that team, even the year after when Poole was going through his kind of the doldrums, the year after he got hit, they still had 3 20-point scorers on that team. Curry averaged 29. Clay was giving you, I think, 21 or 22. And Poole was a hair above 20. Who do the Warriors have besides Steph Curry that can score 20 points on a consistent basis? Wiggins was awesome against the Wizards. They kind of needed him to be because Curry got hurt. Draymond obviously was banged up 3 minutes into the game. They didn't have much going. Kuminga's out. They have guys that can score on given nights, but not a player that can average more than 20 points per game outside of a player who's about to be 37 in a couple months.
Right. From the 415, if we had Poole, we wouldn't have Kuminga. How do you figure? You haven't even paid Kuminga yet. You still have his bird rights. Kuminga has nothing to do with Poole.
The fact that Jordan Poole, if he was still on this team, for people that don't like Kuminga, he might have actually made him more expendable because the whole reason that Kuminga plays is because he can score the basketball. He does a lot of other things too, but the primary reason that he plays as much as he does for the Warriors is because they have nobody else who can get a basket, not named Steph Curry. But the 415, apologizing on Twitter at 12:37 a.m. is not an apology. Or maybe that's what time it was for you. I think it was close to 10. If Draymond was actually sorry, he would have changed his behavior. Last year, he missed a third of the season because of suspensions. Doesn't seem like he's all that sorry. This is where I'll defend Draymond a little bit. I do think he's sorry. But I think he's sorry for more than just, well, I hit my teammate. I think he's sorry because the team right now appears to be sorry, and he saw a player across from him on another team that was easily keepable, and that he's the primary reason who no longer is able to help you. That's what I think he's mostly sorry for.
Well, I think he's mostly sorry, again, because he's taken a look at the big picture, and he knows who he is as a player, and he knows that Jordan Poole's 25 years old. And Jordan Poole, whether you like it or not, has his whole future ahead of me. And here's the other thing I want to say, and it's this. Listen, nobody hates high scorers on terrible teams like I hate terrible scorers or terrible teams that have a high point guy. And that's exactly who Jordan Poole is. And had I not seen him play for the Warriors, I would say he stinks, and who cares if he's scoring that. But the reality is, we watched Jordan Poole for a couple years. We watched him do very well on a championship team. So I don't care that he's averaging 22 on a bad team right now, because the proof is already there. His resume is already out, and it says key contributor on championship team. So he's got that box checked. He's got it checked. He's been on a championship team and had a certain role. And that's why I give him a lot more credit than just your average high scorer on a bad team. He's done it, people, and I think that's what hurts a lot. He did it for the Warriors, and you know he's not here anymore, and you know that Draymond's a big reason why.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Evan in for Goo alongside Steiny, take it up until Warriors live at 1 o'clock, and then, of course, the Warriors play the Celtics at 2 o'clock. From the 510, food for thought. If we have Poole, we don't have pods. My mind about Poole has been changed. Well, at the very least, you wouldn't have to play him as much as they did early in the season. Again, I think the biggest issue with the Warriors this year, as we look at their first 41 games, they have too many players playing out of role. Like when they brought in this original roster, I think one reason, now the 12-3 is looking like an aberration, but I think one big part of it was that you didn't have anybody that had to play out of character. Like Buddy Hield right now, at least a couple of games ago, was starting. He was supposed to be your 7th, 8th, or 9th man because Buddy Hield can help you in a game. He can also kill you if you have to play him a lot. The benefit of having him at that 8 or 9 slot is that he doesn't have to play that much if he's not shooting the basketball. There's a reason he got completely frozen out in Philadelphia last year, is because they had better players in more identified roles, more definitive roles. And that's what the Warriors don't have. And it's been because of injury. It's been because of lack of productivity. I also think the fact that their best players coming into the season haven't played up to what they did last year, a la Curry and now Draymond. Draymond's looking, though, even though he missed last year a lot of games because of suspensions, this year it's because of injury. So it's kind of the same story with a different twist. And now the Warriors are going to have to figure out how to slot another player who's probably out of position. Kerr's talking about Moses Moody playing the 4. Guy Santos is starting games for the Warriors. Like, they just have too many players that are playing out of what their comfort zone is. And someone like Jordan Poole, or maybe another player out there, but a young player with the potential to improve, those are the guys that could help alleviate some of this stretch. So they don't have them.
They don't. And the other thing they don't have is enough scoring. We talked about that. They don't have enough scoring. That was the biggest liability during the stretch after they went 12-3. And somebody wanted to know what the Warriors' record was in those last 20 games. They were 10-10. And remember, Curry missed the last.
That pool started.
Yes, that pool, or the last 20 games. I don't know. I just started it where he had a big numbers run.
Yeah.
But they were 10-10 the last 20 games. But keep in mind, Steph Curry didn't play the last 11. So the way I'll put it is Jordan Poole was able to help keep him afloat during that time. Hey, did you do the legal?
I did.
You did?
Did you not hear me?
I did not.
Well, so to take people behind the scenes, this is generally how it works. I'm usually sitting in Spadoni's chair behind the glass, and after Steiny inevitably does the legal, I'll ask him 5 minutes late if he did the legal. So I couldn't tell if that was a bit or not, because I didn't do it.
No, I forgot.
Do you feel...
I forgot.
No, I
didn't hear. I didn't remember. I don't know.
He's doing great.
Or I was tuned out.
Do you feel more or less comfortable in that chair?
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I'm versatile, and I can certainly guard multiple positions.
Guard or attack?
Whatever you need me to do. Give me the meat. Whatever you need me to do.
Well, right now I want you to talk to Grant in South San Francisco.
Okay.
He wants to get into Draymond Green. Grant, what's going on? You're on Signing Guru. What's going on?
Oh, my goodness. Gentlemen, thank you so much for calling out Draymond Green's absolute stranglehold on the team. He is like the Svengali of the Golden State Warriors. He literally is the Donald Trump of basketball. He's a bully that still manages to win, and the only thing bigger than his accomplishments is the cult behind him, which is formidable. This man is in the unique position of having costing a team multiple championships. I mean, he chased away a Hall of Famer in, give me a break. He also chased away a future Hall of Famer. Jordan Poole is the future. And everyone's going to poo-poo the Wizards, but they're going to be in a very high draft pick. And with Kuzma and Poole and a very good draft pick, they are well positioned to dominate. This is the rise of the East. It is absolutely the rise of the East. The West was great for a very, very, very long time, but it is now going to be dominated by the East. And I'm sorry, but he's not that great. I would have much rather seen Draymond Green go than Klay Thompson. And that would have definitely, think about it. You could probably still get maybe a few good picks for Draymond Green, and it's just a breath of fresh air. Start new. Don't just wait till Curry withers to irrelevancy. You've got to be able to get the future together. And when they're all talking about let's not mortgage a future, I agree, trade Draymond Green.
Well, we've seen opposite sides of the spectrum today is what I'll say.
By the way, let me give you a stat. I want to ask you how you all feel about this. So I did a couple calculations on the Warriors' record without Draymond Green.
Yep.
They're 4-4. They're 4-4 without Draymond Green. Now here's the difference is I don't give him a win for that Saturday game. You can't play 3 minutes.
He started though.
Yeah, he played 3 minutes, so he was not even a factor. So I look at a game like that as Draymond Green did not play, and they were able to win. So they're, to my way of thinking, they're 4-4. Without Draymond Green and without Steph Curry, they're 5-3, and their overall record is 21-20. Like, do the math. I get it. Like, they're not dramatically better or worse anymore when they don't have those guys. I absolutely think they're a better team with Steph Curry, but they play a different way without him, and they haven't had their heads beaten in when either of these guys hasn't played.
Well, what we've learned, and the majority of those games have been with someone like Kuminga, who I think is allowed to do more when Draymond's not in the game. But what we've learned is that the Warriors are not that much better. They're also not that much worse than when he doesn't play. When Draymond Green is out, the Warriors do not suffer the way that they used to. And in that respect, I'll agree with Grant because a lot of it was a little bit off the rails. But the end part of his comment was about keeping Klay. I don't know if that's the conclusion I would come to, but I do think what's happening with Draymond, and it's because of age and injury. We're starting to see what happened with Klay Thompson the last couple of seasons since he came back from his injury, which is he's slowly moving down the totem pole to the point where we're going to have discussions when Draymond Green comes back about what to do with him, especially if the Warriors stay afloat. They remain 500. You know, today's a tough game against Boston, but there's going to be some games that they can win, and it's not going to involve Draymond Green. The game up in Minnesota didn't involve Draymond Green, and I didn't think about him much. There's more of those games. Those games are happening more frequently, and it feels like, I mean, every single time there's an old Warriors player that comes in or there's a what-if scenario that we've discussed, it's like those get brought up more than when Draymond Green doesn't play. Now, what if with Jordan Poole? What if with LaMelo Ball? What if with James Wiseman? What if with this? Should they have traded for Siakam last year? There was another trade rumor, I believe, that came out about this summer. But it's like all of those are what ifs. We're no longer talking about how when Draymond Green doesn't play, the Warriors are a markedly worse basketball team.
Right. 510, so much Dre hate after winning 4 titles. Can't wait till this run is over and the Dubs go back to stinking for the next 20 years. Then all the well, you know, like that's not the way you look at it. It's not about, wait till Draymond's here and you're going to be terrible again. First of all, you're mediocre now with him, and you have been for the last 2 or 3 years. You're a mid-40s win team, and maybe this year it's going to be a little less than that. And, of course, when you lose great players like Draymond and Steph and Klay, it's going to be tougher to win down the road. But it doesn't mean it doesn't mean that you made the wrong choice. You could have. I'm just telling you right now, if Draymond Green had not been re-signed, the Warriors allowed him to walk, and Jordan Poole would still be on this team right now. Come on. Quit trying to talk me into they'd be better off with the way things are now. That's foolish as far as I'm concerned.
Well, I don't think they'd be drastically worse. Like the situation wouldn't be.
I don't think.
It might still be the same, but your future would be brighter if you had a 25-year-old scorer as opposed to a 34-year-old injury-prone power forward. And that's what Draymond Green has been so far this season. I feel bad for him, but that calf issue or that injury he sustained, like it looks like he's going to miss some significant time.
Right.
And we're going to look back at another season in which he plays 50 to 60 games. And I don't think we're going to be doing the same what-ifs about what the record would have been than if he had played. And the Warriors got some decisions to make. And I don't think that he's a contract that they can really do much with at this point. All right, download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Safe travel in the new year starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, your 15-minute drive-through oil change for all vehicle types. Friendly technicians will check fluids, wipers, lights, and more. No need to get out of your vehicle. Locations, coupons at BarriaOilChange.com. Steiny and Guru, Evan in for Guru. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're back after this, 95.7 The Game.
Steiny, you're off, bro.
not Sanchez. Might be starting tonight for the Warriors because Kyle Anderson's out.
Gee, Sanchez in there.
Draymond Green's out. Slow-Mo's out. Steph Curry's questionable for tonight, or this afternoon, I should say.
Where's Santos going to play?
Left bench? I don't know.
We got a new power forward, don't we?
Sounds like we do, because that's what Kerr was talking about.
Yeah, I mean, Guy obviously got the start, but Moses got the lion's share of the minutes just based on how well he played. And I think Moses really seems to thrive at the 4. That's a spot he's comfortable with, using his strength and then the ability to stretch the floor. I loved the effort and the energy from Moses tonight. I thought he played a huge role in that game, just with the force that he came out with.
Just say you don't know what to do with him. Just say that we don't really know what we don't know what he is. That's what I take away from that. Because at the beginning of the season, people were talking about how he might be a shooting guard. And he's probably a little bit too slow and all the rest. He's probably more profiles as a 3. Well, now he's a 4. And so the Warriors got like 6 different 4s that they got to try and play. And I guess because all of them are hurt, it might be Moses Moody today.
Yeah, this is one of those things where, to me, part of me saying, what are we doing? The other part of it is saying, no, it makes sense, but it's not a long-term recipe, I guess is what I'm saying. And sure, on the one hand, it makes sense. Why not play Moody as a 4? What are the characteristics of a stretch 4? Can make some threes and can defend. Okay, well, he, as a 4, when he takes a 3-point shot, he's a much better shooter than as a 2 or 3 who takes that shot. So if you play him at power forward, he becomes a better shooter from 3-point range in terms of impact on a game as a power forward who shoots the 3. Defensively, he's been holding his own, but how long is that really going to last? To me, it's the same kind of situation as when you use Draymond Green at 5. You can do it in stretches, and he might be able to be productive in stretches, but I don't see it as a long-term solution at all. It also, to me, is an admission that he struggles to defend 2s and 3s on the perimeter. And that's really what this is about. This is about finding somebody on the court that he can guard. And apparently the Warriors think he's a better guard in terms of defensive player. He's a better defender at 4 than he is at 2 or 3. That's what else are we saying?
Well, you got a hint of that when they played the Timberwolves and he was matched up with Julius Randle and was guarding even Gobert for a little bit. But it's strange because I remember him last season during Wiggins' small hiatus. Like, he had to guard on 3 different nights. He picked up Halliburton, Brunson, and Maxey. And I believe the Warriors won, if not all 3 of those, 2 of those games on a Midwest East Coast road trip. And it looked like, okay, well, like, he can stay in front of these quick guards, or at least do a good enough job to disrupt them.
Right.
But now, that's why, honestly, this doesn't really make sense to me. I understand that offensively, he might be more featured at the 4 than the 3 or the 2 or whatever. But I don't know if I buy in that defensively, he's going to have to be on bigger players. But I don't know what happened between last year and this year that all of a sudden he can't stay in front of perimeter guys. Like, to me, when I do hear that, what I think that Kerr is maybe trying to get back into, like, if Moses Moody can be like a poor man's Otto Porter Jr., he's a little bit smaller, game's a bit different, not as good of a shooter, well, he can help you. But I don't think that's where Moody is going to end up being for a long time in his career. And if he is, then he's going to get buried the moment that Kuminga, Slow-Mo, you have Santos now in the mix. Like, I do think you're right that it's a temporary fix, but it's just a fix for the Warriors. It's not a fix for Moses.
No, it's a fix. You're right, though. It's a fix right now for Moody without Green and Kuminga.
Yeah, and Draymond, obviously.
But look, the minute one of those guys comes back, he gets less time at 4. And the minute they both are playing, if they ever are, then he'll never play 4 for the most part. But the other thing is, I always get a kick out of, he defended Gobert. Okay. He defended Gobert. I mean, Gobert is where defenders go to hide. I mean, that's the reality of the situation. So now against Randall, a little bit different, but I don't really think Moody is long-term going to be able to defend 4s. But in a pinch, like who's the Celtics 4 today? Is it Tatum?
Probably. But and maybe that's why we do get caught up in the definition of the position. You know, maybe Kerr's also just hinting at we're going to be playing small. Like we're going to play small. Yeah. We got to play faster. Like during this poor stretch of basketball, and this was in Young Masuk's recent article on ESPN, like they're 23rd in pace over their last 25 games. And I think that is a big problem with the Warriors. Like they have to play fast, and they haven't been able to do it against a lot of teams. One, because they got a 36-year-old point guard, but two, Draymond used to be a guy that could rebound the basketball and take it coast to coast. That was one of the things I always loved about watching him do. And I don't necessarily know how he had a motor for it, but he would just push the pace every single time he got the ball. And he can do it sporadically. He does it sometimes. But he always knew when that moment was. And for whatever reason, this season and sometimes last season, he's not able to summon it. And maybe that's a position where, okay, if we have Kuminga, if we have Moody, maybe that's one of the reasons Slow-Mo doesn't play a lot, not just because it's in his name, but he doesn't push the pace. If Moody gets the ball off the board, he can run and he can bring it up. And they don't really have a guy at the 4 or 5 spot that can do that.
Well, and this is kind of what I mean when we were talking a week ago when the Warriors were coming off a loss, I think, and they were 19-20. And, everybody says, well, let's play, whether it doesn't matter what it is, whether it's let's get Quentin Post some minutes, you got to get Looney back some minutes. If you're saying it's Kerr's fault, he hasn't found the right rotations. I mean, it's very possible that they may have found a little something here with Moody at 4. But again, to me, it's not something you hang your hat on, and you're going to run Moody out at the 4 as a starter and play him 20, 25 minutes a night as a 4 against really good teams. I mean, it's just, you may have, what you really have found, like when Draymond Green showed you he could play 5, he showed you, and I'm talking about years ago, he showed you that he could play 5 in stretches of about 15 minutes a night during the most critical periods. You could play him at 5, and it would be an advantage. To me, they're using Moody at 4, not because he excels at it, but because they need him to play 4. And you know what? Of all the guys to hold down the fort at 4, you know what? He gives us a little perimeter shooting from out there, and he's stronger than you think. And maybe this isn't a bad idea because he's not very quick on the perimeter when he's playing against guys who are facing him up in a triple threat position. Yes, you may have found a little something to get you over a hump, but when we're talking about Draymond Green at the 5, we're talking about a guy who was a catalyst back in the day to a defensive unit that was dominant. And I just think there's a big difference there.
But that's why Draymond's latest injury is also a red flag for me, because the days of him doing what made him great and what made the Warriors such a difficult matchup for any team as recently as the 2022 finals when they beat the team that they will see at 2 o'clock today, the Boston Celtics, those days appear to be at their end. Will he play 5 and will he match up with the Jokic's or the Goberts, or I don't know, on a night like tonight, he might play against like Porzingis or Horford or a bigger player, but those days are numbered. And it's because he's going to get hurt if he continues to play center.
Yep.
And Kerr told us that before the season. That's why he's being load managed. That's why someone like, I don't know, Kuminga doesn't get on the floor when Draymond's out there with Trace Jackson-Davis is because the Warriors have spent this season, and I think it's been a big flaw in their construction. Their roster is based around preserving two players, Curry and Draymond. And Curry still absolutely deserves to be preserved because he's, at his age, unbelievable for what he's doing. Draymond, I don't think he's a player that you can preserve anymore. You use him as much as you can, and if the left calf flares up, if the back flares up, all injuries that he's had over the last couple of seasons, well, you're going to have to live with that. But trying to preserve him at the behest of like Kuminga or Moody or any one of these other younger players, to me is just foolish because it's like you're trying to keep him upright for as long as possible, but he's eventually going to go down because the one thing that makes him special, he can no longer do anymore consistently.
Right. No, it's true. And, when you brought up the talking about Draymond getting a defensive rebound and pushing it up, it's one of those things where it made me think, God, does he even do that anymore? It feels like he doesn't do it nearly as much. And now I'm thinking, man, it's almost not part of his game at all.
Well, it's hard for a 34-year-old to get up. Like he would, and it wasn't just at the end of games. I mean, he would push the break in his 20s and even early 30s. Again, like that's something about, so when the Warriors won the championship, Curry was 34. Draymond was 31 years old. He was older,
right?
But he was still kind of towards the back end of his prime. So when they gave him the contract, I remember you talking about it, take a victory lap if you like, but it's like he's going to be here through his age 36 season. That's a long time removed from age 31. And it's like he's not going to be taking it up the court and going coast to coast or looking for someone to dish it off to. And he never really looked to shoot. He wasn't a great layup artist, but at the very least, he made the defense respect what the Warriors could do in transition. And again, it's all about pace. One of the ways that the Warriors can counteract the fact that they're an offensively challenged team is to move the ball quickly.
Right.
To force the defense into disadvantageous positions. And like I said, they're 23rd in pace over these last 25 games when they've really struggled. I don't think that's a coincidence. And Draymond is not someone anymore, whether he was healthy or now hurt, that appears is going to change that.
Yeah, and this from the 415 on the text line. Steiny, watch the game. Moody's got defense. Okay. Let's talk about this for a second. What are you talking about? Would be my question. See, Moses Moody is what's his position? What does it say on Basketball Reference?
Probably forward.
Yeah. But we all know that the reality is
he's actually listed as a shooting guard.
See, okay,
Wow.
and that's what I was saying. He's a he's 6'5", right? 6'5"?
Yeah.
So he's a 2-3. That's what his numbers say. All right. So why do you guys think, and I get it, Steve Kerr might hate him, he might not like Moody. Why has Moody in 3 years not played as much or as consistently as a lot of fans want? And the reason is because if he's a shooting guard, or to me, this is what, I shouldn't say this is the way it is. I'm not going to say that. I'm going to say, to me, the reason Moody hasn't gotten the playing time at 2 or 3 in his first 3 or 4 years in the NBA is because he lacks athleticism at those two spots. He's not a great shooter at those two spots, and he's not a great defender at those two spots, because in those two spots, he's got to defend perimeter players. And I don't think he's very quick as a defender on the perimeter in terms of lateral movement. All right. So now you move him to 4. Okay? Well, you know what? He may be a better defender at 4 than at 3 because the guys he's playing who are facing him up from 3-point range, let's say a stretch 4, they won't go by him as easily as a 2 or 3. And if he's deceptively strong, he might be better as a interior defender. Fine. Okay. But what about offensively? Well, I don't think he's a great driver. In other words, I don't think he can put the ball on the floor for one dribble on the perimeter and get to the basket. But as a 4, you know what? That's more of a catch and shoot guy. And that's where he's best at offense as a catch and shoot three. So you're moving into his best position, but we all know he still has a lot of shortcomings there because of size and strength and rebounding and in terms of offensive rebounding or anything like that. Does anybody think Moses Moody at 4 is like a long-term solution?
They're trying to hide him, or they're trying to hide his deficiencies.
When he's at 2 or 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they have a lot of players who they have to try and hide their shortcomings. That's why, again, the verbiage is combinations. All right, the combinations have to work. Well, some people like pineapple with ham. Some people like pesto with cherry tomatoes. The Warriors got like 6 different ingredients that all don't go together, and they're trying to figure out which one they want to feature on the pizza more than another. Hey, Steve, why do you like Moody at the 4?
He's got some physicality to him. When he's at the 4, he can stretch the floor and, be a spacer and then attack closeouts. And if he's at the 4, there's other shooters generally around him at the 1, 2, and 3. So there's some room for him. He's always played his best for us in this role, where he's basically standing on the perimeter, ready to shoot, using his strength and his length and, just hustling, making hustle plays like he did tonight. And so, if Draymond's out for a little bit, then it's a good chance for Moses to get a lot of minutes at that 4 spot.
All of those characteristics are positive, but they're all bits and pieces. Like, it doesn't sound like he's talking about a complete player. And that's where, to the text line's point from the 510, why did the Warriors draft him and pay him if Moody is not all the things you're saying? He was a scorer in college. Like, he was a volume scorer at the University of Arkansas.
Right.
He's now a 3-and-D small power forward. Like, I don't know what Moses Moody is. And some of that's on Kerr. Some of that's on the Warriors. Some of it could be on Moses. But it's like they're in a position where they have to try and put him in a position to succeed, but they paid him, I think, just because they could, and he'd take a cheap contract.
Right. I think, I want to hear that one more time, because here's the way I look at some of these things is Steve Kerr has his reasons for Moody's inconsistent playing time over the last 3 years. And I do believe it has something to do with he doesn't think he's a great defender against perimeter players, and he's not a good enough shooter as a perimeter player on offense. So now he's starting to play a little bit better, and clearly to me the question was, hey, Moody looked pretty good. Is he going to get more playing time? And that's when a coach will just push back a little bit on people who want this guy to play more. So just play it one more time.
Steve, what do you like about him?
He's got some physicality to him. When he's at the 4, he can stretch the floor and, be a spacer and then attack closeouts. And if he's at the 4, there's other shooters generally around him at the 1, 2, and 3. So there's some room for him. He's always played his best for us in this role, where he's basically standing on the perimeter, ready to shoot, using his strength and his length and, just hustling, making hustle plays like he did tonight. And so, if Draymond's out for a little bit, then it's a good chance for Moses to get a lot of minutes at that 4 spot.
If I'm Moses Moody, that's not a compliment. I'm sorry, it's not. His strength is standing on the perimeter, waiting to catch and shoot, and then defensively, using some of his physicality and his strength and hustling. I'm sorry. That is not Steve Kerr saying, we've got a guy who we envision as an 18-point scorer down the line. Like, you got to be kidding me. And I kind of agree with him there. Like, I think Moses Moody's a cat. I think the Warriors would love for him to be a 3-and-D guy, but he's not quite either if he's playing small forward.
And he's not someone, at least right now, that can put it on the deck, that can get you a basket, that can go around a guy. And this is where I guess I'll come down with Steve a little bit. It's like, if what he's saying is true, and I agree, that's not really a compliment, well, then I see why he doesn't play. Like, if all of that actually is true, and that's, again, Kerr and the Warriors' evaluation of Moody as a player, then I understand why he doesn't play. Because not all of those things are necessarily great. Like, he's limited. What Steve Kerr just told us is that he's a limited player. And if that's the case, he shouldn't play much, but it also means that the Warriors have not developed him. Like, Moses Moody was actually in the run. I remember this on draft night. Moses Moody was in the running to be the Warriors' 7th selection. Remember, they got Kuminga and Moody that year. They felt lucky that Moody fell to 14 and that they essentially got 2 project players because Moody was a freshman. He's wise beyond his years, but he was 19 years old when they drafted him. Okay, so that means you got 2 projects, and I get it. You're hoping one of them pans out. But I think it's funny that the guy that we all had the most confidence in becoming a potential player is Kuminga, and Moody's the one that got the contract. But he got a contract, was 3 for $39 or something like. It's almost as if they gave him money just to be content.
Well, I think they gave him money because in today's day and age, that's a very manageable contract. But
why would he take it then? Because he wants security?
Because I think he's a different kind of guy, quite frankly.
Moses.
Still
got 90.
Moody. Yeah, I thought it was. My glasses aren't working. No, I think if you're Moses Moody, I think Moses Moody is very mature, and I think he is a player who, if you want my honest opinion, so what, he's going to average $13 million. If I were Moses Moody and I were really, really, really smart, and I think he is really, really, really smart, I'm taking 3 for $39. And I'm knowing that when I'm done with that contract, I'm still only going to be 26. So it's like, to me, that's a great contract for Moody because he probably went from, I don't know, $4 million to $5 million to $6 million. And now after this, he's going to make 12, 13, 14. And then if he is a legitimate player at that point, let's say over the course of those 3 years, he goes from rotation player to starter. Well, then he'll make 20 to $25 million on his next contract. We'll see if that happens or not. But I just think to a guy like Moses Moody, he's comfortable here. He realizes that he may not play consistently, but boy, you're going to throw me $40 million over 3 years? I got to take it.
Well, today, if today's about truth, then the truth about Moses Moody is that the way that his career is shaping up, I think he should try to become whatever the next Kevon Looney is for the Warriors. A player that took some time to develop, was also drafted after his freshman season, coming out of UCLA, took a long time. By the end of his first contract, he was helping the Warriors in the playoffs. That's a big difference between them. But he was never the highest paid guy, was never someone that looked around and said, what could I go get somewhere else? I think Kevon Looney is the template in some way, shape, or form for Moses Moody. And that's the way that I think he's got to try and approach it. But the Warriors do need him right now. That's a fact. Because, again, they play at 2 o'clock. They'll play the Celtics. No Draymond, no Slow-Mo, and potentially no Steph. He's questionable right now, but odds are he's going to play. At least that's what he indicated on Saturday after the win against Washington. We'll have Warriors Live coming up for you at 1 o'clock, presented by Xfinity before the 2 o'clock tip-off. Steiny and Guru with Evan in for Guru. A reminder, what's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment was brought to you by MB Jesse Painting. 888-957-9570 is the number. If you want to get in the Warriors conversation, we'll take your calls, but I also want to shift to the NFL because there's a few things that Steiny and I saw this weekend that relate to the game. They relate to where I think the Niners are, and also just what hits you about the weekend. I got some truth to tell on the other side.
Shut up, Evan.
Yeah. This game day traffic report is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
cannot hold on.
Lamar Jackson stinks.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Joe Spadoni just sticking it to you, Steiny.
Why? Another playoff loss for Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, he's 3-5. Hate to see it.
Who's their backup? Dobbsy.
That's a 4. Evan and for Guru is Steiny. I don't know who their backup is. They've had Tyler Huntley. I think he's in Miami.
Mm-hmm.
The Pro Bowler, Tyler Huntley, by the way. Who is it,
Josh Johnson. 50-year-old Josh Johnson.
Bishop O'Dowd's own?
Well, I guess they can't move off Jackson just now.
Oakland legend, Josh Johnson, or East Bay legend. Might be from San Leandro. But, wow.
Well, this is a good one, Evan. This is a good one because let's just talk about that game specifically and Lamar Jackson and
you love the discourse.
Josh Allen.
I know you do.
I kind of do.
Steiny, you're off, bro. Way off.
Your take, buddy, was not. You said Jordan. Who said Jordan? Was that the guy that said Jordan Poole's a Hall of Famer? No, it was somebody else.
No,
he said
we had
Draymond
Jordan
Green's
Poole's
the
a Hall of Famer. We also had that Jordan Poole couldn't start for the Hornets. I think that was that call.
That's true. That's true.
Or the Warriors.
What's the question? Get me started here.
Does Lamar Jackson stink?
No, he doesn't stink.
In the postseason.
I never meant he stunk that time I said it either. Anybody knows that was taken out of context. I was saying it to make a point about the criticism that he gets and saying he stinks. Blake Snell, he stinks. Well, now he stinks.
He stunk. Odds are he's probably not going
to. It's going to be 2:00 before we even know it.
He's probably not going to. He's probably not going to stink this year. But actually, I was proud of the conversations that came out of that game because I think everybody went in knowing that, all right, someone's got to lose. You know, is someone's legacy going to be affected? Let's try and brace ourselves for the reality that one of these great quarterbacks who's going to be the MVP or co-MVP or runner-up for MVP is going to lose. And it didn't feel like anybody came away from that game killing Lamar Jackson.
No. But this is the thing about football. First of all, the first interception ends up not hurting him.
Well, it prevents you from getting points.
I get it, but you know what I mean.
Well, they only needed 2 more.
Well, I mean, to me, the fumble was that just can't happen, and I'm not really sure what happened there. It just slipped out of his hands.
His first fumble since 2019.
But yeah, the reason they got beat was because of Andrews. I mean, he fumbled on what should have been a big play, and then he can't catch a. I mean, it's right there. It's right there. All he's got to do is catch it and fall into the end zone. But the thing what bothers me most about always the quarterback talk is that, I threw this by you on Friday. I can get Spidoni in here. Here's the thing that it's to me an incongruity. We say that the quarterback is the most important position in all of sports. All right,
team sports, yes.
Team sports. Okay, so it's the most important position in all of team sports. But what position in all of team sports depends more on your teammates? To me, it's the quarterback. It's the quarterback. Like in basketball, if you have a superstar, you can be pretty good. In baseball, if you have a great pitcher or a great home run hitter, you can win games by yourself. You cannot win games by yourself in the NFL. Your defense has to be good enough, and your offense has to be good enough. Like what I'm saying is, the quarterback is reliant on 21 other guys, and I mean, Lamar Jackson could have played that same game, and they might have won by 9 points. But Andrews dropped one conversion, and he fumbles over the middle, and what can you do about that?
You cannot put the ball on the ground in the first half.
No, that's true.
You cannot throw a first down 3 flies up pass to the other team. I don't think that Lamar Jackson should be killed today, but he should not go without criticism. And he said as much at the podium, which is how you know that he knows that he is just as responsible as Mark Andrews for that loss, in my opinion. They had a chance to close the gap in that first half. And the reason the Buffalo Bills won that game was not just because of Mark Andrews. It was because they didn't make the mistakes that the Baltimore Ravens did. That's why they won. Teams in the playoffs, there's only been one team that has turned over the ball that has won a playoff game. That was the Houston Texans against the Los Angeles Chargers. But the Chargers turned it over 4 times compared to the Texans 1. You take care of the ball. Yeah, we hate that. You take care of the ball, you win the game. Lamar Jackson did not take care of the football, and that's why he's sitting on his couch and Josh Allen is going to Arrowhead.
Yeah, and you know, I look at Lamar Jackson's numbers, 18 for 25, 250, 2 touchdowns, an interception, but the interception to me wasn't a killer. So it's like a half an interception. That's the way I look at those. And the fumble was a killer. I mean, the fumble hurts. But I thought all in all, like, Lamar Jackson was pretty good. I don't expect, like, I understand. You know what I think? I think there's a lot of fans out there that don't understand that, like, what's Josh Allen now in the playoffs? 7-5?
I think he's 7-6.
Like, that's really good for playoff football, a one-loss percentage if you're going to do it. Like, anybody to me who's 500 or better in the postseason, that's really good because that means you always win at least one round and then get beat. And if you're over 500, it means you must have had a year where you won more than you lost, or you had a year where you never lost a playoff game.
7-5 for Josh Allen.
7-5, that's good.
After that win yesterday.
That is a damn good playoff record as far as I'm concerned. And then it gets even better because how many of those losses were against the Chiefs?
But that's the difference between him and Lamar.
Maybe.
And that's why I think Lamar does deserve criticism today. It's because it's not just about that game. And there's context to every single performance. Yesterday, yes, if Mark Andrews catches that pass or doesn't fumble that ball, the Ravens might go on to win. If Zay Flowers, who also wasn't available in that game, Lamar was without his number one receiver. If he doesn't fumble the ball through the back of the end zone last year, maybe the Ravens go on to beat the Niners in the Super Bowl. Maybe the Niners beat the Ravens in the Super Bowl. There's so many what-ifs in football that I can only take. Again, sports is a results-based business. And the result of that game yesterday is Lamar Jackson is now 3-5 in the postseason with not just losses to Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes, but with losses to Ryan Tannehill and Phillip Rivers, 2 quarterbacks that are not in the same class of the 2 that I previously named. So that's what his resume says. That's what he'll be known for unless he can change it. Like, what I think Lamar Jackson is Clayton Kershaw, probably midway through his career. Clayton Kershaw is one of the greatest pitchers to ever take the mound, as much as it might suck for a lot of Giants fans to have to recognize. But in big games, he did not perform. I mean, he might have had one World Series performance that was memorable among his many shortcomings. But that's what people are going to talk about when they talk about Clayton Kershaw. And a game yesterday just gets filed under, it might be unfair, but it gets filed under the Lamar Jackson can't win the big one.
How old is he now?
Lamar Jackson?
Yeah.
He is 28.
And he's got 5 playoff.
Oh.
Yeah, I do think there's something.
Like, he'll be a 3-time MVP if he wins the MVP award this year. There's not many guys. I'm not saying that Lamar Jackson isn't unbelievable, but how you play in big games does matter. It's the same reason why, to bring it to the Niners, I don't understand why people continuously. I'm not saying he's better than Lamar Jackson, but I think what we've seen in this postseason, it is freaking hard to win a game. Brock Purdy has quarterbacked 4 playoff victories. That I think people just take that for granted. Like, Lamar Jackson is a damn good quarterback. I think he's one of the 5 best, maybe the 3 best in the league. He has put subpar offenses on his back again and again. but winning a playoff game is extremely difficult. And he will have made as many championship games as Josh Allen before this year. Like, he's got one.
He does. My question to fans would be, so Lamar Jackson ostensibly can't win the big one. So did yesterday add to his reputation or take away from it? Like, did you come away from that game yesterday saying, yeah, Lamar can't win the big one? Like, I'm not saying that. But again, they didn't get it done. Like, I believe at some point in the next 2 or 3 years, Lamar Jackson's going to win 2 playoff games in a season before he loses one. I don't know. The whole Super Bowl, I just don't, especially in football when we're talking about quarterbacks, it just feels like now if Mahomes wins it again, then every other quarterback can't get it done for another year.
But again, Lamar didn't lose to Mahomes.
No, you're right. You're right. But it's more if Mahomes ends up winning it again and the Chiefs end up winning it, then it'll at least represent nobody broke through during those years. And so there's to me, Lamar Jackson can't win the big one. All right, what about Gary Payton?
Well, it's not that he can't win the big one. It's that through 8 playoff games, he has not done enough to disprove that very statement. Like, he might be able to go win the big one. Like, Clayton Kershaw has 2 World Series rings.
Right.
Again, that's why I believe he is Clayton Kershaw. But it doesn't take away from the fact that in the majority of postseason performances, he was not at the standard that he himself set. Like, that's just a fact.
Most players are not. Like, if you look at every player in sports history, I bet you 90% of athletes' numbers go down in the playoffs.
Yes.
Okay. So I guess the real question is, do you believe Lamar Jackson is incapable? There's 3 things. You think Lamar Jackson's never going to win a Super Bowl? I mean, I would bet on him never to win a Super Bowl just because of the odds. I would bet on every quarterback now not to win a Super Bowl, if you know what I mean.
Well, Goose Bet's looking pretty good.
I know. That was a big day. But, I also didn't know to the extent that we are just absolutely bending over backwards to this Chiefs team.
One second.
Hate to see it.
You really do.
Oh.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I mean, that's why I think yesterday's games are so interesting, particularly the Buffalo-Baltimore one. It's because there's not really this massive description of who a player is. What I think it extracts is a conversation about the game itself, the legacies that were affected, and how one of the quarterbacks wasn't able to alter his. Like, you're right. If Mahomes goes on to win, he will have won 4 Super Bowls. He's the greatest, blah, 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 blah. But the fact that Lamar has not been able to even get to the point where he has to face Patrick, that is important. That's the context. Like, Allen, to me, is in a completely separate category. He's lost to 2 quarterbacks in the postseason. He's lost to Patrick Mahomes, I think 4 times, and he's lost to Joe Burrow 1 time, who's the only quarterback that is still active in the league who has beaten Patrick Mahomes. So losing to Burrow that's not a negative. But again, and I appreciate the 510 bringing up, put some respect on Rivers. I'm a big fan of his. The fact remains he's lost to him along with Tannehill. He hasn't gotten to the place where he can compete against the Chiefs. That's where he falls short. And if Lamar Jackson goes down as the 3rd best quarterback of his generation, that's also still really damn good. But he's the guy that has racked up more regular season awards than even Patrick Mahomes if he wins the MVP.
Okay, I forgot Gary Payton has a ring, which is a joke because it's as meaningless as it gets, and you know it.
Well, father and son.
My point being, You want to know how we've changed as a society? I'll tell you how we've changed as a society. Lamar Jackson is this guy who can't win the big one. Would you say he can't win the big one?
I wouldn't say that, but
it's been said. I mean, hell, Guru's almost called him a choke artist in years past. But what I'm getting at is, Lamar Jackson hasn't gotten it done. Here's the difference. When I go back into the NBA and I think of Charles Barkley, Dominique Wilkins, Clyde Drexler, Patrick Ewing, those are Hall of Fame players. Those are superstars.
Yep.
They never won a ring.
Nope.
But I would never say, well, they couldn't win the big one. Because the guys who won the big one during their era were big boys. And they were just a little, like the Atlanta Hawks, when Dominique Wilkins was on their team, they were never the best team. Like, I just think it sucks that, and I get Shaq and Barkley, but Patrick Ewing never won a title. But I would never say, well, he couldn't win the big one. Well, Steiny, what about that time where he had that layup, that little floater in the lane, and it just yeah, he had a floater in the lane and it just spilled out. I believe, even though these guys don't have rings, that they're every bit, not every month, but they're champions in their own right. And I don't look back at Clyde Drexler and say, well, he could never get over the hump.
Well, he did.
Well, that's true. I didn't even think of Drexler. My bad one. But Portland. But let's use Ewing. Let's use any great baseball player. I don't say it like that.
But take Barkley, though. There were 2 years that Jordan didn't play. Barkley was on 2 Phoenix Suns teams that lost in 7 games to the eventual NBA champions.
Back-to-back champions.
Back-to-back years.
Yeah.
So he wasn't able to win the big one. That was his window.
Well, he's also playing against Hall of Famers, right?
Yeah, but if he is a greater player,
he wasn't
than Hakeem Olajuwon.
He wasn't.
That's what I'm saying is the difference between Lamar and Josh.
Oh, you're saying Lamar's better? But
I'm saying Josh Allen is better.
He might be.
But Lamar is the guy that's about to potentially get his 3rd MVP award. He has not shown up to that level in the postseason now for 8 games. That's not an insignificant amount of games.
Well, how did he play last week? Lamar Jackson.
They played great. They absolutely stomped Pittsburgh.
I mean, that's a playoff game.
They were a 10-point favorite.
Oh, but
if he loses that game, we're killing him because they were favorites.
No doubt.
Largely.
But okay, so I mean, Lamar Jackson was the regular season champion, or regular season MVP. I also think there's something that doesn't quite work for Lamar Jackson in the postseason in terms of he has to do more than other quarterbacks. He's a runner and he's a passer. And to me, I do think there's something about that that's disadvantageous for a quarterback in the postseason. Even though he can run and he can pass, because he's expected to do both, and he kind of has to do both, that works against him in the postseason. Because there's just a shade of it easier to defend. And we certainly saw it in last year's. Who'd they lose to last year? When
the Chiefs in the AFC Championship.
Yeah, he's just back there, and they're dropping back, and there's nobody open, and he really can't run. And, I'm just not ready to say Lamar Jackson can't, will never win a big game.
And that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that the consensus yesterday is that he did not cost his team the game.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
I would say he has an equal amount of blame as Mark Andrews.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Because he put the ball on the ground and he gave away an opportunity to score, and the Bills turned that into what ended up being the deciding amount of points.
Yeah, a guy throwing an interception in the first half that the other team goes 3 and out on after the interception occurs, it's I get it, he threw an interception, but we all know that the interception didn't kill him.
Okay, but the McCaffrey touchdown in the Super Bowl last year didn't kill the 49ers.
You mean the fumble?
Yeah, the fumble on the first drive when they were rolling. Didn't kill him. But that's
but he's not a quarterback. I mean, quarterbacks are the guys who are like...
Well, Saquon Barkley is your MVP.
He is.
So how can the running back position not be that important?
Well, it is in Philly because they prioritized it.
Well, and because their quarterback almost let them down yesterday.
So does he not get credit for them winning the game?
Hurts?
Yeah.
He shouldn't get as much as Saquon.
All I'm saying with Lamar Jackson is I think that for whatever reason, Baltimore is more beat. Okay. I think Baltimore, for whatever reason, is more beatable in the postseason. And it's not just because Lamar hasn't played up to his standards. It's because I just feel like in the postseason, really good teams have a little bit of an advantage because they get to focus on him so much in the playoffs.
But that was supposed to be the difference of this team, was that you had Derrick Henry, who also dropped a big pass early in the game, didn't end up killing him. But Lamar,
I mean, when I look at Lamar's numbers from yesterday, and I know the interception didn't kill you, I'm like, that's a winning quarterback line. It could have been a winning quarterback line. I'm sorry, Andrews drops a ball in the end zone. It should be 27-27. And then you know what? Maybe he throws an interception after that and they get beat. And he's more of a choke artist today. I don't know. But maybe Andrews comes down with that ball and they win the game, and it's all of a sudden... Like, I guess what I'm saying is I didn't really see a lot in the postseason with Lamar to make me swing dramatically more in one direction or the other in terms of can get it done or not, or can't get it done.
I mean, I just find it interesting that today no one is going after him. And I'm not saying he's the main culprit, but to me, what Lamar Jackson did yesterday deserves criticism, because I also think it's interesting that a lot of 49ers fans will talk about their own team and say that a certain player didn't do enough in a losing effort. And the fact of the matter is, sports is a results-based business. And what we saw yesterday is a team move on and a team not. And I just feel like there's criticism that deserves to go around. Open up the phone lines at 888-957-9570. Evan in for Guru alongside Steiny. What's coming up at the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Tune into Warriors Live today at 1 o'clock for the 2 o'clock tip between the Warriors and the Celtics. That's presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff.
Are you curious about who offers the best
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. Steinmetz kind enough to swap seats. We got Warriors Live coming up for you in about 40 minutes before the 2 o'clock tip between the Warriors and the Celtics. Steph Curry, according to Steve Kerr, expected to play in this game. He's got one more clearance to go through. That's Rick Celebrini, but looks like he's going to be out there. The Celtics at full strength. Hey, Steiny.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. What would you say was the least competitive game of the divisional round weekend for the NFL?
Well, let's see. The Chiefs won. Yeah, Houston was hanging in there. Then the second game of the weekend was Detroit. Yeah, they weren't in the fourth quarter. Then we had the Eagles. They absolutely hammered their team. The Rams, they were up all night. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Chiefs were the least competitive.
Okay. Yeah, they had 32.7 million viewers.
Is that a lot?
No, it's the most ever for an ESPN football game.
Are you serious?
Yeah. That's what, like, football will never be touched.
It's Patrick Mahomes, baby.
Well, it was Caitlin Clark.
What?
Who
signed her?
Are you serious?
You didn't see that? She was in Taylor Swift's booth. She was in the suite with Taylor Swift. She's a Swiftie.
What is her affiliation?
Patrick Mahomes
to
better be
Kansas City?
thanking Caitlin Clark for bringing him.
She's a Chiefs fan, actually.
You know what? So am I. Get me in the booth next week.
Well, no, we know that you are an Eagles fan. That's early. You got the Eagles in your heart.
You know, okay, here's the thing. Here's the thing I was thinking.
There's nothing wrong with that.
As it relates to Lamar Jackson, this is the way I feel. I open up Twitter today, and there's a column by Mike Silver in The Athletic.
Brilliant.
Now, I haven't read it, but The Athletic put out a description, and it says, I'm going to read it to you. It felt so right that Lamar Jackson had the Ravens season in his hands. And Sunday night, he valiantly met the moment, writes Mike Silver. Don't let the loss obscure the fact that Lamar Jackson stepped up. And I said to you, yeah, that ain't how it works, Mike. That ain't how it works. The reality of this situation is Lamar Jackson, whether we like it or not, is going to get buried for losing another game.
Yeah.
So that's why when now we've doubled back to this conversation, I've been like, I mean, the interception didn't hurt, and what can you do? Andrews has to catch that ball. But what I'm saying is, do I think Lamar Jackson deserves to get hammered as much as he has? No. But he's going to get hammered. And that performance yesterday means nothing as we move forward but a loss. Because when we talk about when next year rolls around, all right, and we have forgotten the circumstances of the Ravens game yesterday, he's just going to be 3-5. And that's all anybody's going to remember, and he's going to get hammered. And if Josh Allen loses to Mahomes next week, he's going to pay the price. That's just the way it is. So I'm here just to tell you that, yeah, I don't think that's right that they get all the blame. Andrews should get the blame yesterday. He dropped the ball in the end zone. You know what? Remember, you probably don't remember this. I don't barely do either. I want to say it was a Steeler. Help me out, old timers. This is what I mean. It was the Steelers against the Cowboys. And the Cowboys had a receiver, I believe, Jackie Smith.
Yeah, I don't think I was alive for this.
He dropped the ball in the end zone, and the Cowboys ended up losing. And nobody's saying, well, Staubach, you can't, Staubach.
Definitely wasn't alive.
Staubach. No, everybody remembers Jackie Smith. Why isn't it like that anymore? We're just going to talk about Lamar Jackson being 3-5.
That was pretty good, Steiny. Sports Illustrated actually wrote a article last night about how Mark Andrews' brutal performance reminded them of Jackie Smith.
But we'll talk in a year
Quit chewing.
about Lamar Jackson, not Mark Andrews. That's the difference. And it's generational, and I can't figure it out.
And my point is, because I actually think we agree on this, we're just coming at it from two different sides, is when you finish whatever you're chewing on. Sure. I actually don't think we're going to remember this game for Lamar Jackson coming up short. And my point is that he does deserve criticism for the loss. And maybe as much as Andrews is a little bit harsh because his task was far more difficult than Andrews just catching a layup that was in his lap or holding onto a football, which he's done pretty well for the last 5 seasons, hadn't fumbled at all since 2019. But that's kind of my point, is that that title of the piece that you read is all I'm hearing today. It's all I'm hearing is that Lamar Jackson stepped up, met the moment, and was the best version of himself, and he didn't cost the Ravens. And I wholeheartedly disagree with that because he turned the ball over twice at a portion of the game that allowed the Bills to take control, which forced Baltimore and Lamar Jackson to come back, which put them in a position where they relied on someone that couldn't step up and meet the moment. That's my point, is that he's not without criticism. You lose, I'm sorry. We are going to talk about that game. Every Ravens fan is going to be in the shower from now until the day they die thinking about what if, I can't believe that. And the what ifs also include number 8. That's all that I'm saying.
All right.
Okay. Let's go to Antonio in Oakland. 888-957-9570 is the number. It was also a really good game, by the way. Antonio, what's going on? Welcome to the program.
Oh, yeah, man. Like, I think Lamar Jackson, he deserves like half of the blame, but, he threw that pass right to Andrews like that. You got to make that catch, man. But, he had multiple turnovers yesterday, and he hasn't had a multiple turnover game all season. And but he deserves 50%, and he'll win it one day, man. He's too talented not to. And not every superstar is going to have a great playoff game. I mean, Barry Bonds had a bunch of flameouts in the playoffs, but I bet Giants fans think he's the GOAT, right? Michael Jordan, his last 3 finals, he was very inefficient, to be honest with you. His last game as a Bull, he missed 20 shots. And then there was a game against the Knicks, he was 3 for 18. So the narrative that Michael Jordan, he played so great every playoff game in the history of life, that's false. He had bad games as well. But anyway, man, Lamar Jackson, he can come to the Niners any day of the week. But shout out to Brock Purdy, man. Take a pay cut.
Ain't that a shame, by the way?
What?
You know how many playoff wins Brock Purdy has?
0, because it's not a quarterback stat. How do you like that?
Well, you talk about
it all the time.
Stop it. Because any single time that you bring up wins and losses, you, Matt Steinmetz, will say, well, Jimmy Garoppolo did it. He did the exact same thing.
Who's more clutch? Lamar Jackson or Brock Purdy?
In the playoffs, it's been Brock Purdy.
Who's more clutch as a player?
It's been Brock Purdy in the postseason.
Okay, let me ask you this.
That doesn't mean that he's a better quarterback, but the facts are the facts.
Let me ask you this. Okay, one guy's...
Jack?
Do you really... I don't believe for 1 second Brock Purdy's more clutch than Lamar Jackson. I don't.
But that's just you...
But I think...
you have nothing to base that off of.
That's right. That's right. Carter, what do you think? Do you think Brock Purdy's more clutch right now? I mean, yes, you can say, well, he's been more clutch, but when it's all said and done, do you really think that Brock Purdy is going to be known as more clutch than Lamar Jackson? I don't.
He might.
I don't.
But the fact that we're even discussing that as being a possibility is a mark on Lamar's resume. Lamar Jackson is about to be potentially a 3-time MVP. I don't think Brock Purdy will ever win an MVP award.
He almost did.
No, I think he came in 4th.
I thought he came in 2nd.
No, that was Dak Prescott. Christian McCaffrey, I think, finished a little bit higher than him.
Well, which was a joke.
Why?
Because running backs aren't important, right?
No, Saquon's going to finish 3rd.
Okay.
Behind Josh Allen and the guy who lost yesterday, Lamar Jackson. My point is, this guy is unbelievable, Lamar Jackson. I don't know. Maybe it sounds like I don't like him. That's not the case. I love Lamar Jackson. He's awesome. All I'm saying is that he deserves blame for what happened yesterday.
Of course he does. Of course he does.
And what we are going to talk about is the fact that Brock Purdy has quarterbacked 4 wins, and Lamar Jackson has only quarterbacked 3 in the postseason. Like that. That's a fact. It doesn't mean that Brock's better than him.
Right.
It doesn't mean Lamar Jackson can never win a Super Bowl.
And our job is to talk about why that might be the case. And one reason I think Brock Purdy's 4-2 in the playoffs and Lamar Jackson's 3-5 has come to is as simple as there's not one reason, first of all. But I'll tell you a big reason.
I agree with that.
Lamar plays in the AFC. And Purdy's played in the NFC. And the AFC's been tougher to break through in than the NFC, in my way of thinking.
Well, not of your Jaden Daniels.
Well, God forbid Jaden Daniels loses next week, and then he's on the clock after 1 year.
He'll be 2-1.
Yeah. Can't win the big one. He can win a couple small ones.
No, but this is also where, to your point, context does matter. Jaden Daniels walked into the 1 seed's house.
No doubt.
And beat the Detroit Lions handedly. He beat a 15-win team,
That was not a 15-win team.
Really? Because they went 15-2.
Correct. Their defense was decimated. It was absolutely to me.
Name a single guy on the Washington defense.
I can't. But the Detroit, how healthy were the Lions?
Not very.
They were going to get beat at some point.
But not in their first postseason game.
I mean.
That's why, again, winning in the postseason is hard. Jaden Daniels made it look easy. Twice, actually.
The Lions could not stop could not stop Washington. They just as we entered the playoffs I don't think the Lions were the best team. They happened to be 15-2, and they won 2 big games late to keep it going. But we all kind of knew they were not at their best.
No, but they were still good enough to overcome the amount of injuries that, by the way, they've had all year. Aiden Hutchinson, I think, tore his ACL in week 3.
Right.
They've been dealing with these injuries and still pummeling football teams, including the San Francisco 49ers.
Trying
to take away from the I'm not saying you're trying to take away.
Nobody thought the Detroit Lions were going to win it all as the playoffs started, and I think most people didn't have them making it to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, but no one thought they were going to lose to a 6 seed.
I mean, it happens.
Lions defense also might have been coming off their best game of the year in Week 18.
And they were rusty.
You know the only team in the NFC North to win in 2025 so far?
Wait, say it again?
This is a trick question, but the only team to win from the NFC North in the year 2025.
Yeah, it was the Packers.
No, it was the Chicago Bears because they won in Week 18.
Well, it's because that's a division of choke artists, clearly.
Well, now that you mention it, I think it had 3 double-digit win teams, not a single one of them won in the postseason.
The other thing is that I take into account, and maybe people don't, is when a basketball team loses a series, okay, there's 6 games of evidence, 5, 6, or 7 games of evidence.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. When I look at football, I got everybody across the board because it's one and done. You can have a bad game in the postseason, and it's going to get you beat, and you don't have a game 2 or a game 3. So there are going to be more upsets in football because it's one and done, as opposed to you're asking an underdog to beat a team 4 out of 7. So there's going to be more games in the NFL where the so-called underdog beats the favorite.
So then wouldn't you agree that 8 games is a pretty big sample size if you only get one? Because if
you only get one what?
If you only get one crack at winning a postseason game to move on. 8 games is a lot.
Yeah, and he's won 3 of them.
And he's had 5 not so great performances.
You know what? Let me do it this way.
Lamar Jackson, I think, had 1 4-touchdown game, and it was last year against the Texans. He was magnificent. They rocked Houston. And outside of that, I don't think he's had a great postseason game. Yesterday does not get filed under the great postseason. That's true. I did say the North was the best. I got to eat that. Thank you, 415. While you look for that, let's go to Randy in San Lorenzo wants to get into the conversation. 888-957-9570. Randy, what's going on, my man? How are you?
Hey, how's it going? I'm great. Hope you two are doing. So,
yes, sir.
Lamar Jackson, Yeah, he made a couple of mistakes yesterday, but Andrews should have caught that pass, okay? And I do see Lamar Jackson progressing towards being a good QB. But, yeah, in the postseason, he has to eliminate his mistakes. He does. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
Appreciate it, Randy. Yeah, I think that's like the postseason, and I think we agree on this, Diney. The margin for error is very slim. Like all teams are pretty damn close. I mean, obviously there's some lopsided games. Like the Ravens were favored by 10 against Pittsburgh. But in the majority of games, it comes down to doing the little things. And all I'm saying is that the little mistakes in the first half that Lamar Jackson made, they ended up being a reason why they lost. And when you lose games, we naturally nitpick. It's for the same reason that you mentioned the fact, and I agree with you, like Brock Purdy last year in the Super Bowl wasn't good enough for the Niners to win. He wasn't as good as Patrick Mahomes was for the Chiefs. It didn't cost him the game, but he didn't go out and win the game. And that's how sports work because, again, the whole theme of this has been the results-based business that sports are. And I'm just saying that, like, the fact that he's escaping criticism today, I don't abide by that. I don't see it. Like the same way that people were trying to make excuses for Justin Herbert 2 weeks ago. Now, he was far worse than Lamar Jackson was. But the first thing that I remember us talking about in the crossover with Willard and Dibbs was, well, 2 or 3 of those weren't on him. I'm sorry, they are. Like, he's going to be remembered right now as a player that's 0-2 in the postseason, and he threw 4 picks and a loss. That's what his line says. Yesterday, Lamar Jackson, yes, Mark Andrews dropped 2 passes. Well, he dropped 1. He fumbled the other. But Lamar Jackson threw the ball to the other team, and he put the ball on the ground. And that cost them in a game that was decided by 2 points.
It hurt him. I wouldn't say it cost him. Like, I would say Mark Andrews' drop cost him.
Well, the fumble, they ran back 40 yards and punched it in 3 plays later. Like, that cost you.
Sure, that did. What quarter was that in?
The second.
Does that matter at all?
Yes, because you went down double digits.
Okay, but I mean, is a mistake in the first half less important than a mistake in the second half of a close game? I think it is. That's just me.
Well, you have time to make up for it, but it doesn't mean it's not important.
No, I'm saying as important.
No, I mean, throwing a game-losing pick is a more costly mistake than...
Right, and dropping a ball in the end zone is in a 2-point game with a minute left, that's the biggest mistake, to me, you can make.
Yeah, I agree with that. Mark Andrews made the biggest mistake of the game. But people are using that to completely absolve the mistakes that Lamar Jackson made. That's my point.
Do you think? Like,
you just read an article that said that Lamar Jackson stepped up and met the moment.
Right, that's his article. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm actually in the middle on this. I'm saying Silver wrote a column that said, boy, look at Lamar. Like, hey, he was really good. He stepped up. Like give him credit for this. Well, it don't work. It don't work that way.
That's all I'm trying to argue.
That's a fact. It doesn't work that way. He lost the game. Now, you want to look inside the game. I feel like he was pretty good. He threw an interception like every quarterback does once a game. This one didn't happen to hurt him. The fumble was obviously bad because it was an unforced error. It wasn't like, let me ask you this, because this is the way I think. When I saw that fumble and it happened the way it happened, my first thought was, oh my God, you just can't do that. Now, here's what I mean. Like, if Lamar Jackson had dropped back to throw and started to throw and a defensive lineman absolutely drilled him at the point of release and it ends up getting intercepted. Let's imagine that play and then imagine the fumble. Like, which is worse to you?
The fumble.
Me too. So I'm willing to say the fumble, you cannot, because that was to me a completely unforced error. So yes, the fumble to me was his most egregious mistake of the day, because the Buffalo didn't force that turnover. And they, in fairness, they didn't really force the interception either. It's just that they didn't turn around and score right away on that like they did on the fumble.
No, but the fumble, I could argue, was as easily as preventable as Mark Andrews' drop. Like, they were both easy plays to make.
No doubt. Like I'm saying,
and
the
that fumble cost you 7 points in a game you lost by 2.
Right.
That's a costly mistake.
Right. But he comes back and gets him to what is a 2-point game.
Yep. Yes, he does.
He delivers the ball right where it gets delivered, and a guy doesn't catch it. The same guy, by the way, who fumbled on what should have been, like, who was the biggest GOAT? It was Andrews.
Yeah, and I'm saying that...
Right, like Andrews is the biggest GOAT.
That's what the game is going to be remembered for, and in my mind, the fumble and the interception in the first half are massive mistakes, too.
I'm not saying they're not massive mistakes, but here's the thing. It's going to be remembered as the Andrews game.
Sure.
But it still goes down as another loss on Lamar Jackson's
No, it doesn't, because
you
of
don't
what
think?
you just said it's going to be the Andrews game. The same way that interception you brought up with the Cowboys was not the Staubach
But
game.
it's going to be another year where Lamar Jackson did not win 2 playoff games in the same year. Like, he's never won 2 in the same year, right?
He has not.
Correct. So what I'm saying is everybody will remember it as the Andrews game, but nobody's going to say, boy, but Lamar Jackson was really good. No, he's just going to get a loss. He's now 3-5. You know what I'm saying? Like, we may not, when we talk about Lamar Jackson's worst playoff games, that one may not register, but the 3-5 is going to register.
Yes, it is, because that's sports.
Right.
Josh Allen was the better quarterback yesterday.
Okay.
Not statistically. We're going up to 56 here because we got a Warriors Live coming up at 1 o'clock, right before the Warriors take on the Celtics. My point is, all right, because we didn't bring up the Eagles game yet. Jalen Hurts and Josh Allen both didn't make the big mistake. Lamar Jackson made the big mistake. So, am I going to kill him for not winning that game? No. But what I'm saying is I can't dismiss it. The reason why Josh Allen is moving on and Lamar Jackson isn't is because Lamar Jackson turned the ball over 2 times. And his guy dropped the ball. But you know what? Josh Allen didn't put the ball in harm's way the way his opponent did. And that's why he's got a chance to go to a Super Bowl.
And I would say one of the things I've always thought about when I think of Lamar Jackson, for better or worse, is he's asked to do more and maybe it's because he can, but he's more susceptible to those kind of mistakes because I feel like he has more responsibility as a quarterback and he does more things as a quarterback than any other quarterback in the NFL. He's expected to throw it and he's expected to run it.
I mean, I would argue that...
And I know he didn't turn the ball over during the regular season.
No, he and Josh Allen have the same task. His number 1 receiver yesterday was Khalil Shakir. It's a former 5th-round pick. Like, it's not as if he's throwing to all pros. And Lamar, yes, was missing his number 1 target yesterday.
I mean, if you were to ask me what quarterback in football's... Okay, I would say, if you were asking me what quarterback's asked to do more than any other quarterback in pro football, I'd probably answer Lamar Jackson.
And I'd say it's him or Josh Allen. That's why I think the matchup was appropriate and it was even.
All right. And so give it, and Buffalo's at home. They win by 2. No harm, no foul. Let's move on.
They lost the game because they made too many mistakes.
They lost the ball because Andrews dropped the ball. Hey, remember the game? Remember the game where...
That's not the only reason they lost the game. No, I'm surprised that you, the man of nuance, can't understand this.
It's the biggest... Andrews' 2 mistakes, to me, were the costliest plays of the game. And the reason I say that is because as a quarterback, Lamar Jackson's involved in 75 plays. And of those 75 plays, he fumbled once and intercepted once. Andrews is involved in 8 plays, and he messed up 2 of them. And you can't do that as a receiver. So I would blame Andrews way more than Lamar Jackson in terms of who cost us. I think Baltimore Ravens fans are probably more upset with Andrews than Lamar Jackson today.
That's fine.
But again,
that might be the case. That's not what I'm saying,
right, and I'm not disagreeing that's, even though it was Mark Andrews' fault for the most part, you're right. It's still going to go on Lamar Jackson's ledger as a quarterback.
And that's what you don't think is fair, which I do. That's, I think, where we differ.
Okay.
That I think it is fair that people are going to remember that loss as being partially Lamar Jackson's fault.
Well, of course it's partially his fault.
But just like it might be mostly Mark Andrews' fault, it also might be mostly the defense. That was the number one defense from week 11 on.
Put it this way.
And they got 27 points scored on them.
Put it this way. If I'm in here tomorrow and Guru says, see, Lamar Jackson.
See, I'm not Guru, though.
No, but what I'm saying is that Andrews, like, if you're going to say, Steiny, Lamar Jackson didn't get it done again against the Bills, I'm saying, he threw a ball to, it should be 27-27, period. Like, Andrews drops a ball in the end zone.
And if
I'd rather he caught it and then Lamar Jackson threw a pick six and the Bills come back and win it that way, then it's like, then we got something to talk about. Because then Lamar Jackson makes a bonehead play in a big time situation. As far as like throwing an interception in the second quarter, okay, it happened. No harm, no foul. Okay, it was an opportunity they lost, sure. But they were still in their own territory. The fumble is the fumble. It's a bad fumble. There's nothing. That's one play, though.
But that play was literally turned into a touchdown.
Okay. But not right. I mean, I don't know.
No, I'm with you. Okay, so the Rams-Eagles game. If Jalen Carter doesn't make that sack, the Rams go down and win. Who's that loss on? Like, the Eagles barely survived against the Rams.
I guess I don't really...
But Saquon's the MVP of the league because they scraped by the skin of their teeth. Because they barely got by the Rams. Saquon was awesome in that game.
Okay.
He's not going to get blamed if they lose, but we're not going to remember that performance.
What are we arguing here? Like that there's got to be a scapegoat every game?
No, I think you're trying to paint me as someone that is scapegoating Lamar Jackson.
No, I'm not. The problem I have is when we talk about stuff in absolutes. And Lamar Jackson...
I talked about it as an absolute?
No. And I'm not saying you are, but like Lamar Jackson lost the game. He's 3-5. He'll pay the price because he's 3-5. He could have gotten to 4-4 in the postseason, and then he's one win away from being 5-4, which looks dramatically different. So he's going to pay the price. Because he's a quarterback. But the reason to me they lost
$55 million. I mean,
well, to me it's more because he's a quarterback than what he's gotten paid. I mean, he's a quarterback.
Well, that's why he makes what he makes, is because he plays the most important position in team sports. So that's why we talk about it like that.
I mean, I'll remember this as the Mark Andrews game. But you're right. I'm not saying that doesn't mean Lamar Jackson skates. Because again, when we start talking about Lamar Jackson and his postseason lack of success, this is going to go down as another year of non-playoff success. So he's going to have to wear that. But I'm not saying it's our job, but the reality of the situation is he played pretty well in the postseason this year.
Yeah, and I just don't think he played well enough to win 2 games.
He didn't, but there's a far cry between that and... To me,
he wasn't terrible yesterday.
I'm not ready to say he can't win the big one. I'm like, it's all a matter of how it's said. I mean that from the bottom of my heart.
Gotcha.
Like Jackson in the postseason, if you say, boy, Jackson struggled in the postseason, fair. I'll go with you there. But I've seen a lot of athletes struggle in the postseason and then they break through. That's why I'm not going to say he'll never win the big one. I do think he does have unique issues because of his style that, hey, it's his style. But I do think, and this is going to sound like a cop-out, I think a guy like him and the way he's used makes it just a little tougher on him in the postseason against really good defenses. Like,
clearly.
How about this? How about this? How about this? I'll go this far. You know what?
He's got 13 touchdowns and 11 turnovers in 8 playoff games.
Right.
So clearly, yes.
Here's the way I would say it to me is, you know what? And because this is the truth, not convinced his style is suited to make a playoff run. That's kind of the way I feel. Like, I think he's a great quarterback, and I think in the regular season, he can win a lot of games. I think it's fair to ask whether, not necessarily Lamar Jackson, but a team that plays like that and relies so much on a guy like Lamar Jackson, there is something about that I'm not sure about. I think it makes it. Would you meet me there?
Yeah. I mean, but again, it's like he threw 41 touchdowns this year, had 4 interceptions. He was, by every analytic, the best quarterback in football. I find it strange, to your point, that when the postseason comes around, he's not that quarterback. And I don't know what the reason is. I'm sure if he could figure it out, he would. I'm sure if the Ravens could figure out, they would do something different. But for whatever reason, he becomes a different guy.
Well, let me ask you this. Okay,
in January.
Okay. And that's
or
fair.
He has become a different quarterback in January.
Did he look outside of a fumble, which, let's just say I'm a big Jack.
Yep.
I mean, give him a break. It's in the snow. Okay? Like,
well, I won't.
Did
but
Lamar,
sure.
To me, Lamar Jackson yesterday looked pretty much like the regular season Lamar Jackson.
No, that interception he threw is not the kind of interception he's thrown all season. I mean, he dropped back on 1st and 10 and just threw it he threw a punt. And I know they didn't get hurt by that pick, but that's not a Lamar Jackson pass.
I know, but we're talking about
amazing
one play. One play. What I'm saying is overall.
But that one play can be the reason why you lose a game.
Well, not that one.
No, not that one.
Okay.
But I'm saying the fumble cost you 7 points.
No doubt. The fumble was a bad, but again, like sometimes a quarterback, how'd you think Lamar Jackson played yesterday?
I thought he played well.
I thought he played really well. He made a big mistake with the fumble. He got too careless with the ball. Guess what? Steiny, that cost him. Yep, it cost him. But I'm not going to let one play like that.
But you're talking about one play. You're talking about Mark Andrews dropping the football. That's one play.
But that was at a critical time. That's in the fourth quarter.
I agree with that.
I think if you throw an interception I think like a mistake in the fourth quarter is worse than the first quarter. I do. Unless you commit 3 mistakes in the first quarter and you get down 24-0, then it's over.
But what if you bring your team back into the game and you put them in a position? Those mistakes that cost you 24 points in your hypothetical still matter.
No doubt. I think Lamar Jackson, if you would ask Jim, they played 17 regular season, let's just say 20 games.
Yeah.
I'll bet you that wasn't Lamar Jackson's worst game of the year.
No, he had a 3-turnover game against Pittsburgh earlier this year when they lost.
Like, it feels to me like that game, well, see, now we're going to go on stats, and I get it. He had an unbelievable year turnover. Like, he had no turnovers.
I disagree with the 6-5-0. A guard missing a block is the reason the Niners lost the Super Bowl. Get your head out of a shoe, Evan. That's not true. You didn't just lose the Super Bowl because Spencer Burford missed a block. That is one play among not millions, across that game. That's not why you lost. That's what I'm saying, is that Ravens did not just lose because Mark Andrews dropped a football. I don't know what's so hard to comprehend about that. Sorry, I'm not screaming at you.
No, okay. Before the playoffs started this year,
Jesus,
it felt like, okay, I don't want to use Lamar struggles to get it done in the big game or whatever. I would just say this, that I thought Lamar Jackson played pretty well yesterday, and they won a playoff. Like, having watched this year's Ravens 2 playoff games, like, to me, we aren't looking at a guy who can't win the big one. We're not, after this year, we're not looking at a guy who, the lights got to him. And that's the kind of talk, maybe we can agree to leave it here. Like, that's what bothers me. Was he good enough to get it done yesterday? No. They lost the game. He made a big fumble. you and me will differ on how important the interception was. He had a critical fumble that cost him the game. But what I'm saying is I didn't see anything in the last 2 weeks with the Ravens that leads me to believe this guy in the postseason, I mean, he's just overwhelmed. And that's the way sometimes I think we talk about a guy like Lamar Jackson, at least up until this year.
Yeah, no, Lamar Jackson was the best quarterback in football this year. That's why I was frustrated with I don't know, watching his first half. It's like that's not the quarterback that I had seen for 17 games. That's all I'm saying.
And it wasn't. But I guess let's look at who looks like they've looked in the regular season. Saquon Barkley.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I guess Mahomes, right?
Yeah, because he hasn't been that impressive.
Right.
Jaden Daniels.
I mean, he's almost elevated his play in the postseason.
And I think that's what separates particular players.
Right, but he also just this may be his, Colin Kaepernick year or
all I have to judge him is on what he's done. Like, I think you're moving too far forward.
With who?
All these players. Like, I didn't say once in this conversation that Lamar Jackson can't win a Super Bowl.
No, and I made it clear that that's the part that I defy someone to tell me that after they watch Lamar Jackson play in these 2 playoff games, well, he's not you. Yeah, he's not going to win the big one.
Well,
and that's unfortunately sometimes, or you know what? He can't win the big one. But what do you mean he can't win the big one?
Okay, but let's take the Eagles then. And we got to hit a break here. I know we got Warriors Live coming up in a second.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, I do. We actually got to go through pregame here. Warriors Celtics 2:00. I don't think that Jalen Hurts played a great game yesterday. Now, to be fair, he was hurt, but he didn't make the mistake that cost them the game.
Man.
Like, he didn't
You're
play.
right,
Like,
but I would say Lamar Jackson played better than Jalen Hurts.
And because of the 2 turnovers, I guess that I can't go that far. No,
I got you.
Yeah. All right. So we'll end it on that note. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I'm a little feisty right now. It's probably because I got to watch the Warriors in an hour.
What do you say? They're playing the Celtics, though.
Yeah, I know.
What do you mean?
I'll tell you why on the other side. All right. Warriors Live's coming up next. Again, brought to you by Xfinity and Stream the Sports. Presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. And a reminder to download the free Odyssey app. Check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Safe travel in New Year starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. A 15-minute drive-through oil change for all vehicle types. Friendly technicians will check fluids, wipers, lights, and more. No need to get out of your vehicle. Locations, coupons at BarryOilChange.com. A special edition of Warriors Live with Matt Steinmetz. Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. We're back after this.
This game day traffic report is brought to you by Crystal.
Release. Splash.
And a not-so-quiet one.
Rejected by Draymond. Knocked away. What a block.
And above all, a team that brings the entire Bay Area together.
Curry, one step in front of the logo. The right-hand slam on a little elevation sensation.
This is Warriors Live on 95.7. The Game.
And as always, we are presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. Also, this segment brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Evan Giddings and Matt Steinmetz here on Warriors Live. Warriors take on the Celtics at 2 o'clock at Chase Center. Grandy's got postgame for you. Is this weird for you, Stein? You used to do this all the time, right?
I think this is my first one in about 4 years.
Dude,
I'm
it was
excited.
you and Guru?
That was back at the year. That was when
in Oakland?
When did the Warriors lose a championship last?
2019.
That might have been my last Warriors Live show with Guru.
So you were at game 6 was in Oakland?
Yep.
That's right, because Toronto was the home team in that series.
And remember, after they won the title, there were a lot of Raptors fans in the building that night, and they stayed late. And so about an hour after the game...
You had a live audience?
Yeah, there were a lot of Raptors fans there that were chanting and waving Canadian flags. And, well, what a tough night.
Yes, it was. The Warriors, of course, bounced back because it's a rematch of the 2022 NBA Finals. By the way, the Warriors and Celtics have met one time earlier this season in Boston, and the Warriors got the better of the Celtics. That was amidst their 12-3 stretch. I think it was game 9 or 10 of the season. But you had an interesting theory. So the Celtics are 29-13. They've won 6 of their last 10, coming off a loss to your Atlanta Hawks. And Golden State right now stands tied for 10th, but 21-20, and they're 500 in their last 10 games. But you had an interesting theory, I thought, before the show about why the Celtics are going through, I don't know, just like the doldrums of the regular season as the defending NBA champions.
I did?
Yeah, you said this always happens with Boston teams or with defending. I couldn't remember. Which one.
No. I was going back to the Bird era when the Celtics over the years have always had a long trip in January. And during those old Celtics runs, they would always use this trip to the West Coast to kind of come together, bond, and see if they could, go 6-1 on a 7-game trip or something like that. And knowing Joe Mazzulla, like I know him.
Like
which is not at all, except what I see through the television, and seeing how the Celtics are kind of, 6-4 over the last 10, which isn't great for them. I have a feeling that they're going to be motivated on this road trip, and the Warriors obviously are the first game of the trip, but I'm predicting a pretty big road trip for the Celtics, even though I haven't seen any of their opponents or how long they're out here.
Well, it's a West Coast swing. Okay. They got Golden State, the Clippers, the Lakers, and then Dallas. So a 4-game kind of West Coast trip. So you're right. It is that January swing for the C's. They've been pretty much on one, off another. I mean, to the beginning of this year, they have a loss to OKC. Nothing wrong with that. Beat Denver on the road. Lost to Sac at home. Beat New Orleans. Lost to Toronto on the road. That was the game after the Warriors, of course, lost to the Raptors. They beat the Magic, and then they lost in overtime to the Hawks. So the Celtics have been up and down, and I don't know, like they've been a basketball team. By the way, they're at full strength tonight, although they are missing their best three-point shooter, Drew Peterson, officially out for this game. But they're just kind of it appears to me that they're sleepwalking right now, which is, I guess, what can happen to defending champions. Like, I was talking to a friend of mine who's going to the game. He's a Celtics fan, and he was like, well, it's just really hard to, bounce back after you win the title and summon up that energy for a full 82, which always makes me think about the 2016 Warriors team, because that's like the only defending champion group that I've ever seen that's come out with a higher level of play after they actually won it. And Celtics are in a different place, but I kind of buy it. Like, it does feel like they're sleepwalking a bit right now. And that's why, even though the Warriors are, I think, 10.5-point underdogs, this game isn't as a foregone conclusion as I think a typical matchup between the Celtics and the Warriors would be.
I got a theory for you, and I'm going to rely on your knowledge of statistics.
Okay.
But the Celtics right now are shooting more threes than any other team in history, essentially.
Yeah, more than themselves. I think they had the record last year.
Okay. Here's what I was thinking about. You're a team that just won the title.
Yeah.
All right? You know how long a road it is, okay? You know that the first couple months, but what you're really aiming for is May and June. What better way for a team to kind of get through the first half or so of the season by shooting even more threes? Because shooting a three is less tiresome and less fatiguing than driving to the basket. So I'm looking at my Celtics here, and they don't have they shoot so many threes, but outside Pritchard, they don't really have anybody who shoots over 40% from three. So I'm wondering, God, how are they winning so much? You got Jaylen Brown's 32%, and Tatum's 36%, and Drew Holiday's 34, 35, and I guess Derek White's 36 or 37, but nobody's shooting 45% from three for them. So maybe this is kind of their way of managing the early part of the schedule, still good enough to be 29-13, and then as the season begins to ensue and they get closer, they'll tighten it up a little bit.
Well, I think that's just a part of who they are. I mean, they kind of did it last year. They shoot a lot of threes. They're number one in three-point rate. Like 54% of their shots come from beyond the arc. That's pretty ridiculous. It's also a reason why I don't really like watching them play basketball. But the combination of them making enough threes, along with the fact that they probably have the four best combined perimeter defenders in the league, I guess Cleveland might have a case, but Drew Holiday, Derek White are the best defending backcourt in basketball. And then Tatum and Brown are two of the best perimeter wing defenders in basketball. So the only real position of weakness for their starting and closing five is the center spot. And it's almost like if Porzingis, not exactly, he's more offensively gifted, but Porzingis reminds me of what Draymond used to be during those championship years, where if he makes a couple threes, you're not beating them. He's the cherry on top. Whereas if he's shooting the ball well, you're just simply not going to be able to beat the Boston Celtics because they'll make enough threes and you're not going to be able to score enough. That's the one thing that is the biggest difference between now and their first meeting back in early November, I think, is that the Warriors are now a much more offensively challenged basketball team. I think defensively they're about the same, but
it sure feels that way. And I think what the Celtics have become are they're the poster team for the NBA right now, but it's not good.
Yeah.
So if you just take these, they're what every team, or they're what a lot of fans can't stand. More than half their shots are threes, and yet they're not shooting it at a great percentage. So more than one out of every two shots plus is a three, and they're shooting 36% from the floor, which is a little more than making one out of three. So to me, the Boston Celtics are the quintessential team that we all should hate right now if we don't like the product, with the one exception being what you mentioned. The reason it works for them to a 29-13 record is they're pretty good defensively. But I would make the case that if they were any more efficient offensively, then they would be, and maybe they will eventually be balanced out a little more with their threes as the season goes on.
Well, and because of the amount of threes that they take, they play from outside the three-point line, so they turn it over the least of any team in basketball, despite not really having a point guard, which is interesting. They keep opponents off the free throw line. They're third best in the league at that. They're the fourth best in terms of field goal percentage. So they defend well, and it's almost like what I think they have is the most ways to win of any team in basketball. They just choose to jack up a ton of threes. It keeps them fresh. I mean, Tatum this season is playing 37 minutes a night. Brown's 36 minutes a night. But those minutes aren't as taxing if you're playing between the 3-point lines as opposed to playing the full 90.
No doubt about it. I think that's one of the hidden kind of strategies for a team. I mean, in theory, if you're a team that, has guys standing around the perimeter, and essentially what I think the Celtics offense is a lot of times is 3 guys around the perimeter, 1 guy penetrating, and then they kick, and either that guy's got an open 3 or they start the ball movement. So if that's the offense you're playing, you're right, you're not getting taxed offensively. And if you can somehow, then you become the quintessential team that can rest on offense a little bit and get after it on defense. That's probably why they win a lot of games. You got any offensive rebounding stats there of note?
For the Celtics?
Yes. Because they shoot a lot of threes, do they get as many offensive rebounds as opponents and maybe more, which leads to more 3-point attempts? Or is it going to be like a muted stat that you can't really read into like that?
No, well, I think it's actually kind of appropriate because they're 10th in offensive rebounding. They're also 10th in offensive rebounds allowed. So it's like they jack a lot of threes, and it seems like they're not really gang rebounders. They're kind of just even on both sides. So
yeah, and I also wonder, offensive rebounds are one thing, but the big stat on an offensive rebound is points off offensive rebounds.
That's true.
And if it stands to reason that if they get offensive rebounds, they're likely to turn them into threes more than any other team. I would think. But this is going to be
second chance.
Yeah, second chance points is what I'm talking about. But for the Warriors, Evan, I'm there's no Draymond Green, and it looks like it sounds like he's going to start Moses Moody at 4. And let's see what happens. But I think the good news, when I watched Steph Curry on Saturday, I thought, that could look like a typical Steph week or 2 thing, but he's going to go tonight, or this afternoon rather, which obviously is good news for the Warriors.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that, Sonny, because that's a part of tonight's injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. For more information, visit boxerlaw.com. Yeah, Steph Curry's expected to play in this game. That's according to Steve Kerr, who was at the podium about an hour ago, said that he's expecting 30 to be in. Kyle Anderson and Draymond Green both out for this game, along with, of course, Kuminga and Podziemski, who have been out for an extended period of time. Meanwhile, the Boston Celtics, remember in their first meeting, Jaylen Brown and Kristaps Porzingis did not play in that game in Boston. The Boston Celtics are at full strength, essentially, just 3 G League guys that are out.
This is a great point from the 415 on the text line, because this has got to be a factor. If the Celtics have a bunch of guys offensively outside the 3-point line, they should be pretty good transition defense.
Yeah.
So I would assume that they, compared with other teams, don't allow as much transition basketball, and they can set up their half-court defense. That's the kind of stuff that can work hand in hand in a big way. And we saw that with the Warriors during their runs, where they would turn offensive rebounds into threes, and transition defense was never really a monster issue for the Warriors during their runs.
Well, and of course, that's the one thing that kind of irks Steve Kerr is the stays. Whenever you take a shot, you're just doing nothing. You're not crashing the boards. You're not getting back on defense. I don't have an over-under number on stays for this game, Steiny.
Okay.
But as far as our Take It to the Bank prediction, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises, I want to read off, let's just say some points, point totals, some over-unders, and I'll kind of get your idea of what you like. For me, the guy I'm looking at is Curry. If he's playing in this game, he's also kind of been a one game on, one game off kind of guy. Didn't have a great game against Washington even before he got hurt. And he always gives the Boston Celtics issues. His over-under for this game is 23.5. So I would take the over on that. That would be my Take It to the Bank prediction. We also have Tatum with 30.5, Derek White 19.5, Andrew Wiggins 13.5
points,
and then Drew Holiday 13.5. Those are kind of the big boys. Is there anything that stands out to you, or just something you think that you'd kind of like to lock in as a prediction?
Yes. Jason Tatum will not score 30 tonight. I don't believe he will. I think they've got enough guys to bother him. And, 30 sounds very high for Tatum.
You think it could be Moses Moody, who, from the comments over the weekend, it sounds like even if he doesn't start, he's going to play a lot of minutes in this game.
I'll bet you Wiggins plays Tatum more than Moody plays Wiggins.
So Moody would be more on Brown?
Well, I don't think like Wiggins is going to play a lot.
Yeah.
So I think Wiggins is going to be matched up a lot on Tatum, but I don't think, Moody's probably only going to play 20 to 25 minutes. But the other guy that seems low, why is Wiggins only 13.5? He's had 3 straight games at 20 or more, including 31 last game. I think Wiggins, I actually love Wiggins over 13.5 more than Tatum under 30, though I believe I'd probably parlay that.
Well,
honestly.
I love the lingo. Well, I got to tell you, if they're going to win this game, they're going to need Wiggins to score more than 13 points.
Exactly. And Boston can win it without Tatum getting 30.
It's true. In their first meeting, Wiggins had 16 points on 14 shots. The one thing that Wiggins, and I got to give him a lot of credit, like he is doing more of the dirty work type things with Kuminga and now Draymond being out. Last game had 11 rebounds, not just the 31 points, but the game before that, he got to the free throw line against the Timberwolves 12 times, even though he wasn't shooting it very well, and that was the most he's ever been to the free throw line as a Golden State Warrior. So it does feel like he's, I guess, taking more pressure on, but at least in a small sample size, he's been up for the challenge.
It's funny because if you were to tell me, and it was the Minnesota game you're talking about, and if you were to tell me, hey, Wiggins got to the line 12 times, but I didn't know about the game, I would say, well, let me guess, he was 8 for 12 from the line. Because that's about what he would be.
Yeah.
Well, guess what? If he goes 8 for 12 against the T-Wolves, they lose that game.
It's true.
Because they only won by a point. So the fact that he's 10 for 12 is big. But look, Wiggins feels like he's very comfortable right now. He feels like he's in a real good frame of mind. And I actually am hoping Dibley's not listening. But he and Goo were saying after the T-Wolves game, or no, it's a little bit K-Wig. And I was like, I don't see that. I think he's played well the last, 3 to 5 games. And this was before the Washington game, obviously. But
yeah,
I think Wiggins has been pretty good all season long. And we're always going to want a little more out of him. But boy, I think he's been as consistent. He's been almost as consistent as he's ever been as a Warrior.
Well, I was going to say it's one of the reasons why I also think that they're 21-20, but you can make a case he's been the most consistent player on the team this season. He's played a couple more games than Curry, and to me, it's between him and what was Kuminga, but he's now hurt. Just by process of elimination, Andrew Wiggins has been the most consistent Warrior this year.
Well, and the other thing is, as it relates to Kuminga, it's twofold. His role has not been consistent. And that actually, this is the first year where I feel like Kuminga's play hasn't determined his role. Like, I really do feel like in years past, hey, play Kuminga more. You know what? Steve Kerr could make a case. He doesn't deserve to play more. But this year was the first year where I felt like they adjusted his roles or his role over different periods of time, but he's been essentially the same player. And I know he's not a model of consistency, but the roles that he's been given over the course of this year has changed at least twice.
Yeah, no, totally. And look, it sucks they don't have Kuminga tonight. It would be a big 8 against the Celtics to play the Warriors at 2:00 from Chase Center. Can catch all the play-by-play action with Tim Roy and Tom Tolba right here on 95.7 The Game. As we wrap up here, it's time for our out-of-town game of the, it says night, but afternoon, presented by San Francisco International Airport. wherever your team goes, you can get there from SFO. So, Steiny, around the rest of the league, to me, the game that is, I think, the most interesting is probably one of the two that are going on right now. I would lean Cleveland and Phoenix, but it's also because the Cavs have kind of been hit with their first dose of NBA reality, which is losing 2 out of 3, one of which was to the Oklahoma City Thunder. But anytime you can get the best team in the league against someone like Kevin Durant and Devin Booker, that's a game I definitely have my eyes on.
Yeah, I like that game today, and I also like, what do we got? Minnesota, Memphis is going right now.
Yep.
And, what's funny is the Timberwolves have actually been playing pretty well, but for their last 2 games against the Warriors, if you look at, they really, that 1-point loss to the Warriors last week kind of got in the way of some momentum. But Minnesota and Memphis, I got to believe that's always a little bit chippy.
It is. Yeah, no doubt about it. 2 very physical basketball teams. Well, we have a minute here. Which way do you kind of, I know the Celtics are heavy favorites in this game, but there's also something matchup-wise that the Warriors kind of have figured out a little bit about Boston. The line has continued to move towards the north, like it's 10.5 at this point. I would have a hard time, if I had to choose, and this is not just because we're on the air, I think I would lean Warriors plus 10.5.
Yeah, I would either lay off it or bet on the Warriors. 10.5 for a home team, for even a 500 home team, and Boston hasn't been playing great. And, I also put the Martin Luther King afternoon weird start. I actually give a little advantage to the Warriors for that because they're at home. I'd rather play a home game a little different than being the Celtics and having to play a game that is earlier than normal on the West Coast, or on the East Coast, rather.
Oh, we're going to find out if the Warriors can take the season series from the Boston Celtics. But coming up next, Tim Roy has the remainder of your network pregame. Evan Giddings, Matt Steinmetz. That'll do it for us here on Warriors Live, presented by Xfinity at Homer on the Go. You'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. Keep it locked right here in your home for Golden State Warriors basketball, 95.7 The Game.
It's game time, Bay Area basketball.